You're watching the Top 6 Show, the original multi-club fan channel. Make sure you're following us now on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The link is in the description below. Welcome back to the Top 6 Show, where we're previewing Manchester United's trip to the Emirates and the weekend's games ahead. And it's deadline day. So we are looking at the £200 million deal that's expected, or bid that's expected to come in for Mo Salah this evening. We are looking at the Palhinha situation. The deal is off with Bayern Munich. Liverpool fans are now asking for a hijack on that. We're talking Conor Gallagher. We're looking at Gravenberch and maybe some surprise deals that may happen as well. Who else should our clubs be going for? Reviewing the transfer window and much, much more. We have got Jords and Egal joining us a little bit later on the show as well. So make sure you stay with us, hit like buttons and share. The panel is amazing tonight, though. We've got Staffy here and Han repping Manchester United. We've got Nobbins, who's a City fan, as you all know. David's with us. David hasn't. I can't remember the last time David did a Top 6 show or something like this. It's been a while, but he's here. And of course, Lee Gunner. It's not straight facts, but he's here with us today to obviously talk transfers and help us preview the biggest game of the season so far. How is everyone? Everyone good? Everyone well?
Great. I'm doing good.
Yeah, man.
Are any of you doing as well as Johnny Evans did right now? Because Johnny Evans is living his best life, having re-signed for Man United.
What do you think they've done that just so that United can say they do have a squad player who's won a league title with United? Is that the reason why?
Nobbins, you saw that picture where they grey out all the players that left the club, and
that's what I'm thinking.
Was Lehea left, so they're like, wait, we got to bring someone back.
Yeah,
so they're like, oh, Evans is easy to get. Come in. Get the party restarted.
Yeah, they'll bring back Paul Scholes out of retirement again next season.
I'm back in high school, bro. Back in high school. Johnny Evans again is back in my lineup. I have to go and see him if he's going to play next game or he's going to be on the bench. We went from Kim Min Jae to Johnny Evans, but no, just a regular day of being a United fan.
Yeah, it's horrendous. That deal is horrendous. Like, I can understand the Reguilon thing. It's a very short-term deal because we've lost our two left backs. Kind of makes sense to bring someone in like that. But the Johnny Evans deal, Glazer-nomics at full work there. It's horrendous. But
I don't think I was in secondary school when Johnny Evans played for United. So,
bro, you're so young. You weren't even born when he made his debut for us, bro. Like, he's old. But his wife will be. See, his wife Helen. I'm not sure if she does anymore because I don't watch it. But she's the main anchor and presenter on MUTV, so she'll be happy because he's back there again now. Helen something. Well, Helen Evans is her name actually. She's married to Johnny Evans, isn't she? There we go. We'll get on to Man United a little bit more later on down the line, but the big news I wanted to start with, a £150 million bid has been rejected today by Liverpool for Mohamed Salah. However, it's expected that they will come back with a £200 million bid for Mohamed Salah. Personal terms, as we know, have been agreed in principle already. £350,000 a day, tax-free, plus a 2.5% share of the revenue generated from every Egyptian who signs up to the TV channel and TV package that shows that league. You are talking about a £500 million deal for the player. Tax-free, I'll add. Again, what's going to happen with it? What's going to happen? I want to go to Lee first on this because we spoke about it the other day and we're like, how can they turn it down? Now you're looking at £200 million.
If I'm Salah, I'm literally getting on the first flight to Jeddah and refusing to come back. I'm not coming back. Come get me. Come and get me. What are they going to do? If he refuses to come back, what can they do? Like, I think it's going to happen as well. I think that we've seen with their ownership, they're not there to invest money and make them great, which is why they fell off the cliff the last 2 years. So, well, the last year, really, they won the Cups the season before, but they weren't great. In terms of investment, they were good on the pitch, but last season they were awful to watch, and this just comes back to the lack of investment from their ownership. When they were at their peak, when they were challenging year in year out for titles, they should have been adding 2 or 3 more players every summer. Instead, it was, oh, we'll go with Hendo again. Oh, we'll go with Fabinho again. Don't worry, he can do a job. And if them Saudis, if they come back in, they're getting him. Yeah, it might take another 6 days, 7 days until their window shuts. But I'll be shocked if he don't go, because if you whack an offer on the table for 250 million for him, I think they're accepting it. And the money is just ridiculous for him personally. So everyone's saying that. I've seen a lot of Liverpool fans online saying today that, oh, but it's not about the money. Listen, don't get it twisted. Benzema weren't all about the money either. He weighed 350 million quid in his face. And he fully left Real Madrid real quick, didn't he? So I think he's going. And I think Liverpool could still get in the top 4 or 5 or whatever it is this season, even without him. Yeah, I know it's a lot of goals they're going to miss, but they could play Núñez up front. They could put Diaz on the right and then Gakpo on the left and go down that route. And they've still got Jota as well. So I do think that they could survive without him. And let's just go back quickly to when Klopp first got there. Was it Klopp that sold Coutinho?
Yeah.
I think it was. Well, there you go. And they sorted out their defence and their goalkeeper just like that with the money. So Salah's 31. I think they'd be stupid not to accept it. And I think they will accept it. If it comes back in over 200 million, I think they're taking it.
I think maybe you could say the issue, though, is that, I mean, just with the Coutinho one, that obviously came at an earlier stage in the window. We're, 5 hours out from the transfer window closing? So I agree with you that if this has happened at a time where Liverpool could reasonably use the money and spend it well, maybe not to find a direct replacement, because I don't think you can replace Salah, but, investing in other areas of the pitch, then I would agree. But given how late it is in the window, I just personally don't see it happening. I mean, unless like a truly insane amount comes in, which is like just you can't refuse it. But I think that if they get rid of Salah now, I won't be able to get a replacement or alternative until
I agree to a point, but I do think that if you go, the German window's shut, but they can still sell players. Serge Gnabry, Kingsley Coman, there's players that in that league that you could get. You could go and put 100 million on the table for either of them. Maybe Gnabry to be a bit cheaper, and then do the same with Real Madrid for Rodrigo. If you're getting 200 million in, 100 million on each player, all of a sudden you've got 2 right wingers there that are adequate and have won major honours as well. So you've got elite mindset coming into your club. But I hear you though, bro, 100%.
200 is just too good to turn down for someone who's 31. It just, like, again, I would argue that Neymar wasn't a success at 220 mil. And I would argue that Mbappe, even though a great player, wasn't worth the 180 odd mil that they spent on him to loan him from Monaco and then buy him eventually. So for someone who's 31, who I think is he's probably actually a better player than both of those players were, like, now in terms of getting output and stuff, for me, get him gone. 200 mil, the amount of things you could do with that team. Like, you look at their team, they still need a proper 6, because I don't think Endo's going to cut it. They need more centre backs.
Why not?
They need another right back. There's so many things they could do with that squad, so they might as well do it.
I also think, just like Lee pointed out, if there's any team that's equipped to just last a couple months with the front 3 that they have, or the front 4, Liverpool can do it. They can wait till January and spend this money in January and next summer wisely and get one of the big players that they can come in. 200 million is silly, man. They can't turn it down. Salah's 31 years old, for turning 32 soon. It'd be crazy for them to turn it down, honestly.
Yeah. What do you think, Han? Like, do you think they should do it, or would it be too damaging to their season to lose Salah?
I mean, it's a hard one, because obviously Núñez came off the bench and did what he did at Newcastle, but you can't rely on one game. So I personally can't see them selling him, but I agree with what everyone else has said. They would be so stupid to turn down 200 million if that came in, because there's so many holes in their squad, and they could buy another world-class striker, for that price with that money. So I think they should sell him. I mean, I'm a rival fan, so there's other reasons why I want them to sell him, but I think they should, but I don't think they will. Maybe not until January or next summer. I don't know.
It's certainly it is an interesting one for me. I agree with what a lot of people say. It's a lot of money to turn down. Liverpool fans won't like me saying this, but I still think they'll make the top 5, so Champions League football, without Mo Salah. I really do think they'll do it, because this notion that who's going to score the goals, typically speaking, and they've got a good manager, they've got some good players, people step up. At the end of the day, people step up and take responsibility on board. They really do. So I don't think they're over and done with. They'll still make the top 5, in my opinion. But they're not winning the league without him or with him this season. So in terms of winning major trophies, they can't win the Prem. They're not in the Champions League. So what are they really sacrificing by letting him go now for 200 million? Some goals. That's literally it, is goals. But I think, as you said, they can go out and spend that money. There are players they could go and buy to improve it. And JJ was on our show yesterday, and he feels that Slobosly can play out there. And he has a theory that's why they've gone for Gravenberch. You would have Endo, Gravenberch, and McAllister in the middle, and you'll move Slobosly out to the right. You could even, if they're smart, really smart, is stop Trent from being a right back and just stick him on the right hand side of your midfield, being a playmaker. It's what he's one of the best in the world at. So they've got options already at the club, I think. You know, a lot of Liverpool fans big up Harvey Elliott. They think he can do a really good job. He's never going to score the numbers that Mo Salah does, but £200 million is ridiculous money to turn down. And I know they keep saying in this next year he'll be worth to get the same. You won't. Like, as rich as the Saudis are, they're not going to overpay for people. And I think you're getting towards that. You know, if he's a year old or 32, less time left on his contract, you're going to get half that amount of money. And your owners are tight-fisted enough as it is at times. So if you get 100 million less, it's going to happen. But look, it's going to be, please shut up. What are you saying? Listen, I know you're a Liverpool fan and you're upset about it in the comments. What are you on about, Terry? It's hard to replace Salah. Where did I say it wasn't? I'm just stating that with or without him, your season doesn't change this year. You still make top 5. You still make Champions League football, but you're not winning the Premier League if he stays. You're not winning it if he goes. It doesn't actually change your destiny. You haven't bought a good enough DM and you haven't improved your defense at all this window. Therefore, you're not going to win the league. You are still going to leak too many chances, as we all predicted, as you've done in your opening 3 games this season. It's the same as last year. So to think you can win the league with a leaky defense is crazy. So like I'm saying, there's no difference. Sell him. Take the money and reinvest it into your squad. Because if you actually went out and bought, say, Raphina or Rodrigo, a really good centre-back, and then a top-class DM with the Salah money, your team's better than keeping Salah. So I say do it. I know Liverpool fans don't want to, but I'm going to quote a very famous football scholar. Stop getting attached to paid employees is what I'm going to say. Really going to quote there.
Listen, Terry,
unless it's Fiorentini and I'm fully allowed.
They have the right to think like that, because if I'm a Liverpool fan, obviously I don't care about all the economics we just talked about. I want my best player to stay in the club. I want him to stay and put that jersey on week in, week out. So they have the right to selfishly think like that. But you got to question the club, because people are now saying, well, this deal was coming in late. They don't have time to, use that money and reinvest it in teams. It's just so incompetent of the club, and I'll tell you why. Everyone knows what the Saudis was doing this summer. It was very obvious that there's splashing money on all these big names. Liverpool was sitting here. Imagine this is a poker table, and they have the strongest hand right now, which is Salah, because he's the number 1 name in the Middle East, in the Arab world, in Africa. So they're willing to pay him more than Ronaldo, who is the biggest name in the Saudi league right now. So the minute they came in for him, instead of just rejecting, they could have said, like, listen, how much are you actually willing to pay? What is the end deal? Because if we can get something here and there's a couple weeks left on the summer, if you could give me, let's say 150 to 200, like they're saying, I'll take that money and I'll reinvest it in this whole team right now to the point where, yes, Salah leaves and people are going to be upset. I can rebuild this whole team in 2 weeks, because I have people that are waiting, but I don't have the money to get all of them. But they didn't do that. They waited until the last day, and now they're saying, "Oh well, we don't have time to invest that money." You could have inquired about that 2 weeks ago, but they're selfishly thinking about it. As I said, they deserve to do it as fans, but as a club, you should have been a little bit smarter with reinvesting your money. Because the same thing they did with Coutinho. No one wanted Coutinho to leave. They were crying about it. And then the minute he left, they got Van Dijk, they got a goalkeeper, and they won the Champions League. So that sentiment towards players, I get it with fans, but I don't understand with the club. So it's kind of on them.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Saudis have come and bid on the last day just because they know that they can bully Liverpool? Because your ownership, the ownership of Liverpool is crap. Let's just be real with it. Yeah, like Arsenal, our ownership's not great either, but at least we're investing. Yeah, Chelsea, you ain't bullying Todd Bowley. Yeah, the Glazers, their ownership's crap, but at least they're investing. Yeah, and you can't necessarily bully them, really. Tottenham, you can't bully Daniel Levy. You're the only one of the big 6, really. Man City are never getting bullied. Liverpool, the only club in the big 6 that you could really go there and say, yeah, bang, we're having him on deadline day. Like, why aren't they coming for Saka for 200 million? or Martinelli. I know it's a different player, and I know he's the most famous Arab footballer. I get all of that. But if they really wanted to test our resolve, they could have put the same money on the table for Saka. Yeah, or for Heung-min Son. Like, I think it's just because they don't respect Liverpool, and I think that they've probably already done a deal behind the scenes with. No, I'm not mugging it off. I'm being serious. Yeah, and I just think that they've probably already done a deal behind the scenes with Salah and his team. Yeah, and they've just thought, right, cool, we'll wait to the final minute then. Yeah, we're having him now, and we're going to stick so much money on the table that you're eventually going to say yes, because even if you reject that bid, cool, we've still got another week. We'll come back.
And the transfer window doesn't close, by the way. They still have like 20 more days.
Yeah,
so they can still come in and get.
I think they're
have
gonna
20 days to bully them.
To
Sorry,
a point where Salah is gonna force. He's gonna force Liverpool's hand, because once they're bidding 200, 250 mil, they're getting into uncharted territory where it's a world record fee, and Liverpool are gonna be in this.
Oh, Jords.
Stupid position to not turn it down and sign it down.
Yeah, you bugged out a little bit there, mate.
Can you hear me? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, so I was just saying it's going to get to a point where Salah's probably going to force the move. Liverpool are going to be in trouble. And once they start bidding 200, 250 mil, they're going to have to accept, and eventually they're going to have to move on with Salah. And at this point, as we said, it's the best time for him to move on. They're not going to win the league. What are they challenging for? Top 4, top 5?
Just for extra goals. I mean, for his own benefit, if they actually care for him, they should let him go, because he's getting offered generational wealth. 250 million, that's more than what Ronaldo's making. People who are telling me, the stupidest thing I've ever heard, he's making 350K right now per week. Yeah, he's offered that per day in Saudi, tax-free. His net worth is 90 million. His contract that he's being offered 250 million. So he's being offered a contract that's more than his net worth. And people tell me, oh, no, you're just saying that as a hater. You just don't want to listen to it because you can't absorb the numbers. This guy's becoming a billionaire in Egypt if he gets this deal.
But the TV money's worth ridiculous amounts as well. So I think someone told me it was BN Sport, but it might actually be DAZN. Doesn't really matter. He's going to get paid a percentage of the revenue, not the profit, but the revenue. So let's just say he earns about £2 for every person that signs up. They anticipate in Egypt, the business people in Egypt anticipate that 20 to 25 million people out of their 100 million population minimum will then subscribe to that TV brand to be able to watch that league. So suddenly that's another 80, 90 million a year every single year that he's there. Again, tax-free. It's ridiculous. I mean, the guy could literally, well, he ain't gonna be that rich, but he could go there for 4 or 5 years, come back and buy Liverpool. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how much money he's gonna be making. You're not gonna be quite making that much, but yeah, look, I just think there's gonna come a point where he's gonna force this move. The fact that he's agreed in principle, and only right now he isn't doing it, but it will happen at some point. Let's go to some of these super chats here. First one says, "Big up Lee." That is from Lockman. Okay, is that what it says? I thought it's for some reason I thought it said something else, and I couldn't. I didn't want to say it out loud. Good looking panel tonight. Just a shame. Manny heavy.
Man heavy. I think he means man.
Oh,
heavy.
Man heavy. Oh, you want more women on here? Sam is thirsty tonight. That's what Sam is. Except 170, and he goes next season so we can prepare. Also, accept it now, but he can't leave until. No, again, I just don't think the Saudis.
They ain't doing that. If they want something, they want it now. Yeah, and if they want him that badly, they're getting him.
Yep. Keep one more year, pick up a couple of trophies, Europa in the League Cup, leave on a high for about 60 million next year.
That's not worth the 110 you're missing out on.
You see, when I said they can't comprehend the numbers. When you talk about this guy would rather lose about 40 million minimum just for a League Cup in Europa. Whatever, man.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a question to Lee. It says, Lee, can Forest show of ambition now winning the Premier League because they've spent a lot of money?
Well, they've put their money where their mouth is since they've been here. I actually looked on the transfer market yesterday. I think they bought in with loan signings and transfers in the last 2 summers or the last 3 windows about 50 players. It's not Football Manager, I've been told. So
yeah, well, they do. Burnley as well. Burnley's
be real with it. But if they keep spending, they'll get further up the table. But that ain't success. Go and win a cup.
Yeah, but you commend them for spending the money, not just taking it and pocketing it.
Yeah, because when I said to you on Straight Facts, was it Straight Facts the other day or last week? I said, if you look how much Luton have spent out of all that money they got for coming up, they deserve to be relegated. Yeah, because I'm being straight up. They got about 200 odd million quid for getting promoted off the playoff final. They're going to get 100 million in parachute payments, 300 million quid if they get relegated. Well, at least spend some of the more than 30 million quid which they've spent. They're looking at Samvilla Conga on loan. Like, come on, mate. Like, that club's got no ambition to stay in the league, whereas Nottingham Forest have.
They do have to rebuild a whole stadium.
Yeah, but come on, the stadium ain't going to cost like 200, 300 million, is it? Like, Arsenal's only cost like 400.
Yeah,
I think it's just a club who know their limits. That's all. Luton probably just know their limits. They know that, you know, realistically they are sort of at best at this stage like a championship yo-yo side. So I'm not going to begrudge them spending a load of money because, in a way, as I say, they probably do know what they are as a club. Yeah,
they'll look at it. A team like Luton will look at it and say, we want to stay up, but if they get £300 million in the next 2 years from the Premier League, if they go down, they are probably going to take a 200 million chunk of that and go, right, that safeguards the club for the next 15 to 20 years and guarantees that we don't go out of business. Because clubs like that are only, you know, they're never far from going out of business because they're tiny. They're legitimately tiny. But I get it. They're not trying. The thing is, they're not trying to win the Premier League. They're just trying to stay in it and safeguard the club. So, I do get you. This here says, we'll come back to the Arsenal stuff later. Chike says, let's go. League Gunner on the top 6. I believe this is the first time that you're on here. You should do this more often to educate all these people.
You're talking about the panel or the chat?
I'm going to be controversial.
It's a nasty Chike, man. These people are nice. First time I've met them all as well. So, yeah, I'm happy to be
here. Put in the comments, man. Everyone's been really nice at the minute. Look, this is not everyone's going to be here for this amount of time, but we're going to be live until 11 p.m. So there's no point starting off at a million miles an hour. Start off cool and relaxed, especially me. I'm here for 5 hours straight.
People want us to fight already. I don't know why.
This here says the difference is with Coutinho is that it was a start of the window when he was sold, so Liverpool could make transfers. Letting Salah go now would be an FSG PR disaster. No spin will change that.
Well, they've still got four and a half hours to sign players, so they could be doing the groundwork right now.
No, that's what I said weeks ago when they came in for him. They could have sat there and negotiated. Listen, if you really want him, how much are you trying to give us? Because if you would have milked them out of 200 million a couple of weeks ago, that's enough time to go get your targets. Palhinha and all them that they want to hijack right now and Gravenberch, that would have been in the bag right now if they did that. But they waited to get bullied on the last day just to say, oh, well, we don't have time now. Well, you had a few weeks.
Very, very true. This made me laugh. This is from Tonic, who says, is paying 200 million bullying, though?
No, it's paying a fair price for the most famous Arab footballer on the planet, when they're going to probably make all of that money back anyway.
Yeah, his face will be everywhere. It'll be absolutely everywhere. Manchester's daddy is Galatasaray. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Lol, sorry, needed to be more clear. Manchester heavy. Okay, Manchester heavy. Yeah, well, there's 3 Man United fans on the show. That's right. In fact, there'll be 2 Gooners. There's Chelsea, there's City, there's Tottenham. But listen, we have 1/5 of all City fans on the show tonight, so it's hard to be heavy on them. Do you know what I mean? If we had Daps and if Daps, Nobbins and Big Steve did a watch along for a City game, the ground will be empty. So it's a hard one. It's a hard one. I know that old chestnut. Not a bad looking lass on the panel tonight. I assume that's for Hannah. Just a thumbs up. Let's have a look at some already super chats here. Mo Egypt's local club will get a percentage. By the way, well, there we go. Things like that matter. I'll throw this one to Han and Staffy. Thoughts on Man United? Sorry, thought on UCL group selection. Sorry, I thought we said Man United, but yeah, thoughts on Man United's group, just very quickly on this super chat.
Ladies first.
Thanks, Staffy. I think it's going to be tough. It could have been worse. We could have got the group of death, which is Group F. But it's going to be tough, especially as away fixtures. But I'm excited for Bayern at Old Trafford. It'll be like old times. So bring it on.
I like the group. A lot of people wanted weaker teams. I couldn't understand the cry yesterday I heard people saying we want Feyenoord. It's the easiest one. That's the same people that said we must finish in top 4 because we're gonna make Champions League. Why would you want to go to the Champions League and not face the best teams? I want to be tested against the best teams. So I saw a lot of crying about Bayern and this and that. I'm happy with the group. We got one good team. What do you mean?
That's awful thinking. That's awful thinking.
Oh, so you're gonna tell me how to think? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's awful thinking. I'm sorry. Terry will tell you this for years. I've said, whenever Chelsea win the Champions League, give me the easiest group. I don't care. Bro,
we were in the Europa League playing easy teams. If I wanted easy teams, I wouldn't finish in the top 4.
Do you want to win the Champions League or not? Because I'm telling you now, you've got a better chance to play the easy teams.
So I'm going to win the Champions League without playing the hard teams. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I could completely go a whole competition.
Until you have to play a big team, you should not want to play a big team. I don't get this logic. I don't get it.
Well, the logic is...
Why would you want to make your job
I feel like it's different when you're talking about the group stage, because in the group stage, you need your players to be tested. You can't be in the group stage playing against loads of rubbish teams. Like let's say, for example, Arsenal's group. Arsenal are going to be playing against Europa League teams. They've got all the teams that they've been playing in the past 2 seasons in Europa League. That's an easy group. That's not a test for their players. They know what they're going out there and playing.
Who cares?
This Man United team is going to be a real test. A young team that's going to be playing against Bayern Munich.
No matter what happens, no matter what happens in that competition, if you win it, everyone just says you played easy teams anyway. I went through a season where
when we played easy teams in the League Cup, we got mocked.
No. My club, we played the Spanish champions, the Spanish champions. We played Man City. Everyone said we had an easy run. We had an easy run. I was there saying, I want Porto, I want Benfica, I want Ange Mashakalala if they're still a thing. I don't care who I'm playing. I want it easiest as possible.
Listen, mate. Listen, you want to run away from competition. I want to face competition. That's the difference between us.
100%.
You can think for yourself like that. I want to think for myself like that. I would rather.
No matter who you play, if you win it, your name's on the trophy.
But then you mock us when we win the League Cup and we haven't faced anyone more difficult than Newcastle. The rivals are always going to cook anyways. I would rather be tested against good teams and see how good this team is, because we invested so much money in this team. I want to be tested. And it's a good time
I get what Staffy's saying as well, because when I did the draw yesterday, I was on the show doing the draw yesterday. I said, get us in the group of Bayern. Yeah, and then we'll actually see if we've actually made any progress in the last 7 years.
Thank you.
Listen, I see it from both. I get what Staffy's saying, and rivals will definitely always slag off whatever you do, right? Legitimately. However, when you look at City's group as an example, they can rotate for most of their games and be fresher at the weekend for the Prem. So the one thing about having an easy group is that it's not as stressful, and I think it helps you in the league. But I do get where you're coming from about being tested. Interestingly, the 2 times Man United won the Champions League in my life, we had really difficult groups, and every knockout game was against good teams, and we won it. So when I was younger, I always used to like a harder group, because typically Man United did better the harder our groups were. But look, we will see on that. Let's do some more super chats here. Random question: thoughts on Twitter tacticos? If Lee speaks, he'll get banned on Twitter again. So let's not let Lee answer that question. I have no issue with tacticos. Some of them really know what they're talking about. I love the words they invent. I love it when they, you know what I mean, that they create new words for a 2-on-1, you know, and they create. Someone said to me, who was it that said it was you, Staffy? You didn't know what put the ball into the mixer meant.
Yeah, but that's not tactics. That's just a
no. What I mean is, because it's just a phrase that means cross the ball into the box, right? But people don't speak like in normal football terms anymore. Things have got... I literally heard someone talk about football the other day, and they used the word, and it made me laugh, because it was like they were doing a science project. It was making me die. I have to remember what the word was, but it's crazy. 200 million cheap then, Lee. Call it 200 million next season then.
I have no idea what he's waffling.
I don't know what you mean there, bro. Elaborate, 40-year-old virgin. Virgil, sorry. Hey, Lee, what's Lego Man waffling about today?
Oh, mate, I don't know if you've heard that. Have you seen his press conference? I don't watch him, because it just winds me up listening to the rubbish that comes out of his mouth. But somebody sent me it. He was waffling about how he takes his route to London Colney every day from his house. And then at the end of it, he said, yeah, we're playing a different defence because it's a different season. This is why there's so many people doing this tactical rubbish, because he was waffling about there was 43 against Man City, or saying there was 43 inversions of, I can't even remember. I had to switch it off.
No worries.
Yeah, 43 formations or something he said in the Man City game. What was he chatting about?
I don't know. It's some of it's weird. Smash the like button is what Luke Skywalker said. Absolutely do that, people. We're nearly on 1,000 likes already, which is amazing. When's the main event? Lee versus Terry versus Egal. Triple is that triple threat match? Not a
Tables,
freeway.
ladders, chairs.
Tables, ladders, chairs. Again, I ain't watched wrestling since I was a kid. But yeah, I did actually. I watched the Joe Rogan and Hulk Hogan talk the other day, and then I went back and watched some classic wrestling on YouTube. I was loving it. Felt like a kid again. Tactico's favorite phrase: scan rate.
What?
I like Tacticos, but I only like the ones who don't try to say words for the sake of saying words. It's sort of that thing of if you can't explain what a word means without using the word, then you yourself don't actually know what the word means. What the best Tacticos do is they make the reader feel smart rather than stupid, because they allow them to understand tricky concepts in easy ways. But there are lots of people who just say rubbish stuff for the sake of saying it and try to confuse just to make themselves feel clever. And that's sort of the opposite of what good analysis is supposed to be.
But I did a few tactic videos once, and to this day, people still think I did it seriously. And I told KJ what I was going to do. That I'm going to just look at the shape of a team. And then, and it was a hexagon that Chelsea were in. And then I think I called it something like, I called it like the inverted hexagon formation. And loads of people, I swear, they must have got their penises out at home and knocked one out. They're, oh my God, a new thing. And I was sitting there laughing, and I just made that up. And then I started doing it all the time. You just think of shape, and then you find a way of creating an obscure name for it. And everyone goes crazy. It's honestly mental. It is mental. I need Qatar to buy Man United so Hassam can cry. Yeah, I'd like that for multiple reasons, to be honest with you. This here says the lady is so beautiful. Her beauty is what? A COVID antidote.
I've never heard that one before. That is a new one. Thank you.
A new one. Yeah, someone walks up to your nightclub and says, "You're a COVID antidote. You're so beautiful." Is that a good line? Is that? I don't know. I'm out of touch.
Definitely not.
I'm out of touch.
You're not giving him your number if he says that. Don't say that's beautiful.
Probably not. Probably not.
You'll get slapped.
This here says, Lee, I'd love to know how Liverpool have been bullied when they have said he is not for sale. Case closed.
Well, let's see if it's case closed on the 7th of September when their window shuts. Let's see. Let's see if it's case closed. As it stands right now, it looks like he's going nowhere, but let's see.
This is an interesting one. Afternoon, Terry. Money offered from the Saudi League. Do you think the Super League will be back on?
Eventually.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the Super League was always going to happen, but it'll be done by UEFA. They are going to steal the idea. That is what they're going to do. They're going to steal the idea and do it themselves. Egal is now with us on the show. If you look at the size of this panel, panel is big today.
What's good, guys?
Yeah, man, all good. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Carl here says we all have played 3 games. Why are we bowing to City already? Personally, I want this Salah bid to continue because I want as much money up front. No add-ons, 200 million. If Salah's leaving in this window and the next club demands a huge fee. I mean, to the City point, I mean, most people have conceded that City are going to win. Most people think City are going to win the league, don't they?
We're not blind. We can see who the better team is. Nabis can sit there and dance all he wants, but rightfully so. You know, anything can happen, but realistically, who's going to compete with them? They just added Matheus Nunes. They replaced Mahrez with Doku. They've reinvested well in this team, better than most of us. So why are we to sit here and lie to ourselves and say that we're going to win the league?
Yeah, I hear you. This is an interesting one from Sanji that says Salah doesn't need to ruin his reputation and leave. He can move in 2, 3, 4 years and still be offered crazy money because he's the biggest Arab footballer and his audience is massive. Sure, his team know that. Would he be ruining his reputation, Egal, if he left Liverpool?
You know what? I don't think it's going to be ruining his reputation. I think Liverpool should actually take it. I know it's difficult for them to replace him at this point in the window, but that 200 million, I don't think they're going to get any more for him. And guess what? I don't think they're going to be competing for the league this season anyways. with Mo Salah there. Of course, they have a better chance of securing top 4 and trying to do better, but they should rebuild and start from the beginning. They've already made midfield signings that show me that they're trying to plan for the future. You might as well go full throttle, sell Mo Salah, get that 200 million and try to reinvest. If you can't do it this window because it's late, guess what? You can go in the January window next year. And they already have good attackers like Darwin Núñez and Cody Gakpo that they invested in recently. So I don't think Mo Salah is going to win them anything for the rest of his career at Liverpool. So they might as well sell him now when they can.
There we go. Like, sorry, God, like, does anyone else think he's ruining his Liverpool reputation?
No, I don't think he can, to be honest. Like, again, many of us would say that he's probably their best ever Premier League player. I mean, obviously, depends on how much you put in. Oh, I'm Gerrard, I'm Scouse, but he actually won every single title that you can, and he's actually a Premier League great because he won the Premier League. So I don't think he can ruin his reputation. But I remember, maybe it's probably about 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, Egal was sat in his very seat, or maybe in a different seat, I don't know, but he was sat there saying, sell Aubameyang. You know what? That money, we can reinvest it. And that was only for 50 mil or 40 mil, how much it was back then. And ultimately, he was right because they sold him for free. So, like, Egal's been in this position. I've been in the position with Hazard where it was like, the guy wants to leave. He's got a year left in his contract. 130 mil or however much it was definitely worth the money. So sometimes, yeah, you're gonna lose your best player, but you can improve your squad in other ways. So
yeah.
I hear you on that. This here says, I've gone daydreaming listening to you guys, woke up and realized I just stared at the beauty blonde all along, but not you, Lee, not that blonde, is what Lee says. What he says here, so he's staring. I think he is staring at you, Lee. He just doesn't want to admit it. Thank you for that super chat.
There's a lot of simps in this chat tonight, isn't there?
Simps are out crazy.
That's what it's like every time there's a female on the show.
It's true. It's true. The thing is, Staffy used to be in our audience, and now he's part of our panels. I remember Staffy used to be like that with the young ladies.
I never simped once in my life. Don't even start that because they'll believe it. I'm not gonna lie, I used to come at Egal a lot. I used to hate all of Egal's takes.
Hey, we're friends now.
Yeah, Simp FC is always strong. It's true. It's true. Do we really think FSG are going to turn down 200 million? Nope.
I don't think so.
I can't see it either. City bought dribblers. Good luck pressing them.
It's a good point, yeah. With Gvardiol is known for his take-ons. Doku's in the top 1% in terms of take-ons and successful take-ons. He's a new profile of player.
Kovacic as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, good point, to be honest.
Terry, I got to revisit that City take. These guys just went nuts in the second half of the window.
Yeah, you got to stop speaking too soon, Egal.
No, but you know
what did
what?
you say, Egal? What did you say?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong to analyzing something in the moment. Things can change. And the reality is they went and they improved their transfer window by going out and addressing their needs and even getting an additional midfielder in Matheus Nunes. So you know what? I'm quite impressed. A team that is well run does things that are well run. So they've done exactly what we expected them to do in the second half of the window, address all their needs. And can we talk about Chelsea's player sales? Man City's player sales are out of this world. And they're not selling no one crazy too. So I got to give them credit. I'm impressed. I think they had the best transfer window by a country mile, and that's including Chelsea.
I do agree with your take though that City technically have got weaker in if you just identify the individuals and just the direct replacement. So for example, Doku isn't as good as Mahrez, and Kovacic, Núñez aren't as good as Gundogan. But I think that the difference is that we sold 3 senior players and brought in 4. And the likes of Gvardiol is going to be better for our setup than Laporte. Doku is a different profile to Mahrez, so he offers something different. And also, if you look at the ages as well, like Gvardiol is 8 years younger than Laporte. Doku's 11 years younger than Mahrez. Kovacic and Núñez are both Núñez 5-6 years younger than Gundo as well. So I think it's more to do with that rather than sort of like comparing the individuals, if that makes sense.
I hear you there. Some of the super chats, and I know we don't normally say we read them all out. Some of them are a little bit too much. I'm not asking Hannah those kind of questions, so relax your brains, gentlemen, please. Big up, boys. Chaps, stop simping and hit the like button. Yeah. That's what you need to do. Over 1,000 likes now. Thank you, Dan. Egal, take the hat off and show us that hairline.
Listen, man, leave me alone, man. Leave me
Yeah.
alone. I'm not that
Listen,
bad.
bruv, we're
I'm
about
not
to do a
that bad.
deal. We're about to do a deal. I'm going to probably ruin it now by saying it, with a company that do hair transplants and teeth in Turkey. So I can hook people up and get them a big discount. Not saying you personally, Egal, but if anyone wants their teeth done or their hair done, let
Listen,
me
that
know.
Galatasaray trip away, it might be.
That's what I'm
Listen.
saying.
I might be okay with the teeth, but hair, we'll talk. We'll talk.
Yeah, well, yeah, there we go. There we go. Lee, are you coming back for the parade?
No.
Let's have a little look here. I watched Arteta's press conference, and apparently he can't play. He can't play last season back last season's back four or a flat. So I don't understand. What's he saying?
Because
Oh,
of
the
a
interview.
flat tire. He said that every day he takes a different road.
Nah, he was making an analogy, but his press conference today was hilarious, to be honest.
Do you know what though? Yeah, Gail, I want to ask you this real quick. Yeah,
Oh.
in his post-match after the game against Fulham, like he was just on edge, like ready to explode. Yeah, I mean his press conference today he looks like he's rattled. Like, do you think that as well? Like
No,
he's talking a bit more forceful to people, whereas before he'd be more relaxed and just chilled. But now he looks like he's stressed.
You want to know something? He doesn't like answering straightforward questions. That's the reality. So he's going to make analogies, make puns, and sometimes his jokes don't land, because today what he was talking about, I don't even know. He was making an analogy about driving to London Coney, and when he drives to London Coney, there's several situations where he can get into a situation where he one time takes a left turn, another time where he goes all the way around. And if there's a situation where he gets a flat tire, what on earth is he going to do? He's going to have to figure it out. So that's what he was saying in his press conference today, if anyone's wondering what he was talking about.
Get it. I get it.
It's
Obviously, people, we are.
That's what he meant. I did not
I
understand.
get it.
No, he was comparing to changing up the lineups and having different situations and different ways you can go to a place.
He might as well just have said it in Spanish, because I had no idea what he was talking about. I'm not gonna lie. He was talking about ice on his windshield. I was like, what does that have to do with the players? I just turned it off. I didn't get it. I just
Also,
turned it off.
speaking of not being able to answer straightforward questions, Egal, I can see why you like Arteta so much. So
You know what? At least we have a manager that stays for more than a year. You guys change up every 3 years. Actually,
Yeah,
last year you had
but, you know,
three, so you wouldn't know.
Success, Champions Leagues, Premier Leagues. You get me?
That's behind you. Those days behind you, buddy.
Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back.
You spent more money than everyone in this panel in 2 years, and you have no more wins than any of us.
Soon come. Don't worry, man.
Let's see. Anyways.
There we go. Oral Campbell says Terry's Satanta promotion is bogus. It doesn't work. It works for me. I can't. And everyone else who's DM me says it works. Campbell, send me a message. I might be able to help you, bro. It definitely worked for me. 38 formations. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was funny too.
Okay. Yes. I just don't watch anybody's press conferences, so I don't really. Literally, the only thing I check out when it comes to Man United press conferences is who's fit and available. That's literally it. That's all I ever check for. The rest of it, I can't. It's just pointless. I know what they're going to say. Do you know what I mean? It's everything is always all good, unless it's not. LVGs were great because he'd do some weird shit, like when he called Neil Custis fat boy and asked if he wants some more pies. Stuff like that's amazing. You know what I mean?
He's Dutch, man. They don't muck about. They're straightforward. They say exactly what they think.
When did we take managers' press conferences literally? Social media.
Terry likes to have it all unicorns and sparkles. He doesn't like their money. He likes it to call it professionalism rather than them actually telling the truth. He'd rather they get lied to, wouldn't you tell?
Yeah, I mean, Lee says that. At the same time, Lee reckons he's got the balls. He says you should always tell everyone the exact truth. He reckons he'd walk up to Derek Chisora and tell him to his face he's a shit boxer. So
what's he going to do? Lose his boxing license? That can't do me a favour.
Yeah. Mate, listen, somebody please clip this and send it to Delboy Chisora, and let's get this happening. I'll pay for the flights and I'll put him in the same room and see if Lee says it.
Hey, I would literally tell him he's a shit boxer because he is. Listen, don't get it twisted. Yeah, if he's in a fight, I would always watch it. Yeah, because it's pure banter. Yeah, but
let me ask you this: what do you think of Arteta as a player?
As a player, bang average, like his management career.
So when you see him, what do you say to him?
The same as I told Arsene Wenger when I wanted him out and met him twice. Yeah, go and ask Troops.
So you didn't ask him for a photo?
No, I didn't ask him for a photo. See, that's another myth you lot all put
Come
around
on,
the
bro. You literally...
No, I was at London Colney because the company I worked for, if you know about London Colney, there's a row of cottages before you enter the training ground. The company I worked for were fitting windows on the very end house. Yeah. So as I'm there, I thought, oh, let me go and have a nose who's coming out. Jack Wilshere came out. Yeah, what an arrogant twat he was. Yeah, Ramsey was there. He was nice. Walcott spoke to him, but there was a guy there with his son, and his son was about 7. Yeah, and they were waiting for the players, and all the players stopped and spoke to everyone. Yeah, so I was just there, and then Arteta comes out, opens the window about 1 millimeter, and went, "What do you want?" to the dad. So I just went, "Nothing, piss off." But that again gets taken out of context because it makes a great story on the internet, doesn't it? The same as that starting 11. Yeah. Well, Lewis Dunk's in the England squad now, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Ryan Fraser, by the way. Yeah, these are the same fans that gas up Kai Havertz. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, make it make sense. Anyway.
Obviously, viewers, it's transfer deadline day, and we are going to be talking transfers when they're breaking, but there is a big game this weekend, and I think it's about time we move into talking about the biggest game so far of the season. Man United travel to the Emirates Stadium on Sunday. I can already feel the nerves and tension in the air ahead of this game. It's going to be a blockbuster event. It always is when these two teams play. Probably the most electrifying rivalry the Premier League has had, I think, because of the way we competed with each other. That for years it was called the social media derby as well. Staffy, how are you feeling about going to the Emirates on Sunday? Do you think Man United have a chance of finally getting a win there after so many years?
Realistically speaking, no. We haven't been good on the road for how long? We've had like 1 point against the top 9 away from home last season. The one game we went away from home this season, we lost to Spurs, and we have all these injuries. Our signing today, the midfielder, apparently he's not going to play. I thought he was going to play until you guys told me he's not going to play before the show. We don't have our number 1 center back choice, not our number 1 left back choice. The number 1 midfielder that the manager wanted, despite of how I rate him, Mason Mount, is not available. We don't have a striker who can play 90 minutes because Martial just came back and he was only able to play 60 minutes last game. Didn't even look good because his fitness levels are shocking. And Højlund, apparently he's ready to play, but even he hasn't kicked the ball in a minute. So I don't see realistically how we can win this game. If Arsenal don't pick up all 3 points, it comes down to them because they are the fitter team. They're at home. They have the better availability. They upgraded on last year's squad, so there's no reason why they can't go and get it right and pick up the 3 points. I'm gonna be hopeful and say that maybe we can pick up a point, but if I'm realistically speaking, I don't think we can pick up any points this game.
If Arsenal don't win this game, it proves how bad their team is, and it proves how bad the start to the season is. Let's be real, the pressure is on Arsenal. You have to win this game. Look at how many players Man United have got out. You're at home. You guys keep saying you're the guys that are pushing City. You guys and City are in a different category to the rest of the league. Prove it. Win your home game against a weak Manchester United team that doesn't have a striker, doesn't have a centre-back, missing loads of their starting players, and you're at your home ground. You've had a few bad games. Your teams look shaky. Arteta has to show up. Your team has to show up. And especially after having your lack of signings, the fans aren't going to be happy. You need to see something, and a win on the weekend is important and it's massive.
Especially
you know what? That's 100%
United
right.
aren't in form as well.
It's a must-win game in the sense that we need to win this game to get ourselves back in good performances and seeing good performances at home versus a weekend Manchester United time. As you said, away from home, their fixtures they've struggled. Against top teams, they've struggled. And you know what? I think there's been a little bit of an overreaction on some on the result against Fulham, because our performances overall have not been that bad. It's just we didn't get the result versus Fulham. And this is what's driving people to assume that we're so bad. The chance creations and everything else has been the same. We've conceded 1 less goal than last year, and overall, I still believe this team is not as good, it hasn't regressed from last year. People are making it seem like we've regressed. We've actually gotten better in the sense that we have a player in our first 11 that is much better than the team that we had last year. So
Well, according to the points, Egal, you have 7 right now. You had 9 last year, so you did regress. When people ask me, "Are you weaker than last season?" I said last season we had 6. We have 3 points in the first 9. Sorry, in the first 3 games. Now
Okay.
we have 6. So I
Okay.
used that analogy. But
Are we
you-
actually weaker when we're XG? We've created more chances. Possession, we have more possession. We've created more chances. Last year we had like 43 shots. We had 48 shots. I literally have it in front of me. Then you look at the chances we conceded. Last year, yes,
What?
we conceded less chances and we scored less goals. And we had like 4 more goals.
Well,
But
again,
that
if you
just
take
shows-
away all
that
those
just
stats,
shows we were more clinical in the first 3 games. We're comparing 3 games versus 3 games. The reality is we need to give it more time. We can't just jump to the conclusion because we dropped points in one game.
Gal, you
that
have
this
to look.
team is
You have to
less.
look at it. You have to look at the game with your eyes. We can all look at the game. There was a lot of, but most of those games had turning points where the other team took control and Arsenal looked very shaky. It's
No,
not a
but
sustainable
also-
way of playing football. And a lot of those games, you got away with wins or you got away with points. Those games you didn't deserve to get away with. Some of the games you got away with. Crystal Palace, you shouldn't have won 1-0. You got away with a lucky
You want to know
penalty. You got away
something?
with
Last year, Crystal Palace's performance was much worse. We actually got away with it much more last year. When you look at our performance last year versus Fulham, it was much worse. We actually scored a last-minute winner after we made a mistake to put them ahead in the first place. We conceded 2 goals at the Emirates versus Leicester. Yes, we ended up scoring 4 goals, but really and truly, both situations we're over-exaggerating this start. The reason why everyone's over-exaggerating is because we started so well last year. We're put to a new standard, and we have to maintain that standard. And I agree, there's pressure on Arsenal. Hence why people are freaking out already. And the pressure is coming from, yes, the poor result, but also the pressure from last season, not winning the league and having to go into this season the same level of expectations to compete for the league again and to try to win it this time. So that's where the pressure is coming from. It's not coming from a draw versus Fulham. It's coming from the expectations set from the beginning of the season, unlike last year where the expectations were much lower and we exceeded those.
I think the other issue is that there's also pressure coming from City, who are obviously, going to be trying to win the title. I think that if Arsenal were going to have a chance this season, I don't think it's enough to be, better by the numbers or whatever. I know it's early days. I think you've got to be much better. I think you need to get at least 90 points to even have a chance this season. And I know it's early days, but I've not particularly been that impressed with ours. I don't think you've been bad by any means at all. You've been the better side in all the games you played, obviously. But as I say, I think that City will be better than last season. I think that Arsenal, it's not enough for Arsenal to be better than what they were last season because there already exists a big gap between Arsenal and City last season. So you not only need to bridge the gap that existed last season, you now need to bridge the gap, which I believe has actually gone up from a City perspective. And so if I was an Arsenal fan, I think that would be where my worry is. I've not, as of yet, seen an Arsenal side, which I'm not convinced it's drastically improved to the point where I think you can get 90 plus points. Because I think City will get around 94 points-ish.
That's true. Hey, City are always going to be the favorites. Let's be honest. City are always going to be the team that everyone picks as the team to win the league. But when we're talking about this Manchester United game, we are the favorites, and we should be going into this game the favorites, and we should be coming out of it with the 3 points. It's a situation where if we lose or drop points to Manchester United, there's going to be more eyes on the whole situation, and that's more. Then you're gonna, then you can say, open your eyes up and be like, hey, let's figure out what's really going on. Because right now the pressure is coming from that result, but overall, everyone should have a level of calmness. The real reason why people are probably freaking out is because Timber got injured, and that right there makes our transfer window look a little bit worse, and we didn't really sign anybody today, and that's a cause for concern.
Lee, do you agree with what Egal's saying here? Actually, the underlying metrics of Arsenal have been pretty good in the beginning of the season, and there isn't much difference between this season and last year. Like, do you agree with that?
Nope. Sorry, mate, but no. I have eyes. I don't need XG, which is just some made-up stat. Oh, but we had more XG against Fulham this year than we did last year. Yeah, last year we got 3 points. This year we got 1. It's the only stat that matters. Yeah. No, well, but Fulham had less XG this year than last. And like, turn it in. Yeah. The Man City fans post this crap out. Yeah, because I don't ever see any Man City fan on social media talking about XG, top 4, phases, stages, dogs, and all of this rubbish. The fact is, we have not been good, mate. Right? And if that Nottingham Forest game went for another 10 minutes, that ends in a draw. Yeah, they brought on their 2 players, Alanga, and I can't pronounce the fella's name up front.
Iwanimi.
Big up, my guy.
My word.
Thank you. But yeah, they brought them two on, and they caused us all sorts of problems. Yeah, the Palace game got out of there with a penalty. Yes, we won the penalty, cool. But on another day, that penalty don't get given because Thomas Partey infringes the centre back. Yeah, on another day, Eze gets a penalty. You know, on another day, and I know I'm talking about another day, but these days will happen. On another day, the striker puts that free header that he had in the back of the net. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this manager, he's contemplated leaving. Well, he probably should have, because this year he is leaving. Whether he leaves on his own accord or whether he gets sacked. Because I'm telling you now, the way we're playing at the moment, the way he looks so rattled so far this season, the fact that everyone's waffling about, oh, I'd rather do these changes at the beginning and experiment at the beginning. Well, ain't that what pre-season and training's for? Yeah, yes, Timber is a big miss. Of course he is. So why'd you let Tierney leave then? Right, and if you actually deep it, right, we let Xhaka leave for Declan Rice. I like Declan Rice. I'm happy with that signing. But some people will debate that Xhaka is better than Rice. Is Declan Rice going to get 14 GA for all you statisticians and mathematicians out there that watch a game on a calculator? Like, no, probably not. So, therefore, we now need to get the strikers and the attacking players scoring more. Martin Odegaard's barely creating anything compared to what he was doing last season. Yeah, in terms of how we're looking, he's hardly touching the ball in comparison. We've got Kai Havertz, who is the only extra body in that squad, because Timber came in, Tierney's gone. Xhaka's gone, we've got Rice in. So that's 2 out, 2 in. The goalkeeper's left Turner, we've got another goalkeeper in. Yes, Miles better. But you could make a case that out of the 4 signings we've made, 3 have replaced 3 players that have gone. And the only one that's genuinely an upgrade that you could, there's no debate on it, is the goalkeeper. So we've got 1 extra body in that squad, and that's Kai Havertz, who's walking around looking like he sleeps in a coffin and wants to be anywhere other than the pitch. And then you look at the bench is the same. Bro, I swear, these fans are in for a rude awakening this season. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm sat here at the end of the season going, do you know what? He won the title, fair play. But I agree with every Man City fan that I've heard speak about this, yeah? Every single one of them has said they're getting 90-plus points this season. When you look at last season, they finished on 89 points. And everyone's like, oh, but they're the best team in the world. Well, so were Man United. Wenger nicked 3 titles off them. Find a way. Yeah, Man United won a treble. Man United were the best team in the world back then. Man United had a bigger budget. Man United had a better squad. Yeah. Man United could go and poach any player on the planet they wanted. Yeah, we had to do it a different way. With this manager, he is so badly trying to be Pep, it is mad. Yeah, get rid of him. Go and get me another manager. We're wasting time. We've already wasted 4 calendar years by December. And there's still no pressure on this guy to win anything. It is baffling. Name another manager who his first job, he takes a big, massive football club as his first job, never managed, 650 million deep, and there's no pressure. It's baffling.
When you say there's no pressure,
first of all, there's been pressure. There's been pressure on Arteta from season 1, bro. Let's be honest. He came into one of the most toxic jobs where he had a team that was an absolute mess. He won a trophy with them. They
weren't that much of a mess then, were they? Because they beat the champions and they beat Chelsea. So they couldn't have been that much of toxic and negative, could they?
Bro, we were an absolute mess. And you can tell by the players that we had and the personnel that we had at that time. If you want, you can just go through the list of players.
Yeah, you won the FA Cup with that team, bro. Stop.
Guess what?
Exactly. And Egal, sorry to cut you off. Sorry to cut you off. How many of that squad are still there? How many of that squad are still there? And what has he done since?
Bro, the only person left from the squad that Arsene Wenger left is what do you call it, El Neni. Now, if you want to talk about the people who are left, if you want to talk about the people from when Unai Emery left, that's a different story. Of course, some of the younger players are going to still be around, but the starters, the only Bukayo Saka is the only starter that's still from the team that.
Okay, so what you're saying is you agree with me that he signed all of these players and won nothing since.
Guess what?
In fact, Martinelli was signed under Unai Emery. Saliba was signed under Unai Emery.
What's your point?
I was at Eddie Nketiah's debut when he scored twice against Norwich. Yeah, that's a Wenger player.
What's your point? Bringing up these guys. You're moving the argument now.
I'm not moving the argument. You said that look at the toxic squad that he inherited, and there's nobody left from the Wenger days other than one player. Well, that's factually incorrect.
No,
then you said about
pressure. The point was about pressure. The reason why he had pressure is because he came into an unhealthy environment. There was a situation where we had players that didn't suit the system. We had so many different players around there, and what he did was he got rid of some of the dead players. He got rid of some of the players that were never going to get game time. And when he finally started to see good performances, and he has a team full of players that he trusts. Look, we're in a title challenge. It's not a coincidence.
I'll ask you a question, Egal. Just straight answer, yeah. What have we won since he's got rid of all of them players?
What?
What have we won since he got rid of all of them players that won him a trophy?
Bro, we haven't won anything, but that's
Thank
not
you.
the point.
Well, there we go. Case closed. Case closed.
That's not the point, though. That's not the point. The
but
point
it is
not
the
about
aim of the game is to win.
But this is what you keep doing. You keep going back to Arteta.
Keep going back to the aim of the game.
You keep going back to Arteta this, Arteta that. You belittle the one trophy he won, and then after that, when I tell you the team progressing,
don't say that to me ever again, mate. Yeah, right. Real talk. Belittle it. I've been to FA Cup finals, mate.
Bro,
yeah. Don't ever say I belittle the FA Cup. Go and watch my watch along and go and tell me I belittle.
You just literally asked me what has he won. You just literally asked me what has he won since he got the team.
I'm not belittling it.
I'm saying forget about that. You say forget about that. You say forget about that. And then look, last year, Lee. This is the funny thing about you, Lee. Because last year you were saying before the season started, if Mikel Arteta gets into a title challenge, and I actually have the clip and I can play it for you if you want. You verbatim said, you know what, I'll do that.
I don't care if you play the clip. I know exactly what I've said on every single stream I've ever been on in my life, mate. I know exactly what you said.
Are you going to let me play it?
If we get within 6 points.
Guys, let me interject. Go on, play the clip, please. And
this is my point. Lee, you say you keep your standards at one level, but you consistently change your standard to fit your narrative. So listen to this. At the beginning of last season, you said we weren't going to get top 4. And on top of that, you said if Mikel Arteta challenges for majority of the season, guess what? I'm actually going to back him. You know what? You did for a couple weeks. And then immediately when you had the opportunity to flip, you did. And this is why I'm playing this. Listen.
Even if we don't win the league, but we're there till the death.
Put it near your microphone.
5 points or 4 points or something. I'll be happy with that. And I'll say, yo, fair play to Arteta, fair play to the football club. Let's go for next season. I can see us finishing 5th. I said 5th at the start. I'm going to stick with that for now. Yeah, we're going to have a big capitulation at some point.
Listen, you were right about the capitulation.
Did you hear the last part?
But you were right about the capitulation. What you did say, you were going to back Arteta. 1 second. You did say you're going to back Arteta and you're going to say, let's go again next season because you predicted we're going to fall off. So everything you wanted happened, but yet you're still sitting here upset and angry. Why?
No, do you know what? No, hold on a second. Yeah. I'm not upset and angry at all. I just know what the aim of the game is. The aim of the game is not to chat waffle about XG stats, mate. The aim is to win titles.
You said Odegaard wasn't going to score 15 goals. He scored 15 goals, got 7 assists last year. What about that?
Have you ever made a prediction that has never come true?
Hey, so don't get on my predictions then.
Hey, at the end of the day, right, this football club has been a disgrace for 20 years since this lot behind me won a title. Yeah, that I was happy to be there and witness.
Go back to 10 years ago. Irrelevant at this point.
No, I don't care. What I'm saying is, the last time we were any good, this lot won a title. And all we've had since then is BS and rubbish and odd FA Cup here and there, yeah? My point is there was no pressure on this guy from the board, from the hierarchy, from the ownership, and from the fan base. Because guess what? Egal sat there and said about title, we were in a title charge since he got rid of the Deadwood. Well, the Deadwood won us the cup, my friend. I'll take a cup over a title challenge.
Listen, you were not saying this last year. This is why I say you're not consistent. You literally in this thing that I just quoted, you said, I will take a title challenge. You were literally begging for a title challenge. You were literally begging for a title challenge last year. Now you're saying, I don't want a title challenge. I want to win it. Guess what? Everybody wants to win it. Everybody wants to win it. Everyone wants to beat City. Everyone wants to win the league. But the reality is, Lee, your expectations are not reality. The reality of the situation is you expected a shit team to win the league. You expect a good team to win the league. And guess what? Either way, you're going to be upset. The reality is there's going to be a building block.
One second ago. You said my expectations are unrealistic. And you also said just before that, everyone wants to win the league. They don't. Because Man United ain't done enough to do what is required. Arsenal are 4 players short. Yeah, we need a centre-back. We need a CM/DM. Yeah, we need a right winger and we need a striker. If we don't get all 4 of them by midnight, we're finished.
Guess what?
So, hang on. Your expectations in your head may be to win the league, but Arsenal's expectations are to get the top 4, the same as Man United to get the top 4. The only serious club in that league is Man City, which again, they've gone out after being champions and replaced 3 players with 4. Yeah, and then 4 players are all decent players. So hang on a minute. We've replaced 3 players with 4. One of them is now injured. Cool, that's unlucky. You look tidy. One of them, we've taken off for Chelsea. He's our third ever highest record signing. Yeah, I want to see the same energy for him that we gave Nicola Pepe. Yeah, we ain't winning nothing.
He's getting worse than Nicolas Pepe. By the way, on top of that, you always get onto the fans about standards, pressure. Bro, you are the definition of fans putting pressure on the manager. You're saying he has no pressure. You've been putting pressure on him before he even got hired.
And every time I speak, I get people like you cut me off and shut me down, and you're negative, you're toxic, you're this, you're that.
I don't care. I don't care about other fans. The problem with you is you care more about what other fans think than what's actually happening on the football pitch. You care more about yelling about instead of yelling about rivals, you yell about our own fans more than anybody else.
Yep.
You want to know why? Because you're upset at them. The reality is you're not upset at them. You're upset that the club is not delivering. And you know what? They're not delivering to your unrealistic expectations. That's the reality.
Third biggest club in the country. Third biggest club in the country. One of the biggest incomes in world football. And I've got unrealistic expectations for them to actually do what they knocked a stadium down for. You're waffling. Not only that, I do have a go at this fan base, Egal. I do have a go because there's millions of them that have infested my football club, and lowered it to its longest trophy drought in its history. 29 years without a European trophy and the longest trophy drought. Longest trophy drought for a decade. And they're all jumping around like it's great that we've signed Kai Havertz. Do me a favor.
Let me say one thing to dead this whole conversation. Let me say one thing. When they tell you you're go support Spurs, what do you say? Why are you saying that to me? So why are you getting onto them?
Excuse me, say that again.
Listen, every time someone says to you, go support Spurs because you're a Spurs fan, you get angry, you get offended, One second, I let you land, bro. Every time you get onto the fan base, the side of fan base that I'm on, that's positive or at least somewhat optimistic, and even level-headed fans you got onto, what do they say to you? Oh, you're not an Arsenal fan. And what do you say? You take offense to it. I'm not saying that to you. All I'm saying is, why do you go and criticize them? Why do you criticize them? And when they, one second, why do you go criticize people who call you a Spurs fan? And then when you criticize them, it's okay, bro. Keep it consistent. Once again, you're not consistent, bro.
Miguel, I couldn't care less if people call me a Spurs fan. I've heard it a billion times. It's the only excuse.
Bro,
and thing these people come out with factual information.
I'm calling other people out if you can't hack it.
I'm calling my club out, and I'll get millions of people. You're calling our fan base out. You're not calling the club out. If you listen to what I'm saying, I call this club out every single day, and I will do until it acts like Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, who it's smashed that stadium down for. To be like. And if people have got an issue with it, I don't care.
Bro,
because I'm not.
You have an issue with people.
But if people want to know, listen to what I'm saying. If people want to come for me every day, which they do, I don't have to come on it. I was chilling all day. I could be out partying. I could go. I'm not doing anything all day. I'm sat home alone. Cool. I'll go to the pub and meet my mates. I don't have to be sat here. I'm sat here because Terry's got a big audience. He's invited me on. And it might wake up another 5 or 6 people. I get over 1 million views on my channel every month, and the second one gets over 250,000. So hold on a second, Hold on. My point is, I call the club out, and if you go and read them comments every day, every single good day, I've got people going, "You're a Spurs fan. You're toxic. You're negative." I don't get irate over it. But when I call people like you out that want to lower the standards of the football club, the same as these others, you lot all get in your feelings and start waffling about XG. Come on.
You get in your feelings and you start talking about them calling you a Spurs fan every day. In the last 2 years, you've called out AFTV, you've called out every single individual. You call out Rory, you call out everyone on Twitter. You're consistently calling out our fans. You're not calling out the club, bro. Half the time you're talking about football, half the time you're talking about our fan base.
Oh, so half the time I'm talking about fans. Do you know why? Because this fan base are a disgrace. The same as Man United's fan base, the same as Tottenham's fan base. Man United are a bigger football club than Arsenal will ever be. Right, but I'll tell you something now, that club's more buried than Arsenal because they've got more fans than us that have lowered the standards into the longest trophy drought for 40 odd years until recently, last season. And the thing that winds me up is if fans use their power online, instead of all the people you've just named, instead of trying to get the red carpet or trying to get in with the club to get the interview or trying to get the press conference or, I've got so-and-so coming on the channel, or getting a VIP pass or writing for Football London, maybe, just maybe, this football club might actually act like it should do. That's
You
why
wanna
I
know
call him
something?
Egal.
The club just was in a title challenge. They just signed a £100 million player. We did have a protest for COVID.
Mate.
One second. We did have a protest during COVID. And what did they do? They started fixing up. They started acting like a right club. We're now challenging. We just came off a challenge for the league. We're back in the Champions League. We're signing big names. We're improving our
what is
squad,
wrong?
and you're still not happy.
We want to know because you're so pro Arteta. Which point do you sack Arteta? Because this is the point here. You're going to keep saying trust in the process, trust in the process. For how much longer are you going to trust in the process? Because this team, you've invested.
Once there's no adequate improvement,
you've invested to win a league. You haven't invested this much money to win a FA Cup. You haven't invested this much money to win the Europa League. You've invested to win one of the biggest trophies of them all, which is the league or the Champions League. How long are you going to give Arteta to do that?
Bro, the honest reality, I'm willing to give Arteta time because I see adequate progress every year. Now, if I start to see a decline, then we can have a conversation about Arteta getting sacked. But going from
how can you progress from last
challenging
season?
for the league this season, if we go again and compete for the league, and we go in the Champions League and we compete on all fronts and we can pick up a trophy, that is an improvement. Even if we don't win the Champions League or league, that's still an improvement from last year if we can pick up a domestic trophy and compete on all competitions. Because last year, we didn't compete on all competitions. There's room for improvement every single year. Once we regress, we can have a conversation about potentially sacking the manager. But it doesn't always have to be
you don't have to wait to regrets. This is such insanity to say that. Because I have seen clubs that, listen, I grew up, because of my age, I grew up on the United and Chelsea era when we were going for leagues in the Champions League, 2006 and after. That's when I started watching football. I have watched Carlo Ancelotti get sacked after losing the league by a point. It was, David, you might correct me. I think it was a point and he got sacked. They used to get sacked just for finishing second, and they would just recycle and get a new manager. And this is the issue. When you're calling out Lee, and I'm not here to defend Lee. I'm not going to sit here and listen to an argument that doesn't make sense and not say anything about it. When you're calling out Lee for fans calling him out, Spurs fans, and he's getting upset, it's different because he is calling out the club for winning. You guys are defending, as he says, a paid employee. The standards between you guys is different. His aim is the bigger picture, which is to win. You guys are calling him out for certain things because he's attacking people in the club. So the argument is not the same. He cares more. If you're really deep in it, he cares more for his club than you guys. Because he wants to win, you want to defend a manager or want to defend a player. So the argument is not the same. And to say, hold on, Egal, hold on. And to say, we'll only set Arteta out if he regresses. Well, maybe you don't have to wait till you regress to start rebuilding, because this is what we criticize our clubs for. We are actually criticizing Liverpool as of today because they have regressed instead of reinvesting. You know why we always compliment City? Is because we don't see them regress. The minute they smell a little bit of a dropout, they're like, you know what? We need to act quick because I'm not going to wait for this player to become washed to replace him. So Mahrez could play for any of our teams right now. They just replaced him with a future player. Same as Gundogan. Same as so many players that they've done throughout the years. So when you guys lower the standard to waiting to regress, instead, you should be saying, if you really want to win it, Gal, you should be saying, listen, if we don't win the league or the Champions League this year, because this is what I rate my team at, then I'm not going to be happy with the manager. Bro, and if there's options out there better than him, I will go and get him.
Do you know what regression from last season would be? Regression from last season would be for having a top 4 battle and no longer being in a title challenge. That's not like falling off the 8th. I'm not saying we need to go.
It doesn't have to be 8th. You're waiting for a fall
number off. 1. Number 2, Staffy. Lee's a grown man. He can defend himself.
I just said I'm not defending Lee because I knew he was going to say that.
And number 3, I don't think you even know what the point I was making was. It's not about the fans getting onto Lee. It's about him getting onto fans. But then when they get onto him saying, why are you getting into your feelings? It wasn't about the whole point about defending the club.
Bro, I get called a fake fan every day because I said Casemiro played 3 bad games.
Bro, you can criticize the players. Nothing's wrong with that.
Bro, I will criticize the manager too. If you listen, it's not about being called.
I do it every day.
Bro. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. It's not about being called this fan or that fan. I got called yesterday every word under the sun because Terry posted that clip of me talking about Casemiro having a poor game against Spurs. But you know what bigger picture is? I never said retire, by the way. If you guys just watched the opening of the clip and you commented, well, you know, maybe you should watch the whole clip first before you come at me. Every word under the sun I was called yesterday. I was called a City fan. I was called a fake fan. And everyone told me, oh, this American shouldn't talk about the sport. You know why? Because I just said Casemiro is not playing that well and we need to change something about it. I do not care that they said that about me, by the way. But my aim is to improve the certain players that we have in order to win. They just want to sit there and say, I'm not backing my players. Why am I meant to defend a player? And by the way, I don't have any agendas. Everyone always says agendas. Every time I criticize a player, it's an agenda. Maybe the bigger picture is that I want the team to look better. I wanted Amrabat, and now we finally got Amrabat. But why did I have to wait 3 games to get Amrabat? When Casemiro's playing bad, and I am showing them visuals of him playing bad, they're saying he won 5 Champions Leagues. What does that have to do for my team? He won 5 Champions Leagues in Madrid. Is that your footballing argument that I am fake and that he won 5 Champions League titles for Madrid as your argument to say that, I should have criticized my players? Well, this is why we haven't won a league in 10 years. Because if we were replacing players on time and not sitting there and fantasizing about their Champions Leagues that they won with a different club, maybe we would have had a couple Champions Leagues.
You're not addressing my point. That sounds like you have an issue with your own fans.
Spurs fans, because I am a City fan.
No. That sounds like you have a problem with fans that were getting onto you on Twitter. Has nothing to do with the point that I was making.
It's the same thing between Arsenal fans and United fans.
Guess what? Because I actually agree with you. But if a Man United fan came to you right now, then said to you, you know what, I'm taking Hog out because last season we regressed and this season we started out poorly, what would you say?
My opinion, or like based on what he thinks?
What would you say? If a Man United fan
I'm not Ten Hag out yet because I think he deserves a little bit more time. But I would be open to the criticism, 100%, because the manager has done things that I question. I am not happy that he signed Mason Mount. When people sat here and said we had a good transfer window, I said no, we didn't, because we signed a player and they said we got an improvement on Eriksen. He's not even the same profile as Eriksen. So how did you improve a player if you switch the profile? You got a player that doesn't do anything that Eriksen used to do. And I said it's the wrong signing. And people said, Staffy, you're negative. Wait for him. Hold on, man.
You believe people are going to say Ten Hag out after 1 year? You think that's fair?
They're already saying it, but I don't care. I know what issues to address. Now, Ten Hag signing Mount was a criticism. And I came here and I said, this is strike 2 for me. Because I'm giving every manager, I give him leeway until I see, you know what, there's no more that I could survive with this manager and I can't be patient anymore. And I'm going to be that manager out. But I came out here, and Terry would tell you, I said it in preseason, and everyone said you're being negative. Wait until the league starts, as it makes a difference if the game is official or not. They said you're being too harsh on Mount. Then I switched to the other midfielder because I was like, you know what? As much as I don't rate Mount, he's actually not playing as bad as Casemiro is. They said, now you hate Casemiro. It's like every time I call out someone, they just want to say I have an agenda against him. I don't call out Mount anymore, and I call it Casemiro, and all of a sudden I'm a City fan. So they could say Ten Hag out if they want, but I know what the issue is. And if anyone wants to go against the manager, be it. I'm not there yet. But I see players in this team that are not good enough. By the way, Amrabat signing, and I'm gonna say it here because I've been consistent with this Casemiro thing. Amrabat coming in, now he's our best DM in the team. So people could, and you can clip this one too. Now he's our best DM in this team, and we will play better. Listen, David, you can roll your eyes all you want. I know what I'm talking about. Him coming in right now makes him the best DM in our team. And it's simple as that, bro. So I can be a City fan. I can be an American that doesn't know football. By the way, everyone who calls me an American that doesn't know football, I better see no tweets when the Super Bowl is being played. I better see no tweets when the NBA starts, because I'm going to come to all of you guys. I'll be like, no, stick to the Premier League. I'm going to go back to the NBA and the NFL like everyone told me.
Bro, I get
guys, sorry, Egal, I'm going to come back to you in a second just because Han's got to go soon. It's been a long Arsenal segment in this preview. Based on what you're hearing from Arsenal, you confident we'll beat them the weekend? Back to the game for a minute. Like, how do you feel? How do you see the game going from a United point of view on Sunday, Han?
I wasn't confident, but now I am. No, I'm joking. I'd be really happy. I'm thinking 2-2. I'd be really happy with the draw. Just with our defense at the moment, you know, our midfield, we've got so many key players injured. It's obviously not ideal to not have Amrabat registered before we go over to the Emirates, because he'd be perfect for that kind of game. So I would be very, very surprised if United win. You know, I don't think that'll happen. Like I say, our defense worries me, definitely, especially with the options that we've got. You know, we've got Regulon. I won't talk about that because that's insane. But yeah, I'd be happy with the draw. I can't lie.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I mean, I'd take a draw now before kickoff. We haven't won there for, I think, 6 years, and I think what Jords says is right. You know, we're seeing Rasmus Højlund start his first game. We've got issues at left back. Mount is out, and again, I don't think Mount's that great, but he's part of the manager's plans. Amrabat, as far as I've read today, people told me he had to be registered by 12:30 tomorrow. I've read a few things since then. It's no, he won't be able to play this weekend because it had to be by 12:30 today. So he's not going to be in the team. And listen, by the way, Staffy, your comment about him being our best DM, I don't care if you're right or wrong. I'm just really happy that he's here. Like, I don't care which of those DMs. If you're a Man United fan, you getting your knickers in a twist over which DM is best. I don't understand it because they're both at your club. It makes no sense.
I just wanted to trigger them even more. That's all I was doing. So
I
want to trigger them.
Amrabat's class, but look, Arsenal are the favourites. I agree with what was said at the top of this preview. The pressure is on them, 110% to go and win. And I think what's interesting is I can already see this brewing up. Listen, our fans, there are people that are already turning on Ten Hag because they wanted to start the season better from a performance point of view. Points-wise, we've got more than we had at this stage last year, but the performances haven't been there. I still think he needs to be given more time at the football club before we overly judge him. But you have to still criticize where he makes mistakes, and I've done that. When it comes to Arsenal, it's been a weird start to the season, as far as I can see. I don't think you guys have been awful. I actually agree with a lot of what Egal said, that some of the underlying metrics have to be focused on because they tell you more about, people also about is X, Y, or Z sustainable? If you're creating chances but missing them, that's sustainable performance because at some point you'll start scoring those goals because you know Arsenal can score. I'd be more worried if they weren't creating anything as an example. That doesn't mean Arsenal haven't been flawless. But what I've seen when you look at the fan base is a lot of people that I watch on AFTV, a lot of people that I see tweet, who are very staunch Arteta inners and trust the process individuals. In the last couple of games, you see, they've really kind of done a bit of a U-turn not a U-turn. They still support the manager, but I supported him in the rebuild process. But as we all now know, Arsenal's rebuild is done. It's complete. You can't be 3.5, 4 years into a job, spend 700 odd million and the rebuild not be complete. The squad is where it is. And they've got to go and deliver now. And I'm really intrigued, just from a fan perspective, to watch how that pressure is handled by the players, by the fans throughout the course of this season. So it's a big game because if they play well and smash Man
reality
United,
check, Barry. That's what it is. Sorry to cut you off, mate. It's a reality check off of the hype that they gassed up our team last season and telling the world that Man United had a worse season even though they won a trophy. Telling them the world that West Ham had a worse season even though they won a trophy. It's all about trophies. Yeah, we already know that. And
it's
then they've gone and watched the first. Pardon?
It's all about who's the better team going into the next season, though. Once you've won the trophy, it's done.
Yeah, once the season ends, you start again on zero. I get that. Yeah, but then when we go out and sign all of this, everyone's been overhyping everyone, overhyping everything. You know,
that's normal. Everybody does that. Come on.
No, I know. I'm not just saying Arsenal fans do it. Every fan base have this go on, yeah. Right. But my point is, after watching them first 4 games, because if you include the Community Shield, yeah, that weren't great. And it's his team selections. Like, why was it Trossard gets hooked the other day at halftime?
Trossard
could have been anyone. Yeah, but so was everyone else. No. My point is, but why? It worked in that game because Eddie came on and he scored I said the winner. It was the draw. Yeah, it ultimately ended up being a draw. Fabio Vieira came on the other day and was great. Now, he's arrived. Well, because of one pass. This is what winds me up because the fans do this en masse. And this football club watch social media, left, right, and centre every single day. They have their.
Oh, did he go?
No, sorry, I did it by mistake. My fault.
They'll be watching me. They'll be watching Terry. They'll be watching every single channel out there. They've got their social media teams. So when they're sat on social media, seeing everyone hype up absolutely everything about this football club, when it's on its longest trophy drought for a decade, longest title drought in its history, and 29 years without a win in Europe. Just because we've got, wow, this is amazing. They're going to see that and go, well, that was easy. How about you? And the easiest example, and I want to ask you one more question after this, and then I'll shut up, right? The easiest example is Real Madrid. And everyone says, you always say Real Madrid. Yes, because we got lied to, telling us we're moving to be like them. After every single defeat or every single draw, go and read their Twitter account. And they've got more global fans than any fan base on the planet, I'd imagine. Yeah, go and read their fan base. Yeah, not just the Spanish ones, all the ones around the world, they're all on the same page. Every single one. Why? Because the standards of that football club were set and they've never been dropped. The standards of our football club are on this green screen behind me and they've been dropped systematically, subconsciously, non-stop over the last 20 years. The question I want to ask, and I'll shut up and let you answer it and I'll be done, right? If we finish lower down than last season, i.e. 3rd or below, and don't win anything, is that seen as failure to you?
It's regression, and yes. But
Thank
let
you.
me,
So on that
but
basis,
let me
would you want him
with
to be
no
sacked?
trophies on top of that, of course. But let me just say this. First of all, Real Madrid, the comparison to Real Madrid is a joke because we cannot compare ourselves to Real Madrid for one and two reasons. One, because of Real Madrid's historic history and the fact that all the things that they've won, we're not on that level. Number two is because they're in Spain. And let's be honest, in Spain, you don't have to deal with as many different teams, and it's not as hard to compete when you're at the top already. Like Barcelona, were literally irrelevant a year ago in the Spanish league, and then they win the league the next year. You have Atletico Madrid, who's
You've
the only
just
other team.
contradicted yourself
You
then.
have Atletico Madrid, who's the only other team who breaks that supremacy, and it's only 3 teams that have won that league. You compared us to Bayern earlier. This is the thing, Lee. You continuously compare us to teams that we cannot be compared to because they're in easier leagues where they don't have to compete against 6 top teams. Plus, let's be honest, the money in the Premier League has now allowed teams like Brighton to sign a guy from Barcelona and put him on 250k plus a week on as a loan signing. That is not realistic to compare ourselves to the Spanish league, the Italian league, all these other leagues. Stop comparing us to PSG, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid. Compare us to ourselves and what we have been. Because you like to do that also. And the reality is, based on what we've been for the last 20 years, we've massively improved. And you don't want to address the improvements because all you want is the trophies. The reality is, Fabio Vieira, you made a point about Fabio Vieira also. I want to move on to that. Fabio Vieira, he played well in the second half, and Arteta made the right substitutions. I don't know why you're saying it's one pass. He got us the goal from the penalty because he drove into the right area, got tackled. He also got the assist. Then you talk about Trossard. You don't trust Mikel Arteta's substitutions, but when it works, you gave it credit right there. So I can acknowledge that you're going to admit when you're wrong. But the reality is, Arteta is going to probably try to prove you wrong again this season. And if we fail or if we think, we don't know.
Well, we do know, Egal, very quickly, because the rest of the panels want to speak as well. It's not the Lee show, right? But we can be compared to these clubs. And I'll tell you why. Because financially, we've outspent all of them, and I mean all of them, in the last X amount of years. In fact, Real Madrid, the very club that you said we can't be compared to, we have outspent on net spend, which Terrier says is not a thing, right? Well, on net spend since 2008. 2008, right? Look at what they've won in the last 2 seasons. Compare that to what we've won in 20, because they've won 6 trophies. We've won 4, 5. If you include 5.
Guess what?
Wait. Let me say one thing. You also said that we can't compare Spanish league and the French league and this league. I had this debate with Terry the other day. Yes, you can, because if you have the financial power, and you make the right decisions, and you have an elite mentality to win at all costs, which is what the aim of the game is. It's not about coming second or having a title challenge and having your feelings tickled for a little bit. It's about winning the trophies. That is the aim of the game. And there's a reason that Man City continually win and Real Madrid continually win, because they're the only 2 clubs on the planet that actually get it. Yeah, and you can go on about the other clubs with, there's only 3 in that league and only 1 in that league. But if you've got your house in order, it don't matter about them.
Bro, let me tell you something. That doesn't count, because what you just said is absolute BS. And all respect to you, but Manchester United spent more than him. Man City spent more than him. Arsenal spent more than him. Everton spent more than him. Aston Villa spent more than him. Chelsea spent more than them. That's just in our league alone. So what are you talking about, bro? Though all those clubs have spent more money. Even AC Milan and Juventus, we've spent more than all those clubs. These clubs in other leagues do not have. One second. My point about the Premier League is these clubs in other leagues, we cannot compare our situations to Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, because you always like doing this. We smash the stadium down to be Bayern Munich. Guess what? We can never be Bayern Munich. We can never be Bayern Munich because we're not in the Bundesliga. We don't have to deal with just Dortmund. That's a different situation.
So how come City keep winning it every year, Egal? This just doesn't make sense. Because City win every year, and we have said recently that we are now the new Farmers League. But now you're trying to make it that we're not a Farmers League. This is what I don't. And this is not an attack on you.
How are we a Farmers League when West Ham just won the Conference League? When friggin' Liverpool
they just won a treble with 3 in a row.
When Liverpool and Brighton and all these other teams that from the Premier League are also favorites to win the Europa League. When Arsenal, who haven't been in the Champions League for 7 years, are 4th favorites to win it. Let's be honest.
We don't care about the favorites. They have won 3 leagues in a row. Nubbins, how many do you have? 5 in the last 6? That is Premier League status.
Guys, let me just interject for a minute. So I want to ask this question because we're getting into the weeds here. But do we think that Arsenal, do we think a team in the Premier League has the same monopoly, financial monopoly in this league as Bayern Munich do in Germany and Barca and Real Madrid do in Spain? Do we believe that exists?
No.
In England, no.
No.
So Lee's point on that's right. Then you can't compare. You can't say Arsenal have to operate and move like, I don't think any one team can operate like Real Madrid and win as consistently as a Real Madrid or a Bayern Munich do in their country for as long as they do. Now, in England, there have been teams, Liverpool in the 70s and 80s, Man United in the 90s, City are doing it now, where they go through a period where they win and they're the majority winner. But in those other countries, it's those same teams have been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years.
But City don't have a monopoly and they're winning, Terry. That's what I'm saying. They don't have a monopoly and they're winning.
Again, but you didn't listen to what I just said. We've had teams that have dominated the English league before. But I'm telling you, when Pep Guardiola leaves, they will not win as consistently as they're winning now. Man United did it because we're Man United, but we had Fergie. This is City with Pep. Trust me, if you take Pep out and put Poch as their manager in the last 7 years, I guarantee you they haven't won as many trophies as they've done that, in my personal opinion. So, but the point I'm making is that Bayern Munich can dominate their league no matter what manager they have.
Bayern Munich can put anyone in charge, and even if they are 2 points down with 1 game to go, the team above them.
Bro, I'm saying we just
just
seen another team bottle the league out of their hands and gave it to Bayern Munich, bro. It's a flipping.
Yeah. So listen. I still where I agree with Lee though is that we have to hold our clubs to a high standard. But sometimes in these debates, what always ends up happening is what you want your club to be and assessing the reality of the situation always become muddled. It's like when we have these debates around what's the difference between there's criticism and there's abuse. Some people don't know where the line is. Some people say things and just say, oh, it's just criticism. It's like, no, you wish death on someone in his family. That's not criticism, mate. I know you're angry. And honestly, I see people tweet and they don't see the difference between criticism and abuse. Equally, some people don't see the difference between what I want my club to do and making a prediction based on the reality. So someone said to me today, Man United got to win the league with what they've spent, 400 million. And I'm like, why do we have to win the league though? We spent 400 million. I said, do you think we're good enough to? He went, no. So then why do you expect us to win the league? He said, but you should after spending 400 million. And I gave him this example, and I want to see if this makes sense. Me and Lee Gunner have a race today, and Lee beats me. He runs 100 meters in 11 seconds, and I run it in 12 seconds. He's faster. If I work hard for a year to improve my speed, and we race in a year's time, and I run it in 11 and a half seconds, have I got better?
Yeah.
But if he's also worked hard and got better, and he now runs it in 10 and a half seconds, I'm still a second behind him. Have I still improved?
So work harder.
You've improved
Work
on
harder.
yourself.
Good, but you're still a loser.
Yeah. So, no. So I hear what you're saying, but the point I'm making is that Man United has spent 400 million, but we're not the only club in the last year that spent that kind of money. In fact, I think West Ham have only spent 40 million less than us. Everybody's improving. So you can't, this is what I mean by you have to assess things based on context and not just make a sweeping statement. Well, you spent 400 million, so you should be challenging. But City have spent a lot of money. Arsenal have spent money. Liverpool have spent money. Spurs have spent money. And fair enough, they bought Brennan Johnson. We'll get onto that later. But you can't just. We sometimes assess things as if we're the only club that are trying to improve and everybody else is standing still when that isn't the reality of the situation.
The difference is, Terry, the difference is you're Man United. You're the biggest club in England with the biggest budget in England. You should be doing what Bayern Munich are doing. Yeah,
you should.
I said this to you on the show the other day. Arsenal are the third biggest club in England. Why can't we do what Atleti are doing? Because they're the third biggest in Spain.
But Lee, we all know, everyone in this panel, because of Man United fans, we know we should be doing that. But then
AJ,
the reality is,
point, no, brother.
Yeah.
Make the club do it by kicking off every day. And if you get millions of fans kicking off every day, you will get better. When you've got people jumping up and down over one goal and Marcus Rashford pointing to his head, yeah, come on. The club's
I'm going to be Lee. I'm sorry. I'm going to be brutally honest here. We can't do anything. We, as fans, we can't do anything unless we all unionize and come together as one and remove our money from the football club, make sure we don't go to games, all of that, keeping up noise and keeping up standards online ain't going to change nothing. We have to do a drastic action for clubs to listen to us. Without the actual action of not going to games, not buying merch, all of that is just noise and nothing will change. Because guess what? Clubs will do what the hell they want to do in the way they want to do it. We want to be run like the best club in the world. So do you. So do Spurs. So do Man City. Well, Man City are. So do Chelsea.
I don't
But
think
if
we
the
do.
clubs,
KJ, to be honest.
but
And
if the
so-
club don't
and-
want
and
to do that, we can't do that.
Just to add on top of that, but this is the difference. I don't disagree with Lee that Man United, we have a huge amount of income. I'd love the debt to be gone so we had even more, and I'd love us to spend it properly. I always get people say to me, how can you call out your owners when you spend? I've never once, my reason for calling out the Glazers and wanting to go isn't about not spending money per se. It's much deeper than that. It's such a basic challenge. But where I don't sometimes think that Lee gets this is I want to be run how you're saying we should be run, but we're not. So therefore, when it comes to assessing what I actually see on the pitch and my players and my manager, I have to take into consideration that we're not running the way that you say you're run, because I'm assessing how someone's operating in the environment that you say is shit. I can't assess him like we're being run perfectly, because that doesn't make sense to me. So the standards are we should be run properly. But how can I assess somebody and ask them to be? It's like if you're going to race in a car, but the car's got a puncher, I can't assess you as a driver as if you've not got a puncher, because the puncher's there. I have to assess for how well you did because you had a puncher in your car.
The only way you get better,
I agree.
I would agree. Lose every game, so it gets so bad that the stadium's empty, like it was when Wenger got sacked. Yeah, and then you get turnaround, and then all of a sudden you think, okay, cool. Unai Emery comes in. Yeah, gets given a couple of 150 million or whatever. Everyone's jumping up and down, 20-odd unbeaten, Europa League final, but they never gave him a chance, got him sacked. Right? Now, the new manager comes in, we throw a load of money at him, and we go back to the level we was 7 years ago. Well, now let's see, in the Champions League, and we've got a very nice draw, I can't lie, but then having said it was a very nice draw, we've also seen him have 3 campaigns in Europa League. Olympiacos lost in stoppage time at home. Lost to Villarreal, second leg, 0-0 at home. Yeah, they then beat you. And then lost to Sporting Lisbon on penalties at home. So, yes, our group looks great, but we've only gone back to the level we was 7 years ago.
Lee.
So, again, let me land, yeah? Right? So, my point is, Terry, yes, I want my club to be run how they told us they were going to run it. Yeah, I want my team to be Man City. Yeah, I want to be like them or Real Madrid. That is what I want for my football club. I'm sure we all do. The only way you get that is either by calling it out and not going to games when it starts going bad and you're sat 20th in the league and Spurs are top, or 15th for 5 games in a row and 2 calls available and stuff like that, and losing to Everton away in stoppage time and whatever. Or you lose every single game. Yeah? Every single game. And you sit and you get to a point where even the biggest backers have had enough. And the last thing I'm saying, when we played Manchester City, ironically, after the 2017 League Cup final that we lost, Aguero dinking the keeper. Again, I was at that game. Yeah, the old boy next to me, he was fuming. He wanted Wenger's head on a spike. Yeah, he was going mad, the old boy. But then 4 days later, we was at the Emirates, 20,000 people there. Freezing cold, snowing, everything. David Silva goes 2-0. They all start walking out. All the Arsene Wenger fans all walk out. And all the ones that have cussed me for season after season, month after month, they gave up on him. That is what is going to happen this season with Arteta. Yeah, and this is what is going to happen with Ten Hag this season. Because eventually there becomes a tipping point for these people that are lying through their teeth, or that deluded, they actually believe this is going to be the guy. Yeah, and that has to be the tipping point.
There's a fine line between delusion and positivity, and there's also a fine line between negativity and what you call yourself as a truth teller. So, in my opinion, you've made some statements that are not accurate, right? So, first of all, you said Arsenal. What we've gone back to where we were 7 years ago. I don't remember us scoring 88 goals. I don't remember us starting ever a season. I don't remember us ever starting a season with 50 points out of a possible 50-something, 55 or whatever.
What was the same? Was it the same result? Yes or no? Did we finish second? Did we not win the league?
No, but
are we back in the Champions League, which we were 7 years ago? Yes or no?
The point is, when you're comparing two things that is not factually correct, you're going to get called out on it, and that's the reality. You can't say, "Oh,
we've gone back to the same level we was 7 years ago, Champions League football, and finished second."
Guess what?
Just like you made a prediction right now.
It's like
Guys,
you
I
made a
wanna-
prediction
F
right
this,
now.
man. F this. I can't be asked. Let's go on to transfers.
Guys, because I want to preview the game. What I will say is this though. I hear what you're saying, Lee. You're only at the same standard, but I've also heard you say about individual performances. This level of performance isn't sustainable. So, for me, that's the only contradiction in what you've said. Because I think you may come second, but you could be performing better coming second than. So, for example, let me give you an example. When Man United came second with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, none of us felt like it was the performances were at a point where we would continue to get better because it was seen as unsustainable performances. So we were looking at the metric of performance versus where we finished. I think with Arsenal last year, the level of the performances they got to I understand why they would give a fan base more encouragement that you're moving forward because that's the sustainable element that people like yourself have asked for. So I understand where there's a contradiction in there.
No, there's no contradiction. We both finished second. That's it. You're
you're
talking about metrics. The only metric that counts is the one that's already set in stone from day dot. That one person wins the league, the other 19 don't.
But that's not true. But that isn't true in my opinion. But that isn't true.
Success is trophies, yes or no?
In my
So there'll be 19 managers
hang
every
on.
year.
Egal, wait a second. So
is
again,
the metric for success trophies on the board? Yes or no?
Let me just.
Yes
so
or no?
Wait a minute. So, but when I answer, don't interject because I want to elaborate on my answer. Yes, the metric for success is trophies. However, that isn't what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what is the metric for success. I'm talking about the fact that you said that if you come where you are now as Arsenal is where you were 7 years ago. You're discounting the quality of your performances, the trajectory that you're going in, how good the football has been. And the reason I say that's a contradiction is because when you perform badly, or Man United have been performing badly, you come out and say, yes, you're winning games, but it's unsustainable. So when we're winning but not playing well, you're talking about the performance being an underlying metric is why you're not confident the wins will continue. But then you're having to go at Arsenal fans that see really good performances that are making you win. And you say, well, the performances are irrelevant. It's just about where you finish and just about winning games. That's the contradiction I'm talking about, Lee.
I understand what you're saying, but in the same point, Terry, at the same time, right, this fan base will hype up Scott McTominay and Harry Maguire signing for Arsenal, So let's not go down, we scored 88 goals and the performances were better. The end goal was you didn't win. That's it. The history books do not tell you. Yeah. The history books do not tell you they scintillating football.
I understand that though, Lee. But like I gave the example, if I was a runner, and if one year I'm doing 100 meters in 11 seconds, that's actually really slow for professionals. And then the next year I'm doing it in 10 and a half seconds, and the year later I do it in 10.2 seconds. There would be hope. And the coaches would be happy with my progression. We're getting to where we need to be because everybody's at a different start point. So again, I don't disagree with a lot of what you say about the standards, but when it comes to assessing where Arsenal are, it can't just be, well, we didn't win, therefore it's shit. Because that isn't reality for me. You have to look at it a little bit deeper, in my personal opinion.
At the end of the season, mate.
In terms of the game, though, what are we going for? Because we're going to get back to the transfers in a minute. Predictions for the game, David. How's it going to go, in your opinion?
Everyone's saying that United are going to lose, so United will probably win. I'm going to go United 2-1.
I like it.
I hope you're right. Jords, what you saying, brother?
I think it's going to be Arsenal 2-1.
Nobbins?
I'd love it. United win, but I'm going to go Arsenal 3-0.
KJ?
I don't think we'll win. So I want to be hopeful and say we get a 2-2 draw, like we should have done last year.
Staffy?
Easy 3. I'm just kidding. 1-1.
Don't do that again.
Because apparently I don't back my team, Terry. But when I said we're going to easily win against Spurs, everyone laughed at me. But listen, 1-1. That's me actually being hopeful.
They laughed because you're wrong, bro.
Last time I went to Man United.
No, but they told me I don't support my team, Jordan. So if I don't support my team, you can't laugh at me for supporting my team and saying we'll win 3-1.
Last time I went to the Emirates, Manchester United versus Arsenal, it ended 3-1. I'm going this game. I expect it to be the same result, 3-1.
Jacka boom.
What are you going with, Lee?
2-2.
2-2. I'm gonna go with 2-2 as well. I think it's going to be a really, really good game. Now, look, before we get back to the things, we've got a lot of super chats here. We've got 77 of them. We're not going to be able to elaborate on all of them, because otherwise, we are here till late, so maybe there's time to do it. Let's go through some of it. Jesus Christ, I've never seen this in my life. This here says Lee with the Timber injury. Our window is Rice and Havertz. What the F is this? I expected they would do something last day.
Well, I've been expecting them to challenge for a title for 20 years, and they've done it once. And in fact, it weren't even once. But there we go, because we fell away on all of them.
There we go. B here says, send Salah now, build our team. We need him, but this is a good deal for him and for the club. So this Liverpool fan wants him gone. Inverted is a defender that defends in the defense's defense. That's back to the Tactico chat from earlier, I think. It's just someone trying to say something silly. Saudi League making a proposal to compete in the Champions League and buying all these big name players is the beginning of the Super League. Could be. And listen, they could allow them because Israeli club, but Israel is not in Europe, as far as I'm aware. But I swear Israeli clubs playing UEFA, right?
Kazakhstan also.
No.
Azerbaijan.
They're in it for political reasons, though, Israel.
No, I get it. But at the end of the day, political reasons or money's political. Like they could be a way of, listen, if there's enough money offered to UEFA, they will find a way to do it. I'm telling you, because them man love money. They're addicted to it. If everyone thinks City is going to win, is it justified that a manager gets sacked for coming second, third, and fourth? It's again, that statement is true. It's like,
No, because we're both bigger football clubs than Man City. Yeah, and we both have equally. In fact, we've actually outspent Man City since Arteta's been here, and so have Man United. So it's not stupid to think that the two of the three biggest clubs in the country should be challenging to win, not come second, win the title.
I understand. I understand that they definitely should be doing it. But let me ask you this way: if a club isn't as well run and doesn't have as good a manager, in reality, do you expect that manager to still beat Pep and City, who are run better and got a better manager?
Yeah, because if he's gassed up to be the best young coach in the world, then he'll find a way, won't he?
No, but you're saying the people who are gassing him are wrong.
Simeone. No, we're not going to do this. But Simeone took over at Atleti, won the league at Barcelona, and completed the double at Real Madrid Stadium against Real Madrid. So he found a way. Wenger found a way with less money. He ain't a better manager than Fergie. Without a better squad than Fergie, he nicked 3 titles off you.
1 second. If
Liverpool are badly ran, and they want
to done this for an hour.
Can we ban Arsenal chat for the rest of the flipping show?
If you were the Atletico Madrid fan, wouldn't you be? If you're Atletico Madrid,
we've got a Chelsea chat. We've got a Chelsea one here. Chelsea need the best striker in the league. Tony, would you take Tony at Chelsea, David?
I'll take anyone at Chelsea.
Not everyone, bro. Of course.
We need a striker. We've signed everything except a striker.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of these super chats are Arsenal. Dan here says Arteta has one top 4 finish in 4 seasons. Egal and Lee, if Arsenal don't win a trophy this season, should he be sacked? Yes or no's?
Yes.
It depends if you have progression.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Lee, what if he finishes second with 95 points?
Still not good enough if you get 96.
Okay.
Full season, bro. He's got to win.
What if he finishes on 98 points, unbeaten, but in second?
See you later. Find a way. Well, listen, no disrespect, because people see that comment as, oh my God, he's just got an agenda. Coming back to what Staffy said about agendas. The fact is, he's in his full season. You have to find a way.
What if he gets 100 points in second?
He could get as many points, but if he becomes second, he ain't won, is he?
Okay.
Like you've got to win.
Nobbies, can I ask you a question for a man that supports the team that wins? Do you think that's would be a nonsensical way of going about treating Arteta if you got that many points when unbeaten but came second?
Yes.
Ancelotti got sacked for finishing 1 point behind Fergie. What are we talking about?
I would say many Chelsea fans thought that was a bad decision.
Yeah, but I said they weren't happy when he got sacked.
Yeah, that's not an argument, Staffy.
But hold on, what did they do the year after? They won the fucking league.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter if they were happy.
They would also argue they could have won the league that next season again without Ancelotti anyway.
That's
probably
not
would've
because
won
they
the
won
league
it.
with
If I
Ancelotti.
was upset
No,
over
but
Ancelotti and then I
Staffy.
won the league, I'm not looking back about,
No, but
oh, I
Staffy,
miss
we probably-
Ancelotti.
we
I'm
could have
celebrating
won
the league.
Yeah, but
we could have
again,
won the league with
sorry.
Ancelotti, but also we could have been in a more stable position to go on and win other
David,
major
I don't
trophies.
think on that day you cared. You were celebrating that league win. You were not
Oh
thinking
man,
of
I was.
Ancelotti.
But you wanna know
barely
something?
remember
Staffy,
that.
This is where you're wrong.
I'm
You
8 years
cannot
old, 9
compare.
years old.
You cannot compare Arsenal to the carousel that was Chelsea under Roman Abramovich.
No, because
No,
they
so
were
that's-
successful, the most successful team in that 20-year period, and we weren't.
Yeah. Do you know
No,
what?
because
you know
at
what,
that point,
Staffy, I get your
they were
point,
run
but
differently.
but contextually, Staffy, if that season Man United got 100 points and they finished just behind us on 99 points and were unbeaten, which is the example Nobbins gave, he probably wouldn't have got sacked. It's because they didn't have a good season. They weren't like they saw it as Man United that year. We had problems, we had injuries. It was seen as United kind of stumbled a little bit. We should have beaten them to the title. That's why, again, context is always key. Anyway, this year says Saudi League proposing to compete in the Champions League phase 1. Yeah, listen, it's definitely going to happen in my opinion. Terry, your Satanta hack works, putting Georgia on the location too. I had problems connecting to Moldova. Thank you. I knew it works. I knew it. I know it worked. But listen, but
So now
it's
you
not
know.
foolproof. Like, it might not work for everybody. I can't guarantee it, but it works for me. It's great. The only thing you can't do is watch 2 games at once. It's annoying. Egal, stats are great, but goals is the main stat. Yep. Well, winning is probably the main one. Does all these stats you mentioned, Egal, give you an extra browning points in the table?
No, but it explains that your argument is flawed.
I think it was more a point of bigger picture, I think,
Yeah.
to be fair to
Yes.
Egal.
If Arsenal win, it's not all bad. It will keep the fraud Arteta in a job for longer. He's Ollie 2.0. I don't know why Lee gets so much stick for slating him.
Because
Yeah,
they're in love with him, bro.
He's a little
He's got
bit-
in their emotional side. He's bought a dog. Yeah, like, say hi to Win. Oh, say hi to Declan. Like, do me a favour.
Can't stand
We've
that.
got a player
Leeds-
that's still at this football club as it stands, as far as I'm aware, teaching it Portuguese.
Wow.
What's that all about?
I can bet £250 for an Arsenal win on Sunday. Opposite side takes a draw and United win. Losing side donates to a children's charity. Anyone from the panel fancy this bet?
I have a wedding to plan for, so hell no. bro. You know?
I'm
Both
not
of
betting
us
on
have
Man
to
United
shout.
winning this game. I love my club, but I can't do it. I can't do it, George. Maybe someone in the comment section will do it for you, my old mate. Terry, this is why I love YouTube. There's always receipts. A certain panelist said, if you are talking about City, you're talking about Arsenal. Why worry then?
No, I did say that, and I was talking about the title challenge. I didn't think anyone else is going to challenge City besides Arsenal this season, and I still stand by that.
I hear you.
No, you said
as-
you're on the same level as City. You said when you talk about City, you talk about.
I was
Arsenal in the same
referring
breath.
to the title challenge because
No,
that's
you
one
didn't say
part.
we're gonna challenge. You said when
Bro,
you talk about City, you talk
You're
about
in the
Arsenal.
space. I'm telling you what
Yes, I
was going
heard
on
it.
in the space. You were
I
not
heard
in the
it.
space. We were talking about title. We were talking about who's going to challenge. They asked me directly I'm not talking about City right now. How far are Manchester United from Arsenal? And I said when you're talking about Arsenal, you have to talk about Man City in reference to the title. So that's what I was talking about.
There you go. You and
Did you
Lee are
see
the
he
same
just did
cheeks.
so
You
many
and Lee are
gymnastics?
2 cheeks of the same ass, boy. That's what you two
No,
are.
no,
man.
you. I've said before,
Bro, you
Lee
can go
Gunner
back
and
and look
Egal
at
are
the
the
title
same
of the space.
person with different opinions. It's funny. As long as XG doesn't account for those two who take shots, it's mostly irrelevant stat because if Havertz and Haaland gets the same chances, it is the same XG.
Is it the
Yes,
same?
David.
Is it the
Stop
same
on that,
XG?
David.
Facts.
But
Stop
that's
on that,
because-
David.
No, but
Put that,
because you're
put that
using
comment in
the
the Hall of
stat-
Fame, actually.
You're using the stat in a way that's you're actively trying to misrepresent what the stat's trying to show. The stat is only trying to show the quality of chance you present. I
Yeah,
get
but
that Harry Kane has a better shot conversion rate than Matt Hummels at centre back. I get that. But that's not what the stats are trying to do. You're making the stat for that. That's not what XG is.
So, David, would this be the right way to use it? If if Arsenal have the same XG as City, but City are scoring more goals, that suggests there isn't a problem with creativity at Arsenal just finishing.
Yes.
Yeah, that
However,
makes sense.
however, if you want to get really nitty and gritty about
No,
it,
we don't, David.
you
Don't
can.
explain.
No,
Lee's gonna have an aneurysm.
No.
And when you're playing
You can do it-
unsustainable
you can do it
football,
by
your
player. You
XG
can do it
your
by
XG is
player,
low, but
and
you're
then-
outscoring it.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what R9's XG was in his career?
I don't think that
No,
existed.
because nobody cared.
Didn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah. Like real talk, nobody cares.
On another day, Tomiyasu doesn't get sent off, and Arsenal put their chances away. Lee is waffling as usual.
On another day, we beat City, we win the league.
Can you tell me what chances we had against Palace then? Because I can't remember their keeper making a save.
Eddie Nketiah over the bar.
Eddie Nketiah
He
twice.
missed. What was his XG? Does anyone know?
Martin, but that would have been a high XG.
Martinelli in the first minute.
Martinelli the first minute. Tony Bloom here says, same eye to about Lee Gunner that tell you that Kieran Tierney is the best left back in the world.
You can't name me a better defense. You can't name me a better left back, mate. You can't. It's impossible.
Is there a better left back in the world panel than Kieran Tierney?
Yes.
Bro, I would put Ake over Tierney right now.
Theo Hernandez, give me that boy.
Theo Hernandez, who
Ake.
can't defend and heavily relies on pace.
What about Ake?
So I think potentially you only sign him regular Don. So
Regular, mate. Regular Don, bro. Mate, I'm buzzing about that
Sergio
signing, I'll tell you.
man. I'm ready for that.
How long
Lee-
did you wait to say that, Jords? It seemed like that one was
2 hours
rolling
now.
everyone.
This is Lee. Lee, what's your favorite formation out of the 38 formations?
Oh man, I swear. Do you know what the manager? Has literally mastered the art of speaking, waffling, making it sound amazing, and actually saying nothing.
Lee, I've heard a rumor that that's how you make a living, just like me.
Hey, let's get it.
Like, you were waffling to me at about 2:30 this morning, mate. I know that much.
Bruv, I was finished. I'll tell
Lee,
off
don't
there.
worry. I warmed him up for you, Lee. He spoke to me and
I
then
was chatting
everyone
to-
spoke to you.
I woke
KJ
up
got rid
this
of
morning,
him.
I didn't know who I was talking to. I was so mashed up last night, honestly.
I actually thought about texting you saying, "Are you drunk?" Yeah, and I thought, "No, let him land. Let him do his thing first."
I listened
yeah?
back to my voice notes. I sent
So in the
KJ,
end,
and it was
I just hearted one of his texts, and then he replied again. I was like, "This guy."
yeah. And it was like 3 a.m. But I listened back to my voice notes and KJ, and it's like, it didn't make sense. Let's talk about Xhaka. He was there 6 seasons. You're saying he's been balling all that time?
I never said that at all.
No, he didn't say that.
No,
But
he-
I think what he means on that is where I said Declan Rice has come in. Is he going to get the GA for all the mathematicians and XG merchants? Is he an upgrade on what Granit Xhaka gave to us in that last season, not the full seasons, in that last season? Because we all thought he was coming in to play next to Partey. So far, that's not happened. So we'll see. I personally like Rice. I think he's better than Xhaka by a million miles.
Lee, Lee, would you have kept the FA Cup winning team?
I would have kept some of them. Yeah, definitely.
Who?
Well, Reece Nelson's still here. Eddie's still here out of that FA Cup winning team. Rob Holding's only just left today. And you're asking who?
No, I'm asking who you would have kept from the starting team.
Bro, Nicola Pepe's still here.
No, who would you have kept?
I would have real talk, yeah. Saka's still here. Yeah, I think we've actually kept El Neni's still here. Yeah, out of that FA Cup winning team, Tierney, 100%. Because he actually started that game. Actually started it. Saka was on the bench. Yeah, Tierney started that game. Nicola Pepe, the way we've treated that guy is nothing short of a shambles, mate. Yeah,
Pepe,
but-
This Super Chats made me die. Arteta's process is going to be longer than World War II.
I think Wave is the funniest super chatter on YouTube. It's
Yeah,
just the
Wave
Like,
is
funniest
this
guy.
guy is funny. I can't lie.
Wave.
Oh,
That's
that
his
is
name,
hilarious.
Well, I get it. The picture's good as well.
Look at this one here. Staffy slobbing up to League Gunner
know,
right
I
now.
was-
No balance
I
at
was
all.
waiting for this comment, and I'll tell you why. Because every week I come here and I say the same things, and Terry challenges me. So I haven't changed anything today. But for once, there's someone that has similar standards to me on this panel, and I knew I was going to be told that I'm sucking him off.
You're
Maybe
now
your
the Man
mom can
United
suck him
League
off,
Gunner,
but I
mate.
don't
That's,
do that.
that's your name from now. Yeah. The Man
Flipping
United League Gunner from now on.
Oh, that's what he called me. Terry will tell you that. I've been called the United League Gunner every week. But once
No, but
Leeds
you
here,
gotta
and
be
I'm saying the
Ten Hag
same
out.
thing.
1 second. In order to be the United League Gunner, you got to be 10 out next week.
I'll make my own opinion up, mate. But thank you.
Nah, don't worry. Staffy will be there soon. Don't worry about that.
The thing is, I only said to Staffy is a bit of a laugh. I don't actually disagree with a lot of things Staffy says. It is what it is. It's like he said when he said the DM thing earlier. It didn't trouble me. Like I'm not. Oh no, Cash is better. Why am I going to argue that? They're both my players, and I rate them both highly. It's just and they both make my club better. So yeah, I'm liking it here. Let's do some more of these super chats here. We've still got 46 to go. Arteta out. He has not won anything. Only an FA Cup with Emery's team is what Chris says here. Lee, just go and support Madrid. He literally sucks the joy out of the game we all love.
Come back to me when you've supported 35 years, seen 17 trophies, and done over 200 grand on spend. Yeah, on spend, right? And hold this club accountable and have standards. Why should I leave my football club? Yeah, I don't support individual paid employees that are all disposable. Yeah, it's the football club that you've probably never stepped in. But there we go.
Lee, if there's a positive fan who's been to more games than you and done more than you, are
Yeah,
you allowed to challenge their opinion?
Yeah, but this is the thing, Egal, yeah? Most of my followers online are overseas. I'm not having a dig at overseas fans. I'm having a dig at people that have got the audacity to challenge somebody and chat absolute crap, yeah, about you're fake, you're this, go and support someone else, you're toxic, you're negative, when you've never been to a game. Keep it zipped. If you've been to games, cool. If you haven't been to games, cool. But if you're an overseas fan and you've seen somebody online like me that has been to over 500 and done a lot of money in that, yeah, all over the world, and you don't like my views on Arteta, sorry, mate, just keep your mouth shut unless you've done better.
You want to know something? Everyone's gonna disagree, but I personally don't think anyone should be attacking anyone. I agree with you there. But one thing I will say is I feel like both sides are attacking each other based on each other's opinions. And you can challenge people's opinions. You just don't need to go overboard.
That's why you Arsenal fans are two cheeks of the same ass. That's what
You know
it
what
is.
No,
Now,
from United fans, that's cheeky.
has the same
I get it, guys. Let me try and
We
get
have
through
four
some more of
teams.
these superchats. I want to get back to the transfer.
Go on.
Sorry, boys. Bollocks don't just wake up and win trophies. He clearly suffers from instant gratification. Anytime he can't respond, his answer is this lot behind me. Egal and Lee remind me of me and my friend arguing about which girl looks better and then ended up going home alone. love the show. That's a great one. Debbie here says, I'm telling you, Aston Villa is watching that game, and if they lose, they are going to a party. Emery and Martinez are going to call Arteta sack by Christmas, and good emerging. Thank you, Debbie, for that super chat. Egal, remember when you were dancing and mocking Hamza before City beat you 3-1 at the Emirates? Dude thought the Prem was won at 50 points.
By the way, Egal predicted 100 points this season. I know people forgot about
What?
that. He said that. Yeah.
No, Pep
Send me
said
the
that.
clip. Send me the clip, bro.
No,
See, he likes to play my clips.
No. Pep said that. 1 second. Pep said Arsenal could potentially get 100 points. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe next year, not this year.
Yeah. No. You said it the end of last season going into this season. Don't lie now, Egal.
Yeah, I said last season, not this
going
year.
into this season. So he said
No,
we can finish with 100
last
points.
year, I said last year we wouldn't do it, but maybe this year we could.
The
Exactly. That's my
season we're on
point.
now.
So he thinks right now, as it stands, they could finish with 100 points.
No, but that was then. That was
Okay,
then.
please send me the Staffy. Please send me that clip.
Boys, this here says the term trust the process and phases are a joke. Proper clubs don't need trust the process or phases to become winners.
You want to know something? We're the blueprint.
Gal is the mum that has sympathy on her child. Lee is the dad who wants insert discipline.
The perfect couple, man. Let's go.
I like that. Arteta needs to be sacked if there is a better manager available and he isn't winning trophies. I personally don't think we are there now, but maybe. Fabio Capello was fired.
Sat at home doing nothing.
Fabio Capello was fired at Madrid after winning the league simply because they didn't like the style of football.
Twice he got sacked.
That's why we don't hire
If Arteta wins the league, that's what Lee will go on to. Yeah, but I didn't enjoy
that's why we would never hire Diego Simeone. That's why we never hired Diego Simeone.
Because I grew up on George Graham 1-0 stinking it out every week, mate.
I hear you.
No,
I do hear you, mate. I do hear you. Let's get through some more of these here. Egal, you've got to stop waffling, my guy. Be honest, Arsenal fans deserve better from the content creators. Lee, Northside, Kenny, Jess, say it as it is. I've been a fan since 1999. Time to win.
Why are they all Arsenal?
Staffy confuses me. He slaps all his players in a combined 11 and then says they're crap on match day. He's like an excited Egal mixed with Northside.
This is the biggest bullshit. This is the biggest bullshit. I'll tell you, I did a combined 11 with Egal, and I fought for 3 players. And the only reason I put Bruno there, Egal, is because I told you statistically he did create more than Odegaard, even though I rate Odegaard more. But we're gonna put him based on the position, which is creation. Martinez I rate, Onana I rate. So I didn't slap any players that I don't
Rashford in
rate.
also.
Of course, you put Rashford in.
But I wasn't the only one on the panel, anyways. And by the way, I don't criticize any of them on match day. I celebrate every goal, regardless of who scores, whether I rate them or not. So
I did answer who I would have kept. I would have kept Kieran Tierney. He obviously didn't hear that guy.
Yes, so him. That's a great suggestion.
This here says waiting for regression to stack. It isn't always the move. Brighton got much better with De Zerbi. If Chelsea hadn't got Potter, then Brighton would have stuck with him and probably not been in Europe right now.
Let me just say, Brighton got much better. Yeah, they just extended their trophy drought for an extra year. Yeah, because they've never won a major honour in their career, in their life, since they formed the club. So they've gone from 121 to 122, but the football looks sexier and the vibes are better, so it gets in your emotions. Oh, look how great Brighton are. We'll put your trophy to, oh, you ain't got any.
Do you not believe that there's expectations
No
different?
more questions, Egal. No more.
Egal, you need to learn to let some of them go.
No, let him ask the question.
Mainly because no, Lee doesn't. Lee thinks like Leyton Orient not winning the Champions League this season makes them a failure, according to Lee. Like,
do you think Osasuna are a smaller or bigger club than Brighton?
I don't care.
No, I knew what he was going to ask me. I knew what he was. Do you think Alaves are a bigger or smaller club than Brighton?
Bigger.
You think? Yeah. Do you think? Do you think Bilbao, Athletic Bilbao, only so
much bigger.
Why do you think they're bigger?
Because Bilbao,
they've got a European pedigree and they win trophies.
Like Bilbao is a national country. It's its own country.
No, I know. Well, no, it's a region, but the Basque region.
You know what I'm saying.
The point is, go and have a look at their European pedigree, and they only sign players from the Basque region, right? So go and have a look at Alaves and see what they've got to finals wise and stuff like that. So when people are gnawing off Brighton, we'll get to some finals and start winning them, because these clubs are doing it.
So who's bigger, Nottingham Forest or Tottenham?
Stop.
Please, I don't care for this.
We have like 6 other teams to talk about. And we've been talking Arsenal for 1.5 hours.
Egal is a social media puppet, too scared to say Arsenal will win the league, wants to be Mr. Right when he clearly isn't. I don't think that's true. Egal puts his chest out there. Love Teta and what he has done, but if you want to be a big club, you have to act like one and be ruthless. Different ways to skin a cat equal different ways to win titles. Gooner Dan says Lee gets on fans because he knows we are 4 guys short, but fans are that are too positive because Edu and co that have no pressure to push us forward because fans accept mid is what Gooner Dan says. Crazy to think that Lee and Egal had more composure so far than Staffy and Terry with their last debate with Lee. Staffy, you had it and got emotional. Yeah, well, mine and Lee's was a mixture. I started off with me being the one who was angry, and it ended with him being the one that was angry. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Until City are dethroned, we are waffling each other. It shows too. I don't like enemy of my enemies nonsense. That's weird. My enemies are my enemies. If City didn't have an injury crisis in 2020, they literally won 6 in a row. They didn't. They had 1 centre back out. I wouldn't call that an injury crisis.
If they had one more centre back, they would have won it anyway. So they actually failed that season.
Yes.
They didn't do what was required.
And Pep was.
This here says, raise your right hand now if you believe that La Liga is a farmers' league.
I don't care, mate.
See, again, farmers' league's definition has been changed. For me, it's where once you get outside the top 3 or 4 teams, how good's the quality? That's why the Premier League's not one.
If La Liga's a farmers' league, what team does that person support?
She's a Barca fan.
Oh, she's Barca. Of course she is, yeah. That league's not a farmers' league. If you go and have a look how many times English teams get slapped by Spanish teams, literally slapped. Yeah, you lot got slapped by Sevilla. They're currently bottom
We've lost to Sevilla, Atletico Madrid, and Villarreal, and Sevilla again in 4 of our last 5 years.
Go through our past trauma, please, Staffy.
Guys, I agree. I don't think it is a farmers' league. Lee is an undercover Arsenal hater. He's not undercover. He does it in full daylight. You don't deserve to have that poster behind you. You always hating on the team instead of backing them. Egal, you're
feelings?
mad. Lee is holding them accountable because the club said in an article with Ornstein that we knocked Highbury down to compete with Real Madrid and Bayern. Lee, up to some point, you are right, but real fans have power because they vote for their chairman, their president. In England, you have owners, so it's not the same. That is a true point. It is a little different.
Degree.
Lee says all about trophies, but if we win the Mickey Mouse Cup and the FA Cup double every year for 10 years, and all our rivals share Prems and Champions Leagues, he will moan.
Well, do it and we'll find out, innit? Because when we won the FA Cup, go and have a look at what we watch along. Go and have a look at it. I was the happiest guy in the world.
Finished second on 72 points. For context, that wouldn't have been even get top 4 last season. He's just saying things, not accounting for other variables. It's not.
We don't need all of these irrelevant opinions, by the way. There's already metrics in place.
But you said we were the same as last.
You either win or you don't. That's it. All this other stuff is just opinions. There's already success metrics there. Trophies. Win them.
Thoughts on Newcastle?
Panel, thoughts on Newcastle's Champions League group? Wait, one that's about Arsenal.
One of the best Champions League groups I've seen in ages. I'm can't
They've got to play my team, mate. We're making it out of Champions League, so Champions League group stage. So.
I don't think the group's as hard as people are saying it is, because if you look at Newcastle's team, they're probably about on the level, if not better, than Dortmund and AC Milan.
No,
AC Milan right now.
No, they're not.
No. Because if we're being honest, let's be honest now. You look at AC Milan's team. Look at AC Milan's team.
They have Gordon and Almiron. I'm not having this. No, I'm not having this. Gordon and Almiron,
okay.
I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it.
George, I get.
I'm not hearing it because you say that. So who has AC Milan got? They got Pulisic, they got Brahim Diaz, and they got Giroud. They got 3 Premier League rejects.
See how he left Liao out of this to make a point. He just left the best player that got. See, he's smiling. He knows what he's doing. Good one, Jords.
Staffy, you're not supposed to call me out on this here yet. I'm making it.
I've been on your case since you mocked me 2 weeks ago.
Regardless, though, Newcastle, we've seen that they can challenge in the Premier League. They challenge the top teams in the Premier League. They put in good performances against the best teams. So I don't see why they can't go out there and get wins, especially at home against the likes of AC Milan, Dortmund. PSG is probably going to be too much of a task, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them walk away with a good 7 to 9 points or like something quite good like that.
Yeah, this here says Sevilla win Europa, Real Madrid win the Champions League. What is Egal talking about? Only 3 teams dominating. Lee, response to my super chat is so basic. I've supported Arsenal through thick and thin since I was 7 and I'm now 53. Get in the bin, you spud. Is what he says there.
53-year-old man calling Spurs a spud. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Again,
you thick and thin.
He called you a spud.
Called you a spud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Calling me a spud.
No. I think he meant you're a potato, as in like you're dumb.
No, he means a Spurs fan.
Yeah, he might mean Spurs fan. Arsenal fan standards are in the bin. You guys have been programmed to accept mediocrity. You can't even see it. There you have it. Centre back and midfielder, and was screaming for have been scrapped. 1 forward in after selling Kane 3 days before the season starts. Parasites is what Cal says. That brings us into Tottenham and the transfers. How are you? I mean, there's been no progression as far as I've seen with the Conor Gallagher situation. I haven't seen a here we go or anything yet. But you're looking at Conor Gallagher, 40 million, and you've just almost done 50 M's, Jords, on Brennan Johnson. Talk to me about that deal, bro, because that's a lot of money for a player at his level.
Do you know what? I'm disappointed. I'm definitely underwhelmed because we're looking at spending £100 million on 2 players that aren't going to start for our team. That's a problem, and that's a very big problem because we haven't got a striker. We haven't got a forward attacking player that, for me, is a out-and-out goal scorer. I mean, we look at Heung-min Son, but going off of last season and at the start of this season, he just doesn't look like his same old sharp self. So we should have went out there and spent 60 to 70 million on a top winger or a top forward striker or a top player that's going to bring goals to this team. Because right now, it's just not looking good. It's really just not looking good. Brennan Johnson's... He's a decent player. He's a decent player. I can see some of the qualities that he can bring to our team. The only thing that I can say to it is he's Ange's #1 target. Tottenham fans that are out there saying we're signing these players, they're club signings, they can't go out there and do this no more. They can't come out there and blame Levy. They can't come out there and blame the club. This is now, the manager has come out and said today, I'm only going to sign players that suit my system. So he needs to take accountability. He's going to be signing the likes of Gallagher, Brennan Johnson. That isn't going to make the fans happy, but if he can make them work, then I'd like to see it. But right now, this is giving me Everton vibes, man.
Can I ask you a question? You've been very vocal about the poor talent ID of Ten Hag. What do you make of Ange's talent ID when it comes to some of your signing, barring Maddison, like the signings you've made this year? What do you make of his talent ID?
Screw you, Terry.
Well, I'd say Maddison, Mickey van der Ven, very good. I mean, the likes of Manor Solomon, we're yet to see. He's a free transfer. I wouldn't really say that he's a player that you would look at to make an impact. But the likes of Brennan Johnson and Conor Gallagher, well, Brennan Johnson especially, he needs to prove that he can take him to the next level. He needs to prove that he can get something out of this player. I'm not going to say that I believe in it at this moment in time, but clearly Ange sees something that I don't see and that other fans don't see, that he can get out of Brennan Johnson. He is a decent player. He did score 18 goals in the Championship, so he has the ability to score goals. It's just being able to apply it in the Premier League. And let's be honest here, he has played for Nottingham Forest. He hasn't played in a team that has had as much of the ball as we're going to have and be on the ball, taking our front foot at teams and going at teams. So he'll have a better opportunity to score goals. But this isn't me saying that he's going to be, he's not going to be a player that I'm going to start getting behind and saying he's going to be.
Just some breaking news that's just come through in the last from the Cancelo. Conor Gallagher will stay at Chelsea. He will not leave. He will stay at Chelsea, so he won't be going.
Thank you.
Right.
That's a player I most definitely didn't want.
Wait, Jords, I have a question for you. Yeah, how long you giving Big Ange, bro? Because the way that you've been going after Ten Hag, the way that you speak about Arteta and all these other managers, you expect them to do massive things within the space of a year and a half, and then that's it. He's like, nah, you don't rate them. So how long are you giving this Ange brother? He's already out of one cup. His talent ID can already be questioned. So
how
so
can
what
it be questioned? He's only played 3 games, and the players that have played, if you look at,
he was questioning Ten Hag before he even kicked the flipping ball with a team, fam. So don't come out here with.
I was questioning Ten Hag based off of his other Ajax team, because I'm not being funny. We looked at Ten Hag.
Yeah, but why can't I question the Big Ange of flipping Celtic? And
okay, so you're going to question over the likes of Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson hasn't kicked the ball for Tottenham. Last season, he scored 8 goals and got 5 assists for his first season in the Premier League, which you would say is better than quite a few most players his age, and especially coming from the Championship into a team that's battling relegation. He had a fairly good season. I'd look at his talent ID and say it's questionable for the money that we spent on him being our top target. I do think there's better players out there like Eze, for example. We probably could have looked at for 60 million, and he would have come into our team and fit way better. He would have been perfect next to Maddison, and it would have been a much better signing. But I'm going to give Big Ange time. I like the way that we're playing football. I like the way that he's transformed our team, and I like the way that he's coached some of our players to already look better. The team that you saw that have gone out to Fulham is the same team and the same players that have gone out most of the past season under most of our managers. And they're players that have been here since the Poch regime. I'm not really too upset about it. I'm not going to hold it against. I'm not going to hold it against Ange, because we have a squad. He has to use the squad. We don't have a lot of games this season, and he needs to test the squad out. And that's exactly what he said in his.
But if he knows their shit, because you just said
doesn't know, but that's the difference, though, Staffy. He doesn't know their shit. Us Tottenham fans, I've watched these players for 7-8 years. I know their shit. He obviously gave certain players a chance to see if they can prove it against a team like Fulham, who, for me, I think he underrated. He didn't know how good Fulham would be. And without that many changes, Fulham was going to cause us problems, in which they did. So making that many changes in the game, I've always said it was naive. But he had to make the changes to see how the.
Now listen, bro. If you're gonna praise him, if you're gonna praise him for changing the style of play in just the first 3 games, you got to judge him for not knowing them. Some players are not good enough in the first 3 games. You can't give him the praise without giving the criticism. The reason Ten Hag last season was not rotating a lot in all competitions, which he was heavily criticized for, is because he knew that some of these guys on the bench were not good enough. That's why he persisted with about 13, 14, arguably 15 players that he kept using.
Naive. I know he shouldn't have made 9 changes. It would be silly to make 9 changes in the game.
No, but you said he didn't know that they're shit. He should know. It's just like how in the first 3 games he knew how to get the good players to play. He should have known that, listen, this team is not good enough to make 9 changes. I'm going to keep most of the first team, and I'm going to throw in 2-3 players, just because also I have the international break in 2 weeks. I don't even have Europe to worry about this season. So I'm going to go all out and try to win the trophy. Then I got criticized. One second, Lee. He got criticized, then he got us to 2 cup finals, and he was playing the same players to the point that they were getting injured. But he, at least his talent ID told him that most of these guys are not good enough. That's why I got to keep the same ones that actually understand the way I want to play football. So you got to give it to Ange the same way you give it to Ten Hag.
Did you not think as well, right, that you're saying that you don't know these players are shit? Well, why didn't he play them in the first 3 games then? Because he knows they're
I
shit.
think because some of those players did play and some of those players had an opportunity in the game. The problem is that we played a back four that coincided of Sanchez, Davies. If you look, there's literally a stat I see over the past 10 years, the centre-back pairing that we've gone out for in the row in every cup competition. So you've been Dyer, Davies, or Sanchez. That one of those 3 have been included in the back line in the past 10 years. These are players that have been a part of the same regime. We're trying to get rid of. We're trying to get rid of Sanchez. We're trying to get rid of Dyer.
In the past 10
they're players that we can't get rid of at this moment in time, and they're players that aren't supposed to be in the squad, but because we can't get rid of them, we can't replace them. Tottenham is like this. You know what Tottenham's like.
George, I get that little bit you said there, but last time you were on this show, you were like telling, like when I was defending elements of Ten Hag, saying, well, look, he hasn't been able to get rid of this person and do this and do that, like the board haven't sold. You were saying that's got to, like, you were putting it on the manager and like having a go, but yet you're using the same excuses to defend your manager. And I get why, because he's your manager. But it's just quite funny to sit here and listen to you, like the things you've called Ten Hag out for, and now you're giving the same excuses that I would give to defend my manager. I don't think you're wrong. It isn't his fault if your club can't sell people. That is not on the manager. What is on him, though, is, again, he knows his Spurs players. He knows who's good and bad. He watches football. He does his research. He watches them train. He made a massive mistake because you're away against a Premier League team in a cup competition, and it was... For me, it was such a Spursy thing to do, to rotate 8 or 9 players and allow Sanchez to take a penalty, because it's now another comp you're not going to win. And you know as well as I do, you guys need a trophy, probably more than any of our clubs. You guys need a trophy, and to drop the way. And if you look at the draw in the next round, City going away to Newcastle, Arsenal going away to Brentford, Chelsea at home to Brighton. There could be a few more big clubs that drop out of this again. And again, the tournament can then open up for you. Like, it was a massive error doing it. It reminded me of Poch and the whole, like, I don't,
why do you think he did that, though? Like, real talk, because you could have got Norwich in the next round. Why do you think he's done that? Because if I'm never going to be. Yeah, I don't even see you as rivals. Right? I say this to Henry all the time. Yeah, but in my head, I'm thinking you just took over a job. It's your first job in the Premier League. It's a club that's not won anything for 15 years. You've got 1 game a week. Yes, you know half the squad shouldn't be there, but you've won and you beat Man United and you're doing all right. You've got some points on the board, etc., etc. Why do you think he actually did that? Because there's no good reason. You're not going to win the Premier League. You're not in Europe.
It's because he knows he doesn't have to win.
No, I feel like no, it isn't that. I feel like there's different situations, different ways that you can look at it, if we're being honest, because you can look at it and say that he played those players because he wanted to show the board that these players aren't good enough and that they need to go. Or you can look at it and just say that he played the players because he wanted to see if they can prove that they're good enough. And yet again, they showed that they wasn't. And he proved to himself that they're players that he doesn't need in his squad. And that's why over the last couple of days, we've been trying to get rid of many of those players that played a part of that team. The same way, I'm not going to sit here and I still have to criticize the manager. I'm not going to sit here and blame the players the whole time. He did take a bit long to make subs. He didn't change the way that we was playing against the team. It took us about 70 minutes in before we made the big changes to bring on Son, Maddison, and so on. So he took too long to make the real impact subs, and that's where we lost. He's a new manager in the Premier League. He's going to make mistakes. And I know that. I don't expect this season to be full and just of no mistakes and just to go clear free out the top 4. It's not going to happen like that. The team's still going to
do that. Sorry to cut you off, bro. Yeah, why do that in a cup competition when, like, I don't know who it was that was saying it the other day. They said, I think it was Expressions maybe. He said, why don't do a behind closed doors game and put all them players in there? We did it. We played Luton.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Man United. And that's when people are bantering us that we're losing to all these teams, but we're playing kids and fringe players in those, and not actually doing the cup. And the reason why I say that is the reason why he can do what he did against Fulham, because he's not under pressure to win. Ten Hag, as much as we give him time, we want to give him time, he still knows it's Man United and there's a pressure to win. So as soon as he came in, he realized, crap, to get to the final, get to the end of these competitions and potentially win it, I have to play my full strength team against most of these smaller teams and beat them. Big Ange, you don't have
George,
to do that.
George, you know what it is. You know exactly the same as you know why you rotated the way you did. You know the same as me, because Levy and Enoch, what they are targeting him with is getting back into Europe. A Champions League spot means more to your owners, same as mine, this is why I'm saying it, than winning a trophy. Our manager played strong teams in the cup, but then what he does, he puts himself at risk job-wise if he then doesn't qualify for the Champions League in the league, because that's when the Glazers sack you when you fail to make Champions League football. That's typically what they do, as an example. But that's why you guys rotate. There's no pressure from your board to win trophies. There's actually no, like, your fans should have all been outraged by that lineup that went out. You're away to not one of the best, but you're away to a top half the table team in the Premier League team. There's no way. Listen, I can't imagine City going away to Newcastle and changing 8 or 9 players. They won't do it because Newcastle were too good. But if you were away to Norwich, as an example, then that wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I just think it's because your club has no ambition to actually.
It's not even that, Terry. It's you've just got the job, but there's an international break after this weekend. Surely you want to make an impression. You've got the fans on your case anyway. From the start, why was we employing this guy? Yeah, and then they've kind of bought into it with the press conferences. I think he'll play fantastic football, but you're going to get slapped a few times this season. But you will also be the person slapping people. Yeah, you're going to take teams apart. Yeah, I've watched Celtic quite a lot. Yeah, and the way he plays is sick. Ultimately, he should be coming into your football club that have not won for so long and going, right, I need to do something here. And to do that, I thought was mad. As soon as I see that lineup, I was just like, wow. Yeah, and then as soon as I see Sanchez taking a penalty over Maddison, wow.
Oh, yeah, crazy. Crazy business to Davinson Sanchez penalty, honestly. I didn't know what was going on there.
This is Ange has been saying that he wants players out, to be fair. Yeah, I get that. I respect Lee's standards for Arsenal. I don't think the younger fan base get it because they didn't grow up in the 90s. I hold the same standards for Chelsea. That's what Dan Waters says. This is proof that Arsenal are not trying to win the league. They are just gaslighting fans as per usual. Do you agree with that, Egal? Do you think your club's not trying to win trophies, really? You're just trying to get back in the Champions League?
Terry, that's ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous statement because we wouldn't have gone so strong in the January window. We tried our best to do everything we could to win the league last year, and unfortunately, we fell off at the end. But to say that we're not trying to go for the league, I think that is underestimating what we've tried to put in the groundworks for the last year and a half, and I think at the end of the day, I think that's just a little bit of banter. I don't think he's serious.
Could be true. Big up Lee. They won't understand what Highbury meant for Arsenal. Sold out souls for trophies and didn't get.
We sold our soul because they knew there was a Super League coming. That's
you want to know something that will forever haunt us until we win our first league title. That's the reality. And Lee, every time you mention the fact that we smashed the stadium down to be like Bayern Munich, the reality is we haven't won since then. So you're going to continue to say that until we win it. And I agree with you.
Because I hold them accountable for their lies. Sir Peter Hillwood, RIP to him, right, stood there, and I remember watching it. It was on TV. We are going to move. We've got funding from Barclays and Royal Bank of Scotland to start to move stadium and build Ashburton Grove. Yeah, to compete with the very best teams in Europe. That was 2004, by the way. They did it in a time where the global fan base was getting bigger and bigger, and they did it in a time where they already knew the Super League was coming. That's been planned for 30 years, which is why the Saudi teams are now all go, because now that's going to start that Super League, because FIFA and UEFA are going to get the ump of it. It's all been planned. There's 4,000 billionaires on the planet. You're telling me they don't all talk to each other? Come on.
My point is, it just takes one league title to change the opinion of the Emirates. This whole period of the Emirates has been extremely poor because we haven't been able to get over the line. So if we can win one league title, it can really change the fortune of the club. Because think 100%. About it, how long has it taken us right now? Like 20 years. Once you get over that drought, you have those winners in your team. You can continue to win. But we just need to get over that line. And getting over that hump, Lee, sometimes is very difficult. And I don't think you realize how difficult it can be.
Well, it is. But you said we did everything we could in January. We didn't. Yeah, we could have got Caicedo. Oh, they didn't want to sell. And I've said this on Straight Facts before. They didn't want to sell in January. Cool. You don't want to sell in January. Yeah. Well, if I put $250 million on the table, you're selling them, isn't you? So there's a price between 80 million and $250 million. They're saying yes. So find the price.
Benfica didn't want to sell Enzo in January, by the way. Not to gaslight anyone.
Guess what? If Liverpool don't want to sell Mo Salah, he's not going even for 200 million. Just goes to show you, certain people are not going to sell.
If they put $2 billion on the table, they're selling him, right?
100%. Yeah.
So there's
That's
a
more
price
than the
between
price.
200 million and 2 billion that they'll say yes. So find
No,
it.
but we have to be practical here. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm being practical.
No,
Everyone's got a price to go.
No, yeah, no, I do agree with that element of Lee's saying. Like, they may say Liverpool may say no to 200 million, but would they say no to 500 million?
No.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. By the way, that's nothing to these Saudis. That is still chump change to those guys. Arsenal can't sell well. Palmer was sold for 45 million with only 3 Premier League starts. Arsenal sell Balogun, who scored more than Mbappe, for way less. Edu is a bum. This here calling Lee Gunner out says, Lee acting like we didn't just win the pre-season treble. Shake my head. This is calling out Staffy. It says, I bet Staffy wipes Lee's ass when he goes for shits too.
See, I already said it, bro. I already said it. I say the same thing every week, but because
I
now
know you do.
You have
This
Lee
is the first
here
time we've
to
been on a show together, right?
Yes, I've never
There
worked
you
with
go.
Lee before, but Terry, I'll tell you something. Terry will tell you right now in KJ. I say every week the same thing, but you guys now are using
Hey.
Lee as an excuse that I am licking his ass and all that. You can do that, but I don't do that. I keep the standards.
1-0 West Ham, by the way. Bowen, who
Yeah.
could be on his way to Liverpool tonight if it all goes right.
Apparently, they were
sorry.
chanting about his misses as well, and just goes to scores against them.
Yeah, I love it. That chant is actually banging. And it's actually really funny because I've seen footage of Danny Dyer's dad, Danny Dyer, like when they're all singing it in the stadium, and he's just like, "Oh my god." Anyway, Arsenal boys last 2 seasons need to turn into men. Teta needs to hack it or leave. Context or not, this is the last season, Egal. Big up debate, boys. Thank you, Damon. I appreciate the super chat. Saudi League is just is a pissing contest at the moment. Few years' time, we'll move on to something else. Do you really think it has longevity? Listen, Japan, you are right. Like China fell away. It might, but you also could be right that in like 5 years, the owners go, right, and we'll move on to the next thing and spend my money
The
elsewhere.
difference
So
is with the Chinese league, I'm pretty sure the government got involved in that.
Yeah, they capped the salaries, and that's why.
yeah.
everyone
They kind of did that. Yeah. So
If the Saudi League get into the Champions League, they're
They
going to
won't.
have restrictions, but they would be amazing.
No,
But you know what? That's the most competitive league in the world right now, by the way.
the Saudi League.
Yeah.
Lee. Okay, you know what it is? It's recency bias. It's recency bias.
No, it's not
That-
recency
that-
bias. They're all trying to win the league.
You know, but
Bro,
they
Al
have
Hilal
four-
win it every
listen,
year.
Listen, there's 4 teams owned by the country competing for the league. The Premier League still have how many different teams stronger than those 4 teams anyway?
Okay. No, I'm not talking about how strong the league is. I'm talking about how many teams are actually trying to win the league.
Yeah, but
KJ.
you said the most
There's only one
competitive.
team in England trying to win it. There's 4 or 5 out there that are trying to win it.
Lee, if I'm not mistaken, we're trying to win, aren't we?
Have a script. They'll get sent a script saying, "Oh, Al Ittihad are winning this year. Deal with it, boys. I don't care."
1 second, Lee. Aren't Arsenal trying to win the league? What are you talking about?
Arsenal ain't trying to win the league. If they were trying to win the league, we would have signed Ivan Toney on a pre-contract for January, or we would have put 130 M's on the table and said, Daniel Levy, you're accepting that. Go on, I dare you reject it for Harry Kane.
So what's stopping us from
Or we
still
would have
getting
gone and
Ivan
done
Toney?
hold on. Or we would have gone and done 150 on Osman. Yeah. There's plenty. Everyone's been finessed. There's no strikers available. There's loads of
1
strikers in
second.
the world.
Was goals the reason why we lost the league last year? I don't think so. We scored
Well, how many
88
did-
goals, bro.
Our goal
We-
difference was different to Man
Because
City's,
of our
right?
defense. Our defense
Okay,
was
so if
we've
we've gone and signed a centre back in the summer last
back
summer,
last
when I
month,
was
aren't
when I was
That was
saying
so
Rob
bad,
Holding
boss.
shouldn't
Our
be here,
defence in the
go
back
and
end of
sign a
last
centre
season.
back, go and sign a centre back, go and sign a cover for Saka. Yeah, we could have signed Pedro Neto this summer. We still need a centre back. We've got two fullbacks in Zinchenko and Tomiyasu that can't stay fit.
Can I just say something? Do you know what this reminds me of? You all seen the original Jurassic Park film?
Yeah.
All seen it? You know the scene where the kid's in the car in the tree and the man kind of helps him out and the car starts falling down and it lands back on them and he goes, well, we're back in the car again. That's how this feels. We get away from Arsenal and then we're straight back in it again. It's hilarious. I love it. This here says from Tevin, thanks for the big super chat, bro. He says, I rate Lee and I agree with some of his takes, but he can be draining, but big up. So as an Arsenal fan who is overseas, if I follow his logic, I should hate my club and support elsewhere. I know you don't mean it that way, but damn, is what Tevin says
I
here.
don't get that. I'm overseas, bro. I don't get what you mean.
You aren't.
I am draining. The only reason I'm draining is because people challenge with non-factual information. Yeah, so then I get angry.
Yeah,
like Terry the other day.
I didn't get angry. I was fuming. Lee is right with half of what he says. However, bring back Lee Gunner from the old video. Missed that supportive version. Legend.
Oh, you mean the Gunner? Go and type in on YouTube Gunner Bang. Yeah, just type in Gunner Bang. Yeah, that's the original. Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was worse back then, mate.
Oh, mate, he was like Egal's little brother back then. I'm telling you now.
All it is, we just need to bring Emery back to
You know what's funny, KJ? Yeah, I see these clips doing the rounds where I said, yeah, if we finish less than 37 points off the top, yeah, and get top four's the aim, right, and all of this, yeah, and one away win away from home all season. That's because Wenger's season before Emery came in, we didn't get a single away win.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny as well, though? I will call you out on this, Lee. I guarantee if the next manager comes in and you rate and love, I guarantee we see a different Lee.
No, I said to you the other day, he's got 2 seasons. First season, next season.
Guys, I'm going to go back to more of these super chats in a minute. I wanted to ask a bit about Chelsea because
thank you.
They were linked. Like Chelsea have signed a lot of players. They were linked to a few real top attackers the other day. Raphina. There was talk about going in for Musiala. Ended up with Cole Palmer, another young prospect. Are you overall happy, David, with your transfer window, or do you still feel like a lot of rivals are saying after over £1 billion spent? Do you still feel you're lacking in areas, and if so, how is that possible?
I'm happy with the window. We are lacking in areas, but I think that's to be expected. I don't think Chelsea fans were expecting us to sign all these players and everything be fixed in one summer, because I just don't think that's how football works. I mean, no matter how much money you spend, I don't think we'd be in that situation. It's clear to see what we're trying to do. We're trying to build a team that's going to be good in probably about 2 to 3 years, but can also still be good now. These players that we've signed, yes, they're not at the top of their game, but they are still competent players who should be able to come up with something where we're not strangling down in 12th like we were last year. So there's still expectation on this team. Do I think we're going to win the league? No. I get it. We spent £1 billion, but we're not going to win the league. We're just not good enough yet. We haven't got enough cohesion together to actually do that. So I'm not putting that expectation on them. And also, considering we did sign about 20 players, the consistency is not going to be there for them to win the league anyway. So unfair. I think that'd be an unfair thing to put on them. But yeah, no, I am happy. We are probably still missing probably like a genuine creator and a striker. But I mean, it is what it is. I think Cole Palmer's actually quite a good signing. He can play he can play at 10, he can play on the wing. Everyone's like, oh, Chelsea's got enough wingers. But he can also play in another position, which we currently don't have because Nkunku's out. And when Nkunku comes back, he can learn off Nkunku. It's for me, we're just going to end up with very similar situations where we have a senior player who knows what they're doing, and then the junior players backing them up. So when the senior players eventually age out, we've then got the squad to compete. That's what I see, because we still have Thiago Silva playing centre back. We still got Reece James at right back. We still got Chilwell at left back. We've got Enzo in the middle. We've got we have a good team that's there. Just needs time to all come together. But I'm very happy with what happened this weekend.
I'm just going to say this. Does Pochettino not know how many players you have and who they are by name? Because that's a Miguel Sarr interview kind of threw me.
You don't even know his name. His name's Malang.
Malang Sarr. My bad. Who cares? But why does your manager not know who his name is?
Because
why does your manager not know who he is?
He's been sat in the under-21s, not doing anything. It's not his issue.
What about today? What about today with that left back potentially getting sold to Burnley, and then it just got stopped? But the reality was, I thought he was your backup left back.
Well, Cucurella was meant to go, and he didn't go. So then we're like, we'll see if Maatsen will go. And Maatsen was like, well, I've been one better than Cucurella, and I've played the first 10 minutes this year, and I think I'm the backup, so I'm going to stay. Which I have no issue.
Aren't you concerned that it looks like the misdirection in some of these moves?
No, because I don't think every club runs 100% all the time. City have issues, so why Chelsea wouldn't have it?
The Maatsen one, they can't help. We've seen all the summer that players are refusing to leave. You get them deals, you get them places to go, and they say no. So what much more can Chelsea do about that? I do think I think there might be a slight communication between Poch and the club. because I don't think Poch wanted to sell Maatsen. I think the way that Chelsea operate is we will buy in bulk and sell in bulk. So if we can get an offer for a young player or a player, we will say yes. Like 30, they were offering 34 million after that loan for Maatsen. Bro, I'm saying yes. Even if I want to keep him, I'm saying yes because that's a good deal. So I think Chelsea that's the way they operate right now. They're selling in bulk, they're buying in bulk. And Maatsen just said no in that situation.
It's in terms of the expectations, Staffy, for Chelsea. Do you agree with David that even though they've done $1 billion, the expectation can't be for them to win and challenge for the major on the straight away because it's going to take time to develop this team, even though they've kind of bought a squad in one season? Should they be given that leeway after spending so much money?
The only reason they're given this leeway is because they're not as relevant as United, Liverpool, and Arsenal. Let's be very honest. I don't expect them to compete. But realistically, on hindsight, if you told me Arsenal, United, or Liverpool has spent $1 billion in 18 months, you expect them to win the league.
Fact.
And that's without me seeing the squad. I'll be like, yeah, of course. But then if you showed me the squad after $1 billion later, and this is the squad that you have, I'm going to think you're joking. I'm going to be like, there's no way this is a $1 billion squad that you're talking about. So realistically, I don't expect them to compete. But when you want to put in just isolation and you just speak about money, of course they should have, you know, but no one else gets away with it if you were a bigger team, if I'm being very honest. So I know, Egal, you're enjoying this because you don't like Chelsea, but it is the truth. The squad doesn't look like a $1 billion squad. If you would have told me $1 billion squad, I would have thought of so many better players that's going to be in this team. I would have thought you have Mbappe in this team.
But it's not $1 billion squad, though. It's $1 billion in, but it's like 600 million out.
You know what?
I don't care about the net. People keep telling me, "Oh, but we
I'm
sold
not
this
I'm
amount."
not talking about net. I'm not talking about net spend. I'm talking
You
about.
just did. You just said, "But we sold with
No,
600."
but what I no, but my point
Net
is that
spend don't
you can't
matter.
say- no, but you can't say that our squad is $1 billion squad because
Yes, you invested $1 billion. I don't care where you got the 600 from sales.
Yeah, but we've also sold half of those players anyway.
And you guys told me they're not good enough. Every time a player is being sold from Chelsea, you guys are celebrating. Oh my God, it was so shit. All of a sudden, these players were all shit. But a year ago, when you were signing all of them, you celebrated all of them. Maybe not you personally, but I'm talking about the Chelsea fans. So you can't act like all of them are shit, but say, oh, well.
Chelsea fans stupid
Staffy.
when you signed Lukaku.
Okay, David, that's what I'm saying. It's not you personally, because I don't know what your takes were.
When you have a sugar daddy, as Chelsea do, and they're constantly buying them new toys, they're never going to be mad. Every time they drop,
Don talking to me about Anthony being 80 million when he's just spent $1 billion on this team and he's not even in the title contention.
Bro,
That's
you wanna know
That's
something?
Chelsea fans for you.
I don't know how they're going to do it. But one thing we do know is they're never going to turn on their owner. They're going to continuously turn on their players and their manager. And you know what? When these players don't work out, they're just going to buy more.
But the question is, Egal, you want them. It sounds like you want them to turn on Bowley. That's just the way that you've been sounding.
Yeah, but
my
Egal's
friend.
a rival.
Let me end it. It sounds like you. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying it sounds like you want them to turn on Bowley. But let's be honest. If our owners were doing what Chelsea were doing, being able to spend money, would we actually be complaining? Really? Like, I don't see. If I'm a Chelsea fan, I would get annoyed about, we need a bit more experience. There's a lot more. There's a few holes that we need to fill in. But they've shown me enough to be like, okay, they will get to that when they get to it. You know what I mean? Right now, this is the plan they're going for. So why would Chelsea fans turn on the owners who also just got into the job? So if we give managers 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to get it right, why should Chelsea fans turn on the owners in their second year of running the club?
Because of the scattergun approach, you can criticize him and you can make sure you can notify how upset you are about how he's been running the club since he took over. Because he came into a club that just won a Champions League, gutted everybody, got 4 managers actually now. And you know what? They might be on the right track now, but let's wait and see. I'm not saying he will forever be a terrible owner because owners have an opportunity to hire the right people and turn things around. But from when he's been in, the mess that he's caused, he should have maybe eased the transition instead of coming in and firing everybody and getting rid of everything.
It's not a mess though,
because it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence what's happening at Chelsea.
No, but the thing is, the first 6 months, you can argue was a mess. But right now, you say it's a scattergun. It's actually really not. To us, it looks scattergun because we don't fully understand the plan. But they've got a clear profile of player that they get, which is normally young within an age range with a certain ceiling and talent, and in certain positions. You can see what they're going for. So to say that they've got no plan at all, it's just scattergun is false. Like
Bro.
they actually do have a plan. We are one, not used to it, and two, we don't like it because guess what? I would want some of the players that they bought as well. You know what I'm saying? They're sucking up everyone, and I don't like it.
You know
But
what?
I
don't think
where they're
Chelsea
going.
are doing anything. I don't think Chelsea are doing anything illegal. They're doing what they need to do to get themselves in the right manner. But the way the owner has come in and worked so quickly, I'm judging him from when he walked in. I'm not the same way that everyone judges anyone.
When
So-
Lee's judging
so why
Arteta
is-
when he's walked in, you
Bro,
get upset.
Lee judges Arteta from when he walks in. I don't care about that. I'm just saying I think
You
he's a
do
little
care.
harsh because of how he's performed.
Arteta won a
If-
trophy the first
if-
season, by the
if
way.
Chelsea-
they
if
must.
Chelsea-
Chelsea have to win
If Chelsea
something.
start performing well, you're going to see me lay off the criticism.
Yeah, but
But
again,
if they continue to do
when
what they were
Arteta-
doing after spending $1.16 billion, there's going to be criticism.
$100 million, bro.
I will say one thing though.
What's that in
Why
pounds?
do I know the number? I seen the
Can I
image
finish-
before I
yeah,
came
Tim,
on
can I
the
finish my
video.
point before you go. Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
bring it back to Arsenal so much because we've done it already. But the way that you backed Arteta, even in the eighth place, missing out top
15th.
4 in the first 3.5 seasons, the way you backed him. It's like, what? How can you question Chelsea fans backing their owners when they're in a similar kind of position?
I don't actually think Chelsea fans have patience. Hence why I point these things out. And I always say I'm interested to see how it goes because I don't think they have the patience the same way they didn't have the patience for some of these other managers in the past. So I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here watching the clown ship burst into flames.
I understand what you're saying there, but that's you don't expect them to have patience. But what is your actual opinion though? Do you think they're going to continue to keep getting it wrong and continue to regress as a football club?
I think Chelsea, there was once a basketball GM that said this guy's 2 years away from being 2 years away. I think Chelsea are 2 years away from being 2 years away. They need 2 years under this manager and they need their players to continue to progress also. So that's
They're 4 years away.
So they're 4 years away. Yeah.
I don't think we can wait. Listen, I don't think we
Okay,
can
so
wait
on that
4 years.
premise alone, then Arteta must win the league this season, then, yeah? Because
Bro, Arteta for a reason has this
he
pressure
was
on
2
him.
years away from 2 years away, so Arteta's in his 4th year. Yeah, come on,
Exactly.
close.
Do you know what I find interesting? Egal, what I find interesting about what you've said, listen, and it's your opinion, and you're allowed to think that teams aren't good enough or teams are not going to progress or whatever else. But you kind of did this last year with Man United, and I feel like you did it with Chelsea. One thing I think you personally are concerned with is that other teams that do rebuilds differently to Arsenal, if they win a major trophy quicker than you do, so a league or a Champions League, FA Cup is a major trophy as well, but one of the big two before you do in terms of timescale when the rebuild started, I feel like there's an element of you that wants to win the rebuild challenge. Does that make sense? Like, if Man United, and just trying to won the Champions League this year, it makes it hard to say that Arteta's rebuild was better because he's 4 years in and hasn't won one of those major trophies. I think there's a part of you that's like projecting what you hope happens to Chelsea so you can say your way of and Chelsea's rebuild's mad because no one's ever done it this way before. No one has ever done what Chelsea have done. It is very innovative and different. And I think, look, the expectation should be high on Chelsea to progress. But also, we can't be putting £1 billion of pressure on Poch. Poch didn't spend half of that. So Poch has only spent around about 300 million, 360 this. I think it's 360.
That's why I put it on the owner, Terry.
You know, I understand that, but then this is what I mean by having layered thinking. And I do this for your club, Arsenal, so I'm going to do the same thing again here to be fair. Yes, the owners have spent $1 billion and they made mistakes at the beginning. That's a different conversation from what is Poch doing, because Poch didn't spend the money last January and he didn't spend the money last summer. So again, unless we want to start holding all managers accountable for previous transfers, and people have tried to do this to Ten Hag, and this is why I'm going to be consistent. When I go, yeah, but look what he inherited. Okay, so everybody inherits a squad. So do we take the spending for the 5 years before Klopp arrived?
I'm taking the spending from last year, Terry, because they spent the signings that they made it for the club, regardless of who the manager is, which is why it was so easy for them to get rid of Graham Potter. Some of these signings, when they were making them at the time, we were like, why are you signing all these young guys? And they're like, no, it's for the future of the club anyways. This is why Graham Potter was a yes man. He wasn't approving all of them because Bowley and whoever's working with him is making these signings based on the club.
If Bowley was the owner of Arsenal or Man United, we'd all be buzzing, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, I
No,
call them
no, no,
ambitious.
of course,
David knows his
of
club
course.
better than us, yeah. And listen, I know Chelsea a lot because I worked with Tony Rolfe for a long time. But bro, you know your club better than me and everyone here, yeah. Tell us exactly what time it is with your club, yeah. Real talk, yeah, because you know it inside out, upside down, and back to front. We're all looking in as outsiders, yeah. Everyone's going, oh my god, a billion, yeah. Yes, Arteta won a trophy in his first half season. What's your expectations, and what do you, when you look at what's happened in the year? Because Roman was king in it.
For me, I would love us to challenge for the league and trophies, but I just don't think that's a realistic target to set on them. If they did do that, I think they'd be overachieving at this current point. I would like us to go deep in a cup run just because we don't have Europe this year, and cup runs are very dependent on who you play, which is why I'm a big proponent of give me the easiest people I want, because I want us to have that initial bit of, okay, let's get a winning mentality in the squad. Because if you beat Blackburn, Luton, Swansea and Cardiff and you win the Carabao Cup, it doesn't change the fact your team's won a trophy, and they're going to have that mindset of, I want to do this again and again and again and again. So ideally, I'd want us to win a Carabao Cup and FA Cup this season, and I'd like us to finish within the top 6, for example. Obviously, that's dependent on other factors. If there are 8 amazing Premier League teams and we finish 8th, I'm gonna be annoyed, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. For me, I'd like us. Again, I think what you're going to see a change in what we sign in future, starting next year, and I think we're going to start signing a bit more experienced players to kind of finish off the squad, because I think the squad's at a point where it's at a point where it's building, but it's not finished. And I know it's crazy to say that when it's $1 billion, but I think they want to see how this is all going to work and then see who needs more time to improve.
I think that's sensible. I do think that's sensible. Again, there's what you should expect after spending $1 billion, but you have to look at the context of the situation. And Chelsea haven't just gone out, and I think if you'd have gone out and spent $1 billion on 6-7 players of world-class level, if you went out and bought Osherman, you went out and bought, I don't know, Mo Salah off of Liverpool, you went and got Martinelli off of Arsenal, you went and signed like stars like that are already stars, then I think the expectation is different. The fact that you're buying kids and we're all going, oh Jesus, it's 40, because it's 40 million on this kid and 35 on him and a few real big ones. It's interesting. But in terms of what you said about Staffy, I just want to go back to that really quickly. I get what you're saying. For me, though, it's just about having the same energy for all clubs, because people are turning around and saying Ten Hag isn't a good manager, hasn't improved Sancho, and that's a blotch against his name. But maybe Ten Hag just doesn't think he's that good and hasn't really got that much, just doesn't think he's the guy for his team. Therefore, why is it put upon him? Nobody turns around and says, hang on a minute, I know Pep's won a lot of trophies, but he couldn't, if he was really a good coach, he'd have made Joe Hart better with his feet, wouldn't he? There's an element where I look at the Mahalo Mudryk signing. If Poch doesn't turn him into a very good player, I'm not really going to hold that against Poch. He didn't sign him. Like, it's not someone that he wanted and endorsed as a player that he'd been struggling with. But you disagree with that. My point is then, so you do hold Klopp accountable for not making Lovren world class.
No, I'm not holding.
I hold Chelsea accountable.
1 second ago.
I gotta go. I'm just gonna say big up, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Egal. Top man. Thank you.
Egal needs a cold shower after his cooking.
I'm not holding Poch accountable. I'm holding the club accountable. Because if you sign these players, most of them that are young, and you hire the manager, you hire them on the basis that I think this guy's going to be good enough to take these young guys and win a league in a couple of years. So I'm not necessarily going to go at Poch, but I'm going to go at the ownership for hiring Poch, saying, listen, I think he's good enough to do X, Y, Z, but he fails at it. I think that's a very...
No, I understand. I do understand that. The same, I hold, so I look at it, I use Ten Hag as an example because generally I treat all clubs managers the same, even though I support one. I try to keep the same logic universal across the board. A manager is accountable for things that he does wrong, there's no doubt, but I'm not necessarily angry at him if he doesn't get Sancho back to what he is at the Dortmund days. He didn't sign him. He's obviously trying to do it. Doesn't make him a bad manager because he can't improve him or get him back to his absolute best, especially as he's someone that he may not have wanted to have signed anyway. Like I just, and that's what I mean by putting all the pressure on Poch. Some
Sorry,
people
I
I've got to
don't
win.
think it's necessarily that. I think it's about how he used him in pre-season. You're playing him as a false 9, right? And then you don't play him at all. You put Rashford up front, and then you give Garnacho, who's nowhere near as talented as Sancho, and you want to play this like Anthony, who ain't got a right foot and takes a man on, Garnacho, who runs in a straight line, and then Rashford, who's useless up front. And when you've got a guy on the bench in Sancho who can actually drag your team up the pitch, is very cute in the way that he can slow the tempo down. Yeah, he can jink around a few players. He's got good delivery. He's got mad ability. And you're not dragging. So when you got pammed in that game against Wolves and you nicked it, that game was crying out for, instead of Garnacho, Sancho to drag you up the pitch so you can get your players there. Yeah, and you have a bit of quality.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'll say is this. He was playing in the false 9 role because when we first started pre-season, we had no... Rashford wasn't there. Martial was injured. There was no strikers. That's why he played it. As soon as Rashford built up game time in pre-season, Rashford played over him. So again, it's a fallacy that he was being trained into a new position to start the season. Rashford was always going to move up to the top. Now, again, I don't like Rashford there, but it wasn't, why was he used there in the pre-season and not in the real game? He was phased out in pre-season. Equally, Garnacho hasn't started the season well, but Garnacho's had more moments and so far has had a better career at Man United by a country mile than Sancho. He has done far more for Man United in terms of match-winning goals and performances at his young age compared to Sancho. Sancho, honestly, he did very well against Liverpool at home last year. He did well when he came off the bench against Leeds last season. And he's had moments in games. But Sancho, this kind of notion of, when I look at Sancho, his level of... People keep saying, you've got to drop Anthony and bring in Sancho. Anthony and Sancho are the same for me in terms of their genuine impact on the Man United team. At least with Anthony, he's had a few match-winning performances or goals within performances as an example. So I understand where you're coming from, but the point I'm making is more around the Sancho thing's crazy because people are rewriting history with Sancho. I actually saw someone last week tweet like Sancho should be starting these games that have gone different. And I'm like, what Sancho have you watched in a Man United shirt for the last 2 years? So honestly, for you to be that confident that Sancho starting makes us a better team because he's barely done that in 2 years. The point I was more making,
he's flopped since he's got here. But
the point I'm making is that, but we're going away from the point, and I don't want to do that. The point I'm making is, I don't think when it comes to Chelsea's expectations that the £1 billion spent can all be put upon Poch, the manager, because he didn't spend all of that money, unless we're going to start applying that same logic to all our clubs and managers where we go, hang on, though, but who did he inherit? How much was spent before? And we add it on top for everybody, because I just don't see it as being fair. I agree with you, Staffy. You put it on the club. So I put it on Man United.
I shared it between both, to be fair, Terry, because when you go to that, they signed Mudryk for 90 million, and he was wanted by Arsenal. So he was rated by a few clubs. Okay, so when you bring a manager and you're like, listen, these are the young guys that I have. Can you work with them? I'm pretty much sure Poch said yes. I can get something out of these players. So when we sit here and we praise, as an example, Ten Hag for getting a tune out of most of these players last season, we also have to say, okay, Poch went into this job and they signed all these young guys, and he was aware of what just happened. You know, he's aware of all these signings that was made. If he would have been like, you know what, this job is not for me because these guys are too young, I'm not the guy for the job, I'm not going to develop all of them, you're going to be like, all right, at least he knows his capability. But if he took the job on, I expect him to be good enough to improve most of these players.
Yeah, and I think that's very fair to say. Staffy, sorry, KJ. I understand that, Staffy. I'm only talking from a position of experience in business and in my own sport. So I was hired when I was back doing the martial arts. I got hired from pretty good schools to go in there and teach. And you would look at people and you're tasked with trying to improve them and make them better competitors and everything else. And there are some people you can improve. There are some that you look at, oh, he looks decent, see what I can do. But when you get in there, maybe it's that kid's attitude weren't great. And it's like, well, I can try and make that kid's attitude better and try and make him better. But it's not always upon the coach if someone doesn't have the application. In business, I've taken over departments, or I took over branches or departments in Barclays, and I'm tasked with upping performance. And sometimes you start improving it slowly, but you'll speak honestly to your MD and say, look, until I can work with this staff, but until I can start employing new people and bring better people in, we're only going to be limited to what we can achieve, because if they're not good enough, they're not good enough. And if I didn't employ that person, I shouldn't be held anywhere near it. For them failing or not being good enough, it's like, well, I've done my best to get the best out of them. If they're not good enough, I didn't employ them. It's not on me. So maybe I'm speaking from a place of like from a professional standpoint where I'm not going to be. However, I employed KJ. If he's bad at his job,
which I'm not.
He's not, by the way, very good. The buck stops with me. But if I sell the football terrace to you, Staffy, KJ already works here and he's not very good. That's not a dig at. You're not accountable for the poor employment of him. You'd be accountable for either managing him out and bringing somebody else new in.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
What I've seen with Ten Hag all summer is people holding him accountable for things that are almost nothing to do with him. It's like they want to put the whole accountability on him. And I'm like, this stinks to me. I've not seen it done before.
If KJ takes over the terrace,
yep.
Right. So, sorry. Let's say Staffy takes over the terrace.
I'm firing KJ. By the way. I just want to say that. No, listen. I would fire KJ. By the way, I don't want.
If Staffy takes over the terrace and Terry sells it to Staffy, yeah, but KJ is not doing his job how you thought he was doing his job, and you were cool with KJ. Maybe, just maybe, Staffy has different expectations, or maybe Staffy just ain't a good manager, yeah, and can't get the best out of KJ that you can. Yeah, and that is why people dig out the manager, Ten Hag, because you've got a top player in Sancho there and other players that you have at your club that are decent footballers, but certain managers don't have it with that guy. You gave him 3 months off. Yeah, 3 months off. He's come back and done nothing, but now he's not even getting a game. Yeah, and it's weird. Yeah, but just because the manager comes in and inherits players, tell me a manager that has never come into a club and not inherited players, Terry. But
I totally understand. I totally understand it though. But hang on a minute. I'll answer that question. Everybody inherits somebody because nobody takes over a club with no players. Typically, not the highest level anyway. Maybe it happens lower down the table.
7.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is this: I'm not saying there is no accountability, but I said putting 100% on somebody. Equally, the way I look at things is this: Man United, I think we all agree, from when Ten Hag took over till now, the team and club has improved. Yes, better in the league, won a trophy. So I'm judging the manager based on everything he does. I think what people are trying to do here is go, right, yeah, he's improved and done this, but I'm going to focus on something that isn't good, and you're hyper focusing on, well, he hasn't improved Sancho. Yeah, but the team's got better, and he has improved Rashford. He improved the team last year. Rashford had his best ever season in a Manchester United shirt, as an example. Bruno got back to what he like a very good version of himself. AWB and Delo improved. Now, I still think we need better than them in the long run, as an example. They got better. You know, Varane went back to his old levels last year. His body's just letting him down now, as an example. De Gea, though, he wants a goalie to play a certain way. De Gea couldn't do it. No matter what he tried to do with De Gea was never going to be able to do what Onana does. So he has to replace him with somebody. Now, the manager's also going to have some players he buys at flops, and he's going to have some players that he inherited that he won't ever be able to make better. But that's normal for the greatest managers of all time. I think we overly focus on it. And the only point I was making, and I do want to move on to another subject, we've got a lot of super chat still, is around this like pressure on Chelsea. There has to be pressure applied. But I don't think we can turn around and go, yeah, but Poch has spent $1 billion. He hasn't. He spent about 360 million of his own money. And a lot of us laughed at those signings last year and said they weren't particularly good enough. Yet suddenly Poch is going to be made accountable for players that we already said weren't good enough before he arrived. I just think it's too much. But let me go to some of these super chats here.
Terry, before you move on, I just want to say one thing. I wonder how many people now are going to say in the super chats that Lee is sucking Staffy out because he's talking about Sancho. Mind you, Lee has never heard me maybe a day in his life, never worked with me, and he talked about the same player that I talk about every week. So I just wonder if you guys are going to keep the same energy.
Staffy, just to let you know, Lee lives in Spain. I'm sure he gives you your address. You can go over and hug him and kiss him later, bro. Not right now.
I have a sofa bed as well in the living room. I've got a spare bedroom with beds in it. Like, it's all good, bro.
Lee, if I'm coming to Spain, I'm hitting you up. If you need to come to New York, and let me know.
This here says, honestly, this is been the best top 6 show ever. Thank you very much. I appreciate you saying that, bro. This here says, sign Liao, an Oshiman and a goalkeeper, and Luis Enrique, and you win. Thought Chelsea had personal terms with every player. Also, them players fit the current profile, is what Ike says. Thank you, Ike. The target is top 4 and the trophy. That's from the fan who's a Chelsea fan. I'll give a bit of leeway after the abomination of a season last season. but next year, title challenge minimum, especially if we get players like Tony and Musiala. I don't get why Arsenal fans are mad at Chelsea fans when they've been successful for the past 20 years and dip just for a year. As an empire rise, so it falls. Lee and Egal debates are always quality. Don't always agree with Egal's opinions, but big up to him for always being ready to debate and not chat shit online like you guys should do a show together. I've been telling Lee that for about 3 years. I don't get why Arsenal
would finish.
Yeah. Bowley is just showing ambition. We just had our worst season in 30 years, and I remember after Newcastle away, some Chelsea fans started turning on Bowley, even apologized for last season. Mr. Tybox here says, don't matter if Poch if Poch chose the players, he inherited £1 billion squad. That's on him. Also, RIP Riaz, he would have been 40 today. I say, yeah, fair enough. Like RIP to him. Listen, I understand he inherited it. And again, I've had this debate, not this particular, but I've said this to Lee a few times. I'm happy for that to be the case. But then we have to keep the energy for every manager. And this is my point was more we don't. Some managers, well, why hasn't he improved his squad? But I haven't heard anyone say that about all the people that when Pep and Klopp bought people, no one has moaned, well, hang on, why are you buying? Why didn't you just improve what you've got?
I'll tell you why, because they win.
Yeah, again. It's not about the actions. It's about the winning. So the point is, if Sancho doesn't get improved, but we win the Premier League this year, no one will call it out. But if Sancho doesn't improve and we come second, suddenly not improving Sancho is a problem. But the action's still the same. It's either a problem not to improve players with good ability, or it isn't for me. Like winning shouldn't negate that one action, in my view. But I hear what you're saying. When you win, no one can. Like, listen, if Arsenal win the league this year, no one will talk about the money they've spent. If Chelsea win the league next year, no one will talk about the £1 billion they've spent. But Amrabat signing contract right now. Fab has tweeted, yeah, I'm buzzing about that deal. Top player coming into United. Sorry, KJ, you were going to say something?
No, I think Rack.
No, I was going to say something, but yeah, carry on.
Egal is.
The thing is,
sorry, no, go on. Sorry, must have a delay. Sorry, go on, mate. You go.
The thing is that fans will banter, fans of rivals will banter, but the more balanced fans of your own team will always have a more balanced opinion, obviously. So you will have your balanced opinion about United and how far United have come and what they've done and that kind of stuff. But me or David or Lee will say, oh, look, Ten Hag spent 400 million in a season and a half. And not just that, they'll count this summer window, but measure it as 2 years. So they'll say, even though he's only been one season, but they'll measure it. If he doesn't win a trophy this season, then it's a failure. Oh God, busted again.
Dog's back again.
But yeah, that's just the nature of.
No, I do hear you. I did see a Liverpool fan said to me, he goes, "Your manager 2 years, and look where you are." I'm like, he's been here a year. They extend it.
They waited for game week 1, Terry, to say, "Well, look, it's his second season now." I'm like, it's the first day of the season.
That's what I mean. But you what? Listen, and I get rivals kind of doing that. There was a West Ham fan today. I don't even remember what I tweeted originally, and he come back to me and said, "But with the amount of money that Ten Hag spent, the expectation on him has got to be massive." So I sat there and think, all right, and added up what all the clubs have spent. We're like the third highest spender, but the 3 or 4 teams just below us, they've only spent like 20 million or 30 million less. And it's the point I'm making. This is why, and I know Lee hates this, but the journey and the progression is important to focus on as a barometer for where you're moving towards. And you have to look at it because you're not the only team that's trying to win or trying to improve at the same time. And if you're the fifth best in the country and you spend 400 million on brilliant players, but all the teams ahead of you have great managers and they also spend 400 million pounds and really improve their squads, it isn't as simple as saying, well, you spent 400 million, you've got to be number one now. Not if everybody else has improved around you. You have to sometimes, and this is just life in general, sometimes you have to sit in your own lane and go, right, to a degree, and this is what Man United should be doing. And it's actually the right way to operate to be successful. Sometimes you have to get into a position where you just say, do you know what? I'm focusing on making myself or my business or my team or my family the best it can be. And then sometimes by the time you look up, you realize, oh, Jesus. I remember when we used to run when I was at school. And I remember I was about year 6 and I came joint first in a race, a 100-meter sprint. And my dad was fuming with me afterwards. I went, what's the matter? He goes, you kept on looking at the other kids when you were running and that slowed you down. The next year when I run, I just look straight the whole time. So sometimes when you're looking around folks and everybody else, you drop the ball yourself. And that's why sometimes it's not as simple as just you spent 350 million, you must win the league now, because that's not reality. Equally, I get that the aim is to win.
I remember the summer. I remember the summer just after we bought Van Dijk and we bought in Alisson, and this was obviously a long time ago. But Adam Charles on the channel and all us, and I remember Adam specifically. He's like, if Klopp doesn't win a trophy this season, he's got to go. So it's like we all do it.
You know what's funny about the whole journey, though? Like, I know, Lee, you don't like the idea of a journey and progress and blah. But even with a team that spends 500 million and then just goes and wins the league like that, that in itself is a journey. It's a quicker one, but that's still a journey in itself. There's still progression in those moments, even when you're in a straight winning team. Like, so you can't escape the journey, Lee. You can't escape it.
Okay, but that's all fantasy and Disney-esque storylines. Yeah. Fact is, Klopp went into Liverpool. And you'll know Liverpool better than me, my friend. Yeah, nice to meet you as well. And you'll know how much Liverpool has spent. The first full season, I think, in fact, the first half season, Klopp got to the Europa League final. Unai Emery done him. Daniel Sturridge scored a banger in that final, by the way. Yeah. You got to a League Cup final and lost. But the first full season, you got top 4.
Yeah.
And you qualify for Champions League. And I believe, I may be wrong, you know your club better than me. I believe as soon as you qualify for that Champions League for the next season, you got to the final and Karius happened.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. So you got straight to the final as soon as you got in it. The next season, you got there and won it.
But Lee, you just described this a journey.
Even within that, there was.
No, wait. So everyone believes that you have to spend all of this money and 400 million in this team and that team, and everyone's improving. No, go and find a way. Like I come back to earlier, Arsene Wenger found a way to steal.
Finding that way, that's a journey still.
That's a journey still.
No, Terry.
But this is the difference. Let me say this. Let me ask you a question. This is not trying to catch you up. I'm asking you a question. Are you happy with how your life is right now?
Yeah, I'm over the moon. Apart from this
Absolutely.
stuff.
Would you? Yeah, no. So because you're happy with where your life is right now, you wouldn't go back and change anything from say 5 years ago that could lead to you being in a worse place than you're in right now.
Everything.
Okay,
everything
cool.
I've done, not a single regret. Yes, I might slightly go, oh, actually, if I was in that position now, I would have done that, but it's not a regret.
And mate, and I understand that, right?
Because at that time, it was the right decision.
Yeah, and I understand that. This is the thing though with the journeys. You're in one right now with Arsenal, and you don't know how it's going to end up. So it's easy to criticize.
I do.
Hang on, bro.
Seen it 20 years in a row.
No, you think you do, but the point I'm making is this, right? I understand your logic that if you'd have sacked Arteta 2 years ago and brought in a world-class manager in your eyes, by now you might have won a Premier League, you might have won a Champions League, and that's what you're aiming for. But say you stick with Arteta and you then go into it, Pep leaves in a couple of years, and you start winning Premier Leagues this year, and in 3 or 4 years' time, you've won, say, 3 Prems, you've won a Champions League and a couple of FA Cups. Let's say you do it. If you then look back and somebody said, right, now go back, magic one time, and you can sack Arteta after 2 years and bring in a different manager, but you may not win as much as you've won now. You probably wouldn't change it. You'd look at the journey and go, actually, because of what we're achieving now, I'm happy we went through what we did before because it helped get us to. It got us. No, that's not waffling. It's because hang on. Because let me just finish. It's about hindsight. Like in the moment, you always want to do certain things, bring people in, sign people. The problem that you have,
they had won a trophy for so long. He gets them to a final in his first season.
Lee, you haven't let me finish my point. Lee, just let me finish the point I'm making. I get where you're. Listen, this is what you understand. I'm not disagreeing with how you feel, so there's nothing to defend. I'm simply saying, Lee, I'm simply saying to you, this is the thing about journeys. It's not until you win and are happy with it that you look back and go, well, that journey was worthwhile. Because if Liverpool wouldn't have won the league and then didn't win the Champions League with Jurgen Klopp, all the building blocks towards winning nothing would have frustrated them. But because they won, it was worth all the hardship they went through.
It's almost like hiring a world-class manager gets you a world-class performance, isn't it? Like, come on.
Not always, because world-class managers have been sacked and fouled before. Like, the point I'm making is there's always a journey for every club. And I hate hearing about the journey. I don't like the journey being celebrated. I don't like people backing the journey. until you win. And the only difference between you and those people is that some people are quite happy to enjoy the ride while they're going
because
along.
They're emotionally invested into a football club that every single season for 20 seasons have failed. Yeah, in the league. We've nicked a couple of FA Cups along the way, cool. But Terry, this is what I've said to you many times on straight facts. Yeah, COVID was the best thing to happen to a lot of these football clubs because they can now take your pants down, spank your bottom, charge you over the odds for everything, raise the prices 4%, give you less games. Yeah, and if you don't attend a certain percentage, put you into ballots that you're not going to win, and put the shirt prices up 15%.
Yeah, no, I
understand.
I understand all of that. But I understand all of that, Lee. But I understand all of that. But that isn't what we're talking. We're not talking about them ripping fans off on prices.
We're talking about Liverpool. I mentioned Liverpool, because he brought up a great point. Liverpool got to a Champions League final in the first season back in it after hiring a world-class manager, that was stale at Dortmund, right? So it's almost like hiring world-class managers gets you a world-class output. Because they were relentless under Klopp.
And I understand that. And like I've said, if you sacked
Arteta, go and get me a world-class manager, and we'll get a world-class performance. None of this journey
Lee, I understand that. But if you bring in a world-class manager, there's still a journey.
I don't care. Just win.
But I understand. I understand.
I'm interested, Terry. I've gone 20 years without winning.
I understand that, Lee.
But Arsenal can't make their managerial and strategic decisions based on the fact that they haven't won in the last 20 years. They need to build for the future.
Oh, no, listen, guys.
The future is now.
I'm convinced that Lee was born 45, just straight out the bat, and that was it.
Mate, maybe I'm just do you know what, KJ? You're probably right, because I am a miserable bastard. I can't lie. when it comes to Arsenal, I can't stand it.
This is the thing, though, Lee, right? This is what you do. Listen, I understand why you hate it at Arsenal because you've had enough of your club. The problem that you have and why people listen, and you're right about a lot of things, but the reason why I disagree with you is because some clubs start journeys and they go really well and they enjoy it. You then project your anger at your club to a universal rule that journeys shouldn't be mattered, they shouldn't be celebrated, spoken about, people shouldn't be enjoying them until they're actually at the top of the mountain. And that's a lot of people have trust that their club is going to, like Liverpool, a lot of Liverpool fans do believe they're going to get it right again because they got it right before. Chelsea fans are kind of, they've had moments, but they believe they're going to get it right. So they're enjoying it based on their history. But your kind of rule that all that should be ignored is crazy because not every club is Arsenal.
History of bottling everything, and nicking a few FA Cups, Terry. FA Cups are great. I love the Cups. I love the League Cup, the FA Cup, But the way I've seen us go and the decline of this football club, the way we've sold out for the last 20 years, I'm sorry, mate. I can't enjoy that. I can't enjoy that.
And I understand that. Lee, but what you're doing there is, and I get you, but that's how you feel about your club. That doesn't mean it should be a universal rule because not everybody's clubs are run like that. Not everybody's clubs make them feel like that. Therefore, you can't treat, and I said to you before, you can't treat every club with the same blanket statements that you have for Arsenal because the circumstances are different. Now, my club, I don't like how my club is run as well, but not everybody feels about their club the way you do. It isn't run the same way. Lots of clubs love their owners. They love what they're doing. But if they took your logic for everything and did it, it would be cutting off their own nose to spite their face. That's what I mean. A lot of your opinions about how clubs should behave is based on how you feel about Arsenal and not the reality of the other 19 teams in the Premier League.
Right,
but look, I want to move on.
Matt said Lee's been on a longer journey than Forrest Gump.
I want to move on here. This here says Lee, genuine question, opinions on Vieira, but only based on his last performance. I was there when he came on. We all slumped in our seats, but
he was sick when he came on.
He was very good. This year, Arteta has spent 700 million and has one top four finish. I think I've already done that one there. Sorry, already done that one. Egal is only a scattergun approach because you are too arrogant to actually look at it properly. If you don't see the plans, you're blind. Top four and a trophy is what Anton wants. Would you guys start Rasmus or Tony on Sunday? Rasmus. Tony is finished. Body's gone. Sorry, that probably upsets Staffy because he's still probably in love with him. You ran straight, but did you win? The following year, I did win. I was pretty quick. I was pretty quick as a kid. I was pretty quick. I was pretty fast. Someone says here, Terry thought he was an athlete. I was. I used to compete. I competed for Team GB from the age of 7 years old until I was 25. I still have them. You know, four black belts in 4 different standards of martial arts. So yeah, I was a pretty good athlete. Terry is all about feelings. Yes, I am. So watch, and feelings are a part of your mentality. Mentality is the backbone of sport. Go and watch. I actually implore you all to go and watch the Ricky Hatton documentary that's come out. So insightful about his career, but it speaks about the changes he made. 2 things that he started doing only when the fight with Mayweather was made, and then Leo Pacquiao. Doesn't mean he would have beaten them, but you listen to what went different with him in his mentality, how he started joining in with the pantomime element of the fights, changed promoters, changed trainers, how that was, he had serious mental health issues that it led to. You'll see that he was training the same, doing the same running, doing the same everything, but his mental health situation let him down. So your mentality, i.e. your feelings, are a key component of sport. And if you actually read the stories of all top athletes, they mention their talent, 10%. Mentality is 90% of what they speak about the whole way through. Every top athlete in history speaks about that. So yes, I'm about the mental side of things, because that is what great sports people speak about. So yes, I agree.
Also, Terry, feelings, that's what sport is all about. Like, you don't look back in history books and I don't look back, 30 years ago at a game that Liverpool played against Chelsea and we beat them 2-0 and celebrate that. I celebrate the goals that we score against Chelsea now, and the feelings and the emotions they bring up. That's what sport's about. And because otherwise, I mean, what's the point? There are teams that are down in the lower leagues who are never going to win a trophy, right? But the people still go to the games. Why do they go to the games? For the tradition, for the feeling, for being together with your friends and your mates or whatever. Like, people, being on a stream, and people were talking about West Ham, and they called West Ham season last season a failure, despite the fact that they won that the Europa League, the Conference League. And I was like, yeah. And the thing is, those West Ham fans, they haven't, unless you're like over 50 years old, you haven't seen your team win a trophy. I've got mates who are West Ham fans. They were over there in Prague. Some of them went over there without tickets. They were there celebrating because they won a trophy for the first time in their lives. That's football's all about emotion. That's what sport's about.
It is all about, but life's like that. Everything you do is about emotion. You don't do your job for emotional reasons, but I know why me and Lee work. I think we're the only ones on here with kids. We work so we can support our kids because that makes us feel a certain way. Everything's about feelings and emotions. If you're saying, even if you just watch football for entertainment, that's because you've been entertained by the sport, gives you a certain feeling. It's all like this notion that football shouldn't be about feelings or mentality is crazy. Everything's about how you feel. It literally is. Do you know what I'm saying? Your favorite TV show, the food you eat, everything's about how it makes you feel. It's as simple as that for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. If you do amazing for 9 months, and win the league, but only enjoy that, you miss out on 9 months of happiness, the journey. Big up to Lee still. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I know you did. I know you did.
I've said this before, right? I've seen Arsenal win 5 league titles, right? And my first memory of watching Arsenal was 89 at Anfield. It was on TV. My parents, I was like just turning 7. They let me stay up and watch it. Yeah, and back then when I was a little kid, the emotion and all of that, I didn't realise how big of an event that was. It's only when I got older I realised, oh my days, Liverpool were insane and blah, 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 and you start researching it. But Terry, come on, man. Like, yes, there is emotion in sport and there's emotion in life. But it's also about the mentality. Go and what you just mentioned about Ricky Hatton documentary. Go and watch Save the Last Dance. Yeah? And go and listen to the mentality of Michael Jordan. Nobody in the dressing room liked him. Yeah? Why? Because he was an elite level winner. Yeah? And he didn't give a toss. We're winning. And if you ain't here, mate, to win, you can jog on. The problem is when it comes to football fan bases, because COVID happened, and I fully believe this, our club, my club, your club, and Tottenham, them 3 football clubs have absolutely cottoned on to the emotional connection. Yeah. And basing everything they do off of emotions. Yeah. Oh my God, we can get them in. Oh, they're just happy to be here because they don't know when they might come next. Yeah, that is not the mentality. But these football clubs are run by extremely successful people, extremely wealthy people that have extremely good PR. Football is about winning, and elite level sport is about winning. Go and ask Usain Bolt if he was happy coming second.
So, mate, listen. So, I totally agree with that. But like you said, it's all about mentality, and mentality is feelings and emotion. I don't get what you're saying. Again, for me, you've kind of gone off the topic a bit. I get that they stripe football fans out of money and they sell to you based on emotions. They absolutely do. It's great marketing because your football club, they treat you like a customer, but you don't look at them as a business. So it isn't like Costa Coffee. Well, I don't like you no more. I'm going to go Starbucks instead. People don't do that. Once you pick a football club, that's it. Like, people can get divorced. They can adopt their children. They can change religions. You cannot change football team. It's an unwritten rule that literally everybody takes seriously. Like, not truthfully, you'll find people that have had 3 wives, don't see their kids, change religions 3 times, never can stick a job, but they are dedicated to their football team. Why is that though? It's based on emotion. So yeah, mate, I understand that they get sold to through emotion, but what I'm really referring to here is, as a fan, I enjoy the emotional journey that my club puts me through. However, with Man United, I used to. I don't with Man United anymore because of how we're run. And because of how we're run, it's taken a big percentage of the enjoyment out. However, just because I'm unhappy with my owners, and I don't want to hear about the journey, and I don't want to hear about this and that because the Glazers are scum, doesn't mean I think that all fans of all clubs should think like that, because their clubs might be run well. And they are enjoying that journey. Well, again, not every, again, so again, based on your logic, only one team wins the league every year. Okay, only 4 teams can win a trophy. Only 4 teams, 5 teams can win a trophy a year. The big teams are in the Champions League. Or if there's 20 teams in the Prem. At least 15 of them, maybe 16 of them, are not going to win a trophy every year. Based on your logic, it means every single day of the season, those fans don't celebrate goals or wins because they might not win a trophy at the end of the season. If that happens and there's no enjoyment in the journey that you're on just for that one particular season, what's the point of doing it? Because people it doesn't make sense.
I'll come back. I see Leeds fans earlier, saying if we keep Sinistera, which they haven't, right? If we keep Sinistera, and don't sign anyone, I'll be happy. That's what they've said. I've seen loads of Leeds fans today online saying that, right? Because they've lowered their standards so much that they will accept just one guy who's a mercenary staying in their football club, Terry, over the good and great of the football club going forward. Leeds are huge. When it comes to what you're saying there, right? Not every club can win, of course, but at least give yourself the best position to win by doing above and beyond. You said earlier,
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
But you said,
but how is it?
Because you just said that there's only 4 or 5 trophies to win, right?
Yes.
In the Premier League, Europa League, Conference League, all of that, the rest of the teams are going to lose. Yeah. So why are Luton only spending 30 million when they've got 200? So again, why are Nottingham Forest going for it?
Let me answer that.
Trying to be successful.
Lee, so let me answer that question then. Again, so I still think that's completely different to what we're talking about here.
It's not,
I understand. No, I'll tell you why I think it is. I understand what you're saying. So if Luton fans are angry because they're not spending any money, I get that. But that doesn't mean that Forest fans can't enjoy their season.
Because Forest fans are trying to be successful, Terry.
Yes, but again, let's go back to what I originally said. I understand it for certain examples. You can say, well, you shouldn't enjoy the journey because your club ain't doing the right thing. But it can't be a universal statement that all people shouldn't enjoy journeys. That's all I said, bruv.
Fair enough.
That's all. That literally, and that's my point. Like I said, me and you have this fight a lot about different things. It's you can't apply the way you feel about your club to everybody's club because they're not the same. The situations are different, and that's why I think it's. Look, again, if you were happy with your club, you'd probably be enjoying the journey more. This says if Arteta had identical season to last, so you want him gone, so he challenges and gets knocked out of the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Brandon Lee, would you want him gone for that?
Yep.
Yeah. Many players such as Martinelli, Odegaard, and Gabriel only had one season last year and want to hit the same numbers again this season. I agree. I've already done that one about Staffy wiping Lee's bum. Just had a fight with the missus. Told her this is what we smashed the stadium down for. Did not go over well. Love it. Balogun started one Premier League game for Arsenal. Fairs. Chelsea are buying more kids than Sesame Street. I was panicking whose name was coming at the end there.
Right, rename the stadium Neverland.
Tell Terry about Madrid and Highbury. Love it. Big up to the Liverpool fan dressed for a Bitcoin conference on a balcony with a city in the backdrop. How can I live like this, please?
Invest in Bitcoin.
That's the secret, Rack. What's the secret, bro?
Yeah, what is the secret? Man is sitting out there like Pablo Escobar. That is like letting your girl around with the whole town and then get married and try to explain to people you don't understand the journey.
Hey, that comment, by the way. Hey, you're my guy always, brother. I love you always. You know this, innit? Yeah, that comment is hilarious.
I don't get it.
He's basically saying, look at Logan Paul. Yeah, we're seeing Logan Paul right now. Yeah? That's basically what he's saying.
Okay,
yeah?
okay,
look at the whole journey of how I met this girl. And
I get that. I get that. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see the correlation to that.
No, because you won't. But that is exactly what he's saying.
So explain the correlation between Logan Paul and his girlfriend's journey into how they meet and the amount of pictures. Hang on. Let me finish my question. So explain to me the connection between that and Chelsea fans enjoying the process they're currently in.
The process, that word needs to be banned.
Okay, explain the correlation.
The correlation is, Logan Paul has inherited the guy he's about to punch up, ex-girlfriend. Poch has inherited Potter, and Lampard's ex-girlfriend. It's the same thing. How are you missing this?
I don't get it.
She's been around the block here, there, and everywhere, putting videos out saying, "I can't wait to get." If anyone's got a big tick, you know what I'm saying.
So what you're saying is, Lee, hang on. So what we're saying is because Chelsea fans lost a lot of games and got embarrassed last year, and the whole world saw it, they shouldn't enjoy their team winning now.
So you're telling me Logan Paul should enjoy winning now?
No, that isn't what. No, if that point stacks up, you're right. Logan Paul should feel pretty bad right now. He should. But, so you're saying Chelsea fans can't celebrate wins because they lost games last year?
In fact, it ain't even Dylan's ex, is it? It's just some random.
No, answer the question. So you saying team fans can't celebrate wins this season because they had a bad season last year? Terry.
You
know that's bullshit. That's what. Lee, come on.
If you've had your pants pulled down and your bottom spanked and slapped constantly to finish in your worst season for 40 years or 30 years, worst ever finish, and then something new comes along and says, "I'll take you." I'm sorry, that is a sick. That is sick. That is the best super chat you've ever had.
Please answer my question, Lee. Because Chelsea lost the games last year and had an embarrassing season, are they allowed to celebrate wins this campaign and be happy?
It's going to end in tears, Terry.
No, that is. See, why can't you answer the question?
I'll answer the question. Yeah, cool. Let them celebrate it. Logan Paul celebrating it.
Mate, that's crazy. I don't understand. Someone in the comments says no one's saying that. No, Lee is saying that. It's mad.
Celebrating it, bro. It's going to end in tears at Chelsea real quick as well.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, Rack, what's your take on the situation with Terry? You should be protected. There's a lot of such an innocent soul. It's all good. I want to say the Salah stuff. There's talk that a new bid's going to come in. The bid might not be here straight away because obviously their window don't shut. Are you worried that this might go through, might happen?
I'm more worried now than I was about 24, 48 hours ago. But look, ultimately, it doesn't make... First of all, I think Mohamed Salah leaving this window, it would be stupid for us to let him go. It doesn't make sense in it doesn't make sense in a footballing sense, nor financially. Look, if there will still be a market for Mohamed Salah next summer. We can sell him if he wants to go next summer. They probably will still want him because he's going to be potentially the poster boy of the new Saudi league and the figurehead, whatever you want to call it. It seems like they're going to come in with a big money bid, but really, if we let Mo Salah go and we can't replace him, what does that mean for us this season? Okay, maybe we get 200 million this summer, but then we lose potentially 60, 70 million pounds worth of Champions League money next year. So yeah, and then we could probably sell Mo Salah for 100, 120, maybe something like that next summer anyway to them if they're that interested. So it doesn't make sense. It weakens us in a footballing sense, and I don't think. It also, more importantly, it means that if we do that, you have to seriously question whether the footballing integrity or the competitive will of the people who are running the club. And I think a lot of Liverpool fans are already doing that. I've in the past said that we've been very well run, and recent years, and certainly the last year and a half, my confidence has slowly but surely been eroded. And this would be, this is unconscionable. It can't happen. We can't let Salah go. Next summer, once we've had time to plan for a replacement, I think that makes more sense for everybody. Or certainly makes more sense for Liverpool. We'll see. But it is worrying when you hear numbers like 200, 250 being bandied about, because obviously we know these guys have bottomless pockets. Look what they're willing to pay for Kylian Mbappe for 1 year. They're willing to basically spend about $1 billion on Kylian Mbappe in terms of transfer fees and wages and all that kind of stuff. So they have very, very deep pockets, and it is concerning. But we need to stand firm and keep him.
You ain't getting 100 million for him next year.
I don't see why not though. Why not? I mean,
think
if the Saudi League want him that badly, then I don't see why not.
I think the reason why I think because
sorry, boys, just to interject. Really, it's been breaking news. Liverpool just formally announced Gravenberch as a Liverpool player on their Twitter account. So Gravenberch officially a Liverpool player. The midfield rebuild is complete. It is complete. With Endo and Gravenberch, and you've done 250 million or so on your midfield. So yeah, 200 million. Sorry, on your midfield. So yeah.
I mean, look, this is a different matter, but this is one of the things that why my confidence has been eroded. We needed 3 midfielders at the start of the summer. We then let we then let you know where I'm going with this though. We then let Fabinho, who was a starting midfielder, and Hendo go. So. Hendo, I don't whether we let him go and replace him directly was not the end of the world, but Fabinho would have been our starting DM, and we haven't got a starting DM. I don't think Gravenberch is a starting DM. So again, I don't understand how that's happened football wise. You can't let someone who's that critical, be first team player, go and then not replace him. It seems crazy to me.
Yeah. No, listen, I do get where you're coming from. 2-0 to West Ham, by the way. They're going top of the league. Top of the league, West Ham are going now. Super Chat came in here, says that's because you say, that's just because you say you love the journey of your team and your team is passing around the town like a girl for some miracle. You win the league and you're happy with the journey.
Let it grow. It's a poor.
Let the correlation grow. It's
like I said, David Moyes in.
I don't know, but they're top of the league.
They've won the same amount of trophies as Arsenal, and he got the job a week after Arteta.
But do you know what's interesting about this West Ham thing? Let's see what they do this season. But halfway through last season, their fans wanted the manager sacked. They've kept him. He won them their first trophy in donkey's years, and after getting rid of Declan Rice, everyone said they were finished. 4 games into the season, they're about to sit top. They're about to go top of the league. Now, obviously, other teams are going to play this weekend and they'll probably drop down a little bit. But, sometimes you just got to give people a little bit of time. I think it's all about whether you lose a... One thing I'd say about him here, I don't really like, they are what they are, but he never lost that dressing room. And that's the important factor, I think, when it comes to getting the team forward, But yeah, very good start to the season for West Ham, very, very good start. But yeah, that analogy, bro, I respect the super chat. I always respect the super chatters. But again, I just don't see the correlation. I'm being honest. I think a penalty's been given to Luton as well. Jeez. Brandon's here. I wanted to ask you, Brandon. No new signings have come in at Arsenal in this, because there was a lot of talk that after you signed the 3 you did, that you'd sell a few people and then some more players would come in at the end of the window. How would you rate your window overall? And do you feel Arsenal are now ready to really push on this season and challenge for that title?
3 out of 10, Till.
3 out of 10?
4 maximum. maximum. Because at the end of the day, we've left ourselves with more holes than what we had last season now. We've got less defensive strength and depth than what we had last season. The midfield, you could argue it's maybe better in the sense because you've got Declan Rice, but you've also got Kai Havertz being shoehorned in there. You're left with the same striking options as what we had last season. They weren't good enough to win us the league last season. So in actual fact, what we've done is we've thinned the squad down even more. And part of the reason why we didn't win the league last season, according to all top Gooners, is because we had a thin squad. So why would you go and thin the squad down even more when a thin squad was part of the reason what affected us last season? We are literally, right? This is how it is. We've got 8 defenders on our books or as first team players, right? One of them is an academy project, Real Waters, or whatever his name is. Then you've got Zinchenko and Tomiyasu who cannot stay fit for any more than 10 games. So at some point this season, them two will be out injured. It's almost a guarantee. Then you've got Saliba, fine. Kivior, I don't think he's ready yet. Then you've got Gabriel, who's currently doing up bench for some unknown reason. Then you've got Ben
doing
White.
up bench.
Well, he is. And, you know, they're your defenders there. So we are literally back to one William Saliba injury from a crisis again. You would have thought Arsenal would go out and address that in this transfer market. And I know people will say, yeah, but you bought Yuri and Timber as that cover to address that situation. But when he got injured 3 weeks ago, and we knew he was going to be out till March, why don't we go and address it 3 weeks ago? Why, you know, that to me was the most important thing. In fact, I'd have even turned around and said, look, we keep Matt Turner, forget David Raya, just go and get a defender for God's sake. Because we already see last season that the defensive options that we've got are not good enough to win us the league. So they're not going to be good enough now. And like I said, most of them can't keep fit. And then on top of that, the player that we're actually, you know, using as our inverted right back at the moment to cover for the fact that Zinchenko is out, is now out injured for Sunday, apparently. Thomas Partey is injured for Sunday's game.
Hang on a minute. How comes this guy always misses the big games? Is there something in his there is something going on with this guy? He is never available for those games.
So
according to Arsenal fans' logic, Brandon, last time when Casemiro got suspended, they said he was scared of Partey. So maybe Partey's scared of Casemiro this time. We'll never know.
Amrabat signed. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm gone.
He got scared of Amrabat.
Partey's scared that he's going to be played at right back and Rashford's going to tear him a new arsehole. Because that's exactly what will happen. I'm telling you that now for a fact. But no, I just wanted to jump on so I could defend my dad a little bit because I heard you. I thought, Dad, I'm coming on to defend you, Dad.
Don't worry, son. I appreciate it.
Wait, Brendan, listen to this. We have Lee Gunner, we have Lee Gunner's son, and we have Lee Gunner of the United fan base. This is the most Lee Gunners I've ever seen on one panel.
Because from America, innit? That's all it is.
No, listen. I don't. Lee knows this. I don't overly disagree with a lot of the things that he says and standards. I just think it's more when it's it's more when it's applied.
When I generalize everybody and shoehorn everybody.
Yeah. It's kind of as you say, it's sort of like the focusing on managers in a press conference, not saying the truth, like not saying that the gospel truth. It's sort of like it just doesn't matter because managers have never told the truth in their circumstances, whether they've been successful or unsuccessful. So therefore, I don't think it's a factor that impacts a club because if the successful ones lie and the unsuccessful ones lie, the correlation doesn't equal the causation, if that makes sense. So I just think it's an irrelevant thing.
Successful ones that don't lie get sacked. Jose.
The successful ones that don't lie.
Jose said, I asked for 5 players, I got none, or 1.
But equally, again, you say that, but if Jose in those 2 seasons where he started moaning had won the league and won trophies, they wouldn't have sacked him.
Well, we actually got told, you actually said to me when he did that, you actually said this on Straight Facts the other day when you stormed off and got the ump. You actually said that when he called them out, 6 months later or within 6 months, he actually got sacked. So it's not about 2 years, it's about 6 months.
Well, he stopped, but the point is again, let me explain what I mean.
Thank you.
No, it's not about that. So the season before, he came second in the league, and it was he started having problems, and the fans started turning on him a little bit. And it turned out it was in the March of that season where he came second, where he told the board he wanted Pogba and Martial sold. and he was told no. That is where the problem started. But if he'd have won the league that season and then started the next season well after calling them out, they wouldn't have sacked him. They sacked him because we were sitting like 7th in the table. The results were a part of that sacking. It wasn't that he just called them out, you know. So there's a balance between.
But you're
those
saying
things,
that he finished second and demanded more, and the fans were unhappy. Okay, cool, got ya.
No. You didn't ask what the fans were unhappy about. So the fans were unhappy with the style of football, and they based it on something you say a lot. They said the way we're playing and performing is unsustainable. That is what they were complaining about. Some fans, the Pogba and the Martial fanboys, turned on him instantly as soon as they found out he wanted rid of their favorite players. And I never sided with them in the argument. But United fans were annoyed about that. Then what they got annoyed about in the summer was, for instance, Martial left for the birth of his child. And the way Jose spoke about him was disgraceful. It was disgraceful. He was angry that he went to see the birth of his child, which I think every man in any job has the right to be able to go and do, unless your job is literally saving lives and leaving the war or something or whatever else. You've got the right to go there and do that, as an example. So that was what was turning things around, as an example. So it's not as simple as just, well, he was trying to make the club better and fans got angry. It was about how he went about it. He did some stuff, in my opinion, that was embarrassing for the football club. Equally, during those processes, I defended him many times. There was an article by the Guardian where the headline wrote, and this is why I implore people to not be headline readers. It said Jose Mourinho, like him speaking, and then quotes of "My life in Manchester is a disaster." That turned fans against him because people just read headlines. You read the actual article, and what he said is, "I love being in Manchester. It's a great city. People are brilliant." He says, "It's only a disaster here when I go out with my family for food and the press follow me about." But they spun the headline as "My life in Manchester is a disaster." And that made people... So again, I'm balanced. There were things I didn't like that he did, and there were things that I defended him on because he wasn't... Not everything he did was wrong. But at the end of the day, he didn't just get sacked for what his public outpourings. He also got sacked for his performances. But why did he get those performances? Because he ruined his relationship with the squad by the way he treated them. So you have to get the balance right. I want a manager to do what Ten Hag done this year, where he said, we need better players, we need to bring people in. I don't want him, though, out here saying how crap our players are, because that makes it even hot. Imagine, we can't sell the shit now. How are we going to sell it if our manager's outright saying this shit? No one will buy him. And we need to raise more money because the Glazers have got restraints on things. And the less money we make through sales, the less there is for him to spend. It's about playing the game. Super Chat here says, what happened to Pep and Klopp's era? One title. Yes, it's the Pep era. Pep won the Prem without a striker. What's Klopp's excuse?
It's not as good. It's that simple.
He isn't as good.
I mean, people did used to say that Firmino was a defensive striker. So I don't know.
That one
He's
was
underrated.
That
you know
one was a
what?
madness.
Honestly, he is one of the most underrated Premier League players of all time, mate. What a footballer Firmino is.
Probably.
Top player.
Yeah, no output. No, I'm joking. He's very good. Is Gravenberch top 5 midfielders in the league?
Definitely not.
He couldn't
Yeah.
even get him. What are you waffling?
Oh wow, West Ham. That must be a handball. It must be a penalty. It's got to be a penalty.
Wait,
Ward-Prowse. I think it should be a penalty here to West Ham. I can't believe they didn't get that. Ward-Prowse has jumped up, arm up that sort of height from a corner. It's just hit his arm. No different to Luke Shaw's last year, not given. It's a disgrace, and it's 2-1. It's 2-1 as well. That would have been a penalty. Oh wow, robbery. There's a robbery. There's been a robbery. Need that Salah. Here we go for Liverpool tears. Yeah, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. How would you guys rate? What would we rate Tottenham summer at? Because
I would give them a 6. I think they've started off well. I think they've got like key players like Maddison. Who else did they buy? Van der Ven is a good signing. I feel like they've got goalkeeper as well, decent signing as well. So I think they've got a good base to go off. I think not getting rid of like Eric Dyer, Sanchez. That I think that's the sticking point. Højbjerg is still there. La Salso is lingering around, but overall they brought in quality players. I know Udogie was someone they bought last summer, and then he's coming in now, and he was on loan for last season. But they look. I think they've got a decent base to go on and, I don't know, be a little bit less Spursy than normal. So yeah, no, I think a 6 is fair.
And probably,
like the way you
most
said it a little
importantly, they brought in Ange, who I mean, he's not obviously not a player, but he came in just before the window, and he seems to have raised the place, and Spurs fans in general seem happy. And that's a decent barometer. Obviously, it will depend on what how successful it proves is going to be. It will be determined at the end of the season, but I think they could be close. Spurs, I think they'll be probably challenging for top 5, and if they get anywhere near that, then I think they'll be happy.
7 out of 10 is crazy, by the way.
Yeah,
They
it's
sold
not-
their best player and didn't reinvest that money. So
But that's it. Did they bought Brendan Johnson? So, what would you rate Man United's window, Staffy?
you really want this fan base to hate me. It's a horrible, horrible summer. I'm not gonna lie. Getting in a player that we didn't need for 55 million, getting a striker who, by the way, I rate for 70 million. So you paid over the odds for him. He was injured for the first 3 games.
64.
64. Thank you for letting me know. Getting Amrabat on the last day, on loan after all that, not selling Maguire, not selling McTominay, bringing
Keeping
in
Casemiro.
not selling Casemiro to Saudi is how you should be saying it. No, I'm just kidding about it. I think it's below average. I'm not gonna lie, or just average, just an average summer.
I think it
all
feels.
the outgoings. Sorry, KJ. All the outgoings for one reason or another, because we've had this conversation in the chat where people explain why we couldn't sell them for good fees. I do understand that, but at the end of the day, I still have to look at the end picture, which we didn't sell Maguire, we didn't sell McTominay, we still can't sell Donny van de Beek, who clearly isn't in his books anymore. For the manager, he doesn't want him.
Bro, he's gone.
Where did he go to?
Did he get loaned to Galatasaray?
Was it Galatasaray? He's going on loan though.
Yeah,
He didn't get loaned out yet. No, he didn't get loaned out.
Who?
Donny.
No,
No one wants him. He's awful.
Last time I saw it, it's like
That's what I'm telling you.
last time I saw he's staying at Man United and potentially might go to Turkey due to their window closing a bit later.
Yeah,
but
loans don't need to be done by 11 p.m. tonight. I think there's like an extra week to get loans done. So yeah, he could still go.
And my point is, we didn't offload enough players, and the players that we brought in, I rate Unana. Unana's the highlight of the summer for me. Other than that, I'm not really happy with all our incomings. I think we still needed another midfielder. I'm happy we finally got Amrabat, but why did it take this long? Why is it only a loan? Why did I have to wait till the last day of the summer to get him?
Do you know why it is though?
I mean, I've read so many reasons. I don't know at this point what's the truth or not.
But for me, the truth's obvious that they didn't allow more money to be spent. The fact that we tried to get the loan done for £1 million year one tells you the club's being.
Well, if we sold Maguire and Scott, we would have had the money.
Okay.
So it brings me back to my other point.
I haven't spoke to you.
Let me just say this. I'm not disagreeing with you, but remember, like, one action creates an equal reaction, because I agree they didn't sell those players, therefore there wasn't the money, so that's why we waited so long. So you have to add these things up.
I mean,
so I agree with you. It's wrong not to
yeah.
sell those players, but when you say why did we wait till the last day and not buy another midfielder, you've already answered the question, because we didn't sell those other people.
We haven't chatted in like properly in a while. Like, I get the frustration with outgoings, especially, but you can't say, well, it's all on the club for not selling McTominay and Maguire when we accepted bids for.
Yeah, but you didn't pay Maguire
players.
the money to leave. I have seen Arsenal want to cut ties with Aubameyang, and they gave him the money, and they said, "You can leave now because we don't want you. We want to cut off this toxic relationship that was going on."
Yeah, but why?
Maguire's sitting here crying for $6 million. You could have just paid him off.
Why should Maguire get $6 million? If he's a player that we don't want, he's a player that's not going to get game time. If he's a player that we
because
don't
he's under
actually rate,
contract, KJ.
he
has no ambition. He has no ambition.
Yeah, so why would it reward
England?
his ambition with $6 million?
Because you got to cut ties at some point, KJ. If the
so
manager
the easiest
doesn't
way
rate
to get
him,
rid of him is not registering for any squad, stick him in the under 21s and say bollocks.
Yeah, I'd rather that than giving him $6 million for something he should be doing anyway, which is legal.
If you do what you did with Victor Valdez, and Schweinsteiger, under Jose, I've said this to Terry before. You put Harry Maguire in the under 21s and say you're not playing a first team game for Man United again. Yeah, watch how quick he leaves and takes a pay cut.
So, bro, I think that's an approach you can go down the lines of, but then there's a flip side to that. In terms of the manager has to think long and hard. It isn't just that's a great idea, gets rid of him, but then it lowers the amount of money you can get from him again. And then you only
because
pick
you're
up
still
50.
making a profit, Terry. Because if
Hang
he's
on a
being
minute.
sold for 30 million,
You're not,
you pay him
hang on, let me finish. You then only make 15 million, and then there isn't the money to invest in the quality of personnel you want to replace him, because the club isn't sanctioning more than that. So it becomes, I understand it's wrong, but sometimes, again, you have to look at the reality of a situation and understand it's not as, the manager has to balance these circumstances. Go, right, I can do what Lee's saying and stick him in the stands and do all of this, but then we get even less money in for him, and the Glazers are already not allowing us to spend because they're saying it's FFP. I don't think it is. I think it's just them trying not to spend more money before the club is sold, as an example. So then you're hamstrung again. And I think that I think the players we've purchased, barring Mount, have been very good. I actually like who we've bought. I think they improved the Man United team. I think Højlund's going to be a brilliant striker for us. Everyone knows how much I rate Amrabat, and I know Nana's a class goalkeeper. And I think Reguilon's not even a deal that's
Stop
worth
mentioning that, man.
No, but that's again the Reguilon deal is being kind of bantered. But people are, if this weekend our two left backs got injured and we didn't have a left back, we nobody would say it would be weird to come and loan a player like him for a few months until they're fit again. People are treating the Reguilon signing like a player that we've been scouting all summer and we think can make our team better. We have got a situation where the loan can be terminated in January when the players return. It is a short-term loan option because our main two left backs.
He's not a bad player.
No, I don't think Reguilon is a bad player. But the point I'm making is the reason I'm not focusing on that as a deal. It isn't a deal the club set out at the summer looking to buy a new left back. 2 long-term injuries to our left backs have forced their hand to bring somebody in temporarily. So it's not one that I'm really. And again,
Johnny Evans, he's there for the quota. He's barely going to play. He's probably one ahead of Maguire, to be fair. I hope that's the case. I hope he's ahead of Maguire by 1. But at the end of the day, Man United's incomings have been decent. Man United's outgoings is where the frustration lies. But it's not like Man United haven't tried. Eric McTominay, Maguire, Van der Beek, and Eric Bailly all have rejected moves from clubs that wanted them. As far as Man United can help, what can you do? What besides terminate their contracts or ship them off into the reserves? There's not much more Man United could do in that sense. So I would give our window, again, like Spurs, a 6. Something to build off, and it could have been better in certain areas, but it's not because you're viewing it just so focused on just like one Man United and what you would want to happen and what should happen. It's easier to be like, yeah, it's a 4, it's a 3, it's awful. But
you already get negative points just for signing Mount, so that already takes me away from a 6 to like a 4 because we should have never signed Mount.
It's the average window, man. It's just an average window. It's not amazing. It's not like the worst thing we've ever seen. It is what it is.
This is why when you sign players on long-term contracts, like I'll draw a parallel with the Chelsea situation. They've put a lot of players on long contracts. If some of those players flop, then it's going to be difficult for them. Maybe the Chelsea fans are all saying they're on lower wages, and maybe that's the reason why. But you have committed to paying them for 6, 7, 8 years or whatever. United brought in Maguire, and I think they probably put him on a 5+1 contract, then a 6-year contract, and on big money as well. If these players want to sit there, I remember, was it Winston Bogarde, for the old Chelsea centre back, like 15, 20 years ago, who basically just sat there for like 3 years and just collected his money, and that's the problem with giving players long contracts and not.
But this is the thing. Phil Jones, we did to Phil Jones. Ten Hag did to Phil Jones what, and Ollie did in the last few years of Phil Jones. They basically did that. They didn't register him and they pushed him out, and he still just went, "I'm collecting my £100,000 a week. I'm not leaving." Yeah. So again, this is the thing. You could do those things. You've just got to. I don't think it's been a great summer. I think the biggest issue I have more than anything, again, is their execution. We make our board make things messy, and it's embarrassing to look at. And that's my biggest issue. I think personnel wise is pretty decent. Most of the incomings, but yeah, I'd probably score like a 5 out of 10. Like for all being equal, about a 5 out of 10 is what I would give it. In terms of, we know City's is really good. We spoke about that on another show earlier on today. You said 3 out of 10 for Arsenal, Brandon. Do you agree with that, Lee?
No, it's a 2. And listen, real talk. The only reason it's a 2 is because Rob Holding's left. I've not seen since I've been on here any other players leaving this football club. And everyone's laughing. Listen, I don't mean to mug people off, yeah? I don't mean to come across disrespectful to the panel and all of that, yeah? Like, because listen, I don't know you guys and you've all been cool with me, yeah? And you've let me waffle and chat shit, right? Whatever, right? But We started last season without cover at centre back. We started last season without cover in midfield. We started last season without cover for Bukayo Saka. We started last season without another striker. Yes, we signed Jesus. Cool. But we still needed another striker anyway. We needed a bagsman, somebody that's a different guy, a Mitrovic, an Ivan Toney, somebody that can run the chat, even Ollie Watkins. Yeah. And guess what? We're still sat here right now. Fast forward a whole 1 year later, we still need a centre-back cover. We've let Kieran Tierney go. We've let Rob Holding go. Cool, I'm buzzing with that. See you later. You stayed 6 years too long. Should never have signed you. I'm sorry, he didn't cost £50 million, so he can't be good.
We
yeah,
protected
guess
his
what?
value, though, didn't we?
remember that.
The treble last season, Rob Holding stunk it out and cost us the title. Was part
We
of the reason.
protected his value, though, didn't we, Lee?
We signed him up to a new deal, of course. Thank you. We protected his value. Exactly. Right. We're sitting here today on Friday, the 1st of September at 7 minutes past 11 Espanol time. Yeah. Right. And we still need centre-back cover. Zinchenko's injury prone. Tomiyasu's injury prone. Both been out injured more than Tierney, by the way. Just saying, Tierney's been fit for 18 months, but we've loaned him out and he's injured. So cool. We've signed Kivior. We haven't got a big sample size of Kivior, so we don't know how good he is. But the sample size we have, he's been playing at left back. Any competent right winger schools him. Yeah, real talk. When we play Wolves, Pedro Neto, if he plays at left back, is going to absolutely school that geezer. Right? Then on the opposite side, Tomiyasu can't stay fit, Zinchenko, whatever. Timber looks a baller, but sadly injured. So who's going at centre-back if Saliba or Gabriel get injured then? And if one or the other, yeah, of Tomiyasu or Zinchenko get injured, what, we putting Thomas Partey at right back again? Ben White at centre-back?
Thomas Partey's out. Tommy's Partey's out for Sunday, apparently.
Yeah, bro,
So
that guy's just said, you know what? I've hit the F-it switch. I can't be arsed. Rashford's going to cook you. Yeah, like, and then you go into midfield. We've got Emil Smith-Rowe, who, if you put him where Kai Havertz is playing, would have more output, be more effective, make us look stronger, defensively, work great off the ball as well. Oh, but he doesn't win his duels. And Kai Havertz wins his duels. Like, bro, trust me. Fabio Vieira, cool. I gave him a round of applause. I said he was our best player when he came on the other day. Yeah, he looked amazing the other day. It's one game. Now do that against a big team. Do that when, yeah, we're up against it against City. Yeah, let's see what you got. Bukayo Saka has played a record-breaking 83 consecutive games for Arsenal in the Premier League. Only Paul Merson, he has just overtaken 82, right? If he gets injured, we're finished because we're putting Reece Nelson there. You're telling me there's not a better player on the planet than Reece Nelson that we could sign? And Reece Nelson ain't even a right winger, he's a left winger. Yeah, but we're going to... but Jesus can play there. What, Jesus that's always injured? Yeah, Jesus that's had 2 knee surgeries since he's been here in 1 year.
Reece is currently injured as well, isn't he?
Exactly.
The viewers are asking, where did you hear Partey was out?
Yeah, I've not heard that, but I've been on here for, 4 hours, so I've not heard that.
It's an online... Well, it's online rumour, but I don't know how true it is. I haven't actually checked.
Bro, if my man's telling him he's playing right back or right wing back inverted, yeah, this weekend, he's thinking, nah, mate, I ain't getting that Rashford cooking because Rashford will skin him. Yeah, we see the other day who was the geezer for Sheffield United? Was it Sheffield United? Not Sheffield United. Forest. Who was the geezer at Forest in the 30? Absolutely cooked him on the left wing.
Langer.
No, it wasn't Langer. It was before that. I can't remember. But anyway, let's continue.
Gibbs White or Johnson. Must be all that.
You heard it in your head.
Yeah, either way, there was somebody in that Forest game that absolutely skinned him. Why? Because he ain't got the legs to go up and down, which is why. And I get why Arteta's playing him there because Zinchenko's out injured. So we'll invert on that side. Stop all this inversion. Yeah, how about just play Ben White, one of the best right backs in the league last season? Only Trippier done better than him, in my opinion. And until we capitulated, I would have said Ben White was the best right back. Play him there. Play Saliba, play Gabriel, if Zinchenko's out injured, cool, okay, whatever. Now put Kivior, Tomiyasu, Tierney, whoever you want there, yeah? We know our best midfield, and Brandon, you can back me up here. Partey, Rice, Odegaard. We know our best front three if they're all fit. Saka, Martinelli, Jesus. Yeah, or we could even put Trossard there if we wanted to, whatever. But this guy is overthinking it, bro. And I'll tell you now, yeah, we are literally 2 injuries away from capitulation. Yeah, because I'll tell you now, if Declan Rice gets injured, we're finished. Right? Because he's playing the lone number 6 role. Can Thomas Partey do that on his own? No, he ain't. No, but I can't even say that. Last time I did that, I went mad viral because I said it wrong with Chad.
It's only phase 4 though, Lee, isn't it?
Right?
It's only phase 4, bro.
But if Thomas Partey plays the lone 6, he ain't got the legs to do it. He needs a Xhaka or a Declan Rice next to him. Yeah? He can't play that. So if Declan Rice gets injured, what are we doing? Yeah, if Saliba or Gabriel get injured, and Gabriel ain't even played, that is crazy. 74 games in a row, and now you're dropping him. Why? And Terry sat there and debated me, oh, yeah, but Lee, there's other factors. He might not be this, he might not be that. No, the manager has actually factually come out with his bullshit today and said, new season, new back 4. So is he lying? Probably.
Well, Lee, I was about to say, though, this is the thing that you said that they all lie in press conferences, so it can't be factual what he said then, can it?
Factually out of his own lips. Yeah?
But you said they lie, so
today, he's factually said today that we all know is a lie. New season, new back 4. Yeah,
he also said
about 38 formations against Man City.
So if it's a lie, then we still don't know the actual. You don't actually know the actual reason. Then
sorry, let's just put it in simple terms. Yeah, right. Let's just break it down in simple terms. If Bukayo Saka, who hasn't had a major injury yet, gets a major injury, which is due, by the way, because that guy has played 83 Premier League games in a row. He plays for England 90 minutes pretty much and gets man of the match most times, right? We can't rest him for certain games and bring him on in the second half in the Champions League. We have to start him. Terry, I swear down, that guy gets injured, or Martinelli gets injured, or Saliba Gabriel, Declan Rice. And we know Saliba got injured last season. Fair enough, Gabriel's not had injuries. But at some point, these players are going to get injured. Playing 3 years straight, Bukayo Saka, the wear and tear on your body, you'll be finished by 26. So why not go and get some cover for him? Go and buy Pedro Neto. Yeah, go and buy somebody on that right wing. Eze, yeah, Elise, somebody. I know Eze plays more centrally, but you can play him on the right. And this is where I have rated it a 2. We've still got Pepe on the books, Cedric Suarez on the books, Sambi Lokonga's linked with Luton today, whatever. We've got rid of Granit Xhaka for 20 million. We've got rid of Balogun for 34 million. And then I'm seeing players from Chelsea going for like 31 million to Burnley potentially. I'm seeing Cole Palmer going for 40 million. Do you know how much that is? 15 million quid more than we have sold Balogun for in pounds sterling. They've literally got 1 million per game he's played. And we've sold Balogun. Oh, but it's the French league and they ain't got the money. All I keep hearing is excuse. Cool. Don't come to me in December with Finn's squad when it all goes wonky, mate. Because I've been calling this out from last year and so has Brandon.
Yeah, that's a load of rubbish though, because Man United just paid £64 million for a player who scored 11 goals in the Italian league. So surely Balogun should be worth the £50 million valuation.
Yeah, but Brandon, their excuse is the French league teams don't have the money of the Premier League teams. Really? Well, PSG are just paying 90 million euros for Mawani.
Well, that's PSG, though. That's
you're telling me Monaco ain't got money. Go and have a look how much net spend Monaco or how much player sales Monaco have had in the last 3 seasons. Go and have a look. Chouameni, 80 million.
Monaco Football Club turnover. I don't even know what they make. Let's see what they make. Monaco's football club's turnover.
It's not about the turnover. It's about their sales.
No, it's about the club's revenue, how much money they make. Because it doesn't matter what they
have a Russian billionaire or Ukrainian billionaire as their owner. Yeah, they've made about 400 million in transfer sales outgoings.
Yes, but that shows in your revenues. So that's why I look at revenues.
Go on.
Can I just ask something? Right, go on. You know this inverting thing that Arteta's trying to do with Partey, right? I thought about this the other day. Would it not make more sense to play a back three with somebody like Declan Rice as a centre back, because he actually started his career as a centre back, stepping out into midfield to do that inverting role like what Man City do with John
Stones.
So surely by doing that, you're more secure than what you are if you've got someone coming in from the flanks to invert. Because even with Zinchenko, we see how defensively poor he is.
Yeah.
Does that not make more
And
sense?
I said this.
At some point, we're going to see him at centre back or right wing
So
back.
Monaco typically turnover as a business per year on average, 100 and around 140 million a year they turn over.
What's their wage bill? And what's their, go on Transfer Market or whatever site you're using and look at their sales in the last 3 transfer windows. So going back to last summer.
To put that into consideration, so PSG turnover about just under in 2022 turnover into income around 654 million. So like PSG have 6 times the income. Sorry, not quite 6 times the income, about 4.5 times the income.
So I big up to Lille then. Yeah, big up to Lille because they won the league.
No, I'm just making to the point that like French clubs don't have the money of Premier League clubs.
The proof is they haven't won the league every year since the Qataris took over. So money is a part of it. But if you find the way, that's nothing to do with the point. But that's nothing to do with the point that the typical French clubs don't have the same money to spend as Premier League clubs. How much of Monaco sold their players for in the last 3 transfer windows?
Total. Yes, I understand that, but remember the turnover of sales of players feeds into your transfer. So even with those kind of sales, they're still only turning over
how much have they sold players for, and in the last 3 transfer windows.
What's that got to do with anything?
Because you're telling me they can't pay more than 34 million for Balogun.
Well, they've probably got a bit more than 34 million they can spend. Okay, but what I'm saying to you, hang on. So this season, hang on a minute. I haven't diverted. They sold 58 million pounds of players this year. Last year, they sold 156 million pounds worth of players last year because that included the Tchouameni deal as an example. The year before that, it was 34 million. What I'm saying to you, and last year's accounts are not out yet. That's why it will be up. The point I'm making is the claim was Monaco haven't paid as much because the French club don't have as much money. You said nonsense. Hang on. Yeah. Yes, you said nonsense, and you quoted what PSG spent. PSG's turnover is nearly 700 million versus a club who average 140 million a year turnover. That's not a lot of that's basically what every Premier League club gets. To just
now go and show me.
Hang on. Oh my word. That's what every Premier League club gets just for their TV rights alone. So they cannot afford to spend what Premier League clubs spend on players as a general rule in France.
But can we both agree right now? Yeah, because I'm going to bounce in a minute. I'm going on Henry's stream. Can we both agree right now that Monaco could have paid double that, and if he played for Chelsea or Man City, they would have got double that?
I don't know that that's true. I don't know
that if he paid double that. They've just made 234 million in the last 3 transfer windows. You just said that 234 million roughly.
But at the same time, they've already spent before. The last year they spent 50 odd million. The year before that, so they've spent over 100 million on other players as well. That eats into that, and not all the money they bring in they spend on players. There's more than other factors. The point I'm saying to you is that maybe they could have afforded to spend a little bit more, but I don't see Monaco, right, dropping. What would that have been if they doubled it? 70 million pounds on Balogun.
Do you think though, if he did play for Chelsea or Man City, they would have got more money for him?
Exactly.
I don't think maybe if it was Chelsea, Man City potentially, but then what Man City have to their advantage is like with the one thing everyone's missing with the Cole Palmer situation. Yes, he's only played 41 games, but he's been part of a team that's won Premier Leagues and trebles. He has those trophies to him, and you use that. Plus, Pep didn't mind him leaving this year, but what Pep didn't do in the press conferences is turn around and say, "Yeah, he's not really in my plans. I don't really want him. We want to sell him." Pep bigged him up and said how important he is and how amazing he is, because that is what you do to maintain valuation. So you put in the success they've had, the games he's played, the manager like Pep bigging him up, saying he's a really important player for us, you're going to get a higher price for him. And that's why you play the game and quote unquote lie in press conferences at times. It's important.
So what you're saying is you agree with what me and Brandon say by shunning Balogun, not putting him in any pre-season game other than 10 minutes, not incorporating him into first team training at Colney, not playing him at all in any Premier League game, not putting him in squads, has lowered his value?
Potentially. So, but that's what you've asked. That's what you think is the right practice. You say that's the right thing to do, is to ostracize a player.
If you want a player out, then cool, that is the right way to go. But having said that, on the flip side, yeah, he hasn't even bothered to incorporate him at all since he's got the job. And that guy, yeah, we've got 17% release sell-on clause or whatever, yeah. But he's not even bothered to put him into games in pre-season or into training, Terry. If he had done that and showed his talent, even if he wanted him to leave, we would have got upwards of 50 mil.
Bro, I agree with you on that. I agree with you. Hang on. I agree with you on that. But me and you had a vicious debate and fight the other day when I said that's the right way to behave to get the best value. You said no bollocks, don't do it. Now you're asked. It's what I mean by the hypocrisy.
No. We were talking about Harry Maguire. No. Let's not change this. Yeah, we were talking about Harry Maguire, a player that is 31 years old. We have a big sample size of that guy. We're talking about an up-and-coming 22-year-old that has absolutely killed it in France. Yeah, only scored like 6 goals less than Mbappe or whatever. That has a high ceiling for all the hipsters out there, whatever that means, right? And we didn't even bother to incorporate him. And somebody said he was injured in pre-season. He wasn't injured. Yeah, so he might have been injured for 1 game, 2 games. He's been training.
I don't disagree with you. I think your manager should have bigged him up more, spoke about him more, maybe played him a few more times to make that price go up. I totally agree. But the situation, again, the action is not different when it comes to Maguire. My manager wanted to buy more players. There was defenders he wanted. There was more midfielders he wanted. If he does things that lower the valuation of those players, even if we sell them, we don't raise enough to buy the players that he wants, and it becomes counterproductive. In fact, you weaken the squad further because you'd sell him and have no new player coming in. Then you've got an even bigger hole.
So a player that has a whole career behind him.
I understand that.
In comparison to a player that's just started his career.
We're not talking about the profile of
you're
players.
not talking about that, but we're talking about.
Your point was the actions of the manager have made Balogun's valuation drop, but they're the exact actions you say a manager should do to get players out the club they don't want.
Yeah, because they're two different scenarios. We're talking about a 31-year-old Harry Maguire who's got a 10-year sample size in comparison to an up-and-coming 21, 22-year-old that has absolutely annihilated a league. Yeah, and been brilliant in that league. Yeah, and you can get top dollar for that guy.
Yeah, exactly. So it's even
small wages every week.
So it's even more important.
Double the money, or at least 50% more, in comparison to a guy that's got 10-year career behind him. Yeah, that is the difference. If you want to get rid of Maguire on 190 a week, you throw him in the reserves and say bollocks. With Balogun, you want to get rid of him? Cool. Well, let's play him here and there. Let's get him in the squads, bring him on as a sub. He's already got 1 year behind him in France. Now, if Chelsea are looking to sell that, what's his name, Matson to Burnley for 2.5 million less than Balogun's gone for. I've never heard of that guy, by the way.
I completely understand that. It's even more important not to ostracize Maguire then, because we have to. It's about raising money, and the older players are worth less anyway. So if we ostracize him, you get even less, and it's the truth. It is
okay. Anyway, I'm going to bounce, man. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go and ruin Henry's stream for an hour. Thank you for letting me ruin yours for 4.5.
You haven't ruined the stream. Who said you ruined the stream?
I hope it wasn't because of me. I never know.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Here's Lee.
Big up, Shaggy. Mr. Lover. Man. No, big up to all you lot. Big up to everyone who I've met. Staffy, you're welcome in my apartment anytime you want. Because obviously, I need my ass wiping, bro. Yeah, it is what it is. Big up to my son. Yeah, big up to my son Brandon. Big up to all you lot, man. Come on, real talk. Thank you, man.
Cheers, mate. Speak to you later, Rob, mate. Take care. Cheers, bro. This super chat here, I want to say a big thank you to it. It says the hedge funds are taking over the game. Chelsea acquiring Sporting Lisbon today. Oh, did they? Brennan Johnson, 50 million. What is happening? EG. Anyway, Ndombele for 10 million a year, signing a 6-year contract. Why should he leave if the club don't want him? This will happen to Chelsea times 10. It very much could. Big up to the panel, especially the negative guys, Lee, Staffy, and Brandon. Cole Palmer was a United fan as a kid. Not surprised, he's from Manchester. Up there, they pretty much support 1 or 2 teams. Any truth between Chelsea acquiring Sporting? I haven't read about that, but
there was some rumors about it today, but I don't think it's gone through.
Pipe down on Jimmy Neutron. I assume that's Brandon.
Lee.
Maybe Lee.
How do you see?
Yeah, no, it is what it is. But no, there we go, boys. I know it isn't quite the end though. I do have to go now. There's something I've got to go and do. Nothing bad. It's just I've got to go and do something, so I can't stay right to the end. But so I want to thank everybody for coming on. Alex, what did you want to say though? And Sam, I know you guys have jumped in.
On a Saturday.
It's
What'd
Friday.
you say?
Well, it's technically Saturday. Is it Saturday for you? What time is it?
No, it's Friday.
No, I was just saying anything you want to say, but yeah, I've.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, nothing. I was just gonna say, Chelsea, we need to spend another $1 billion in the next hour, so we will be $2 billion club, like the biggest transfer window, because that's the biggest upset for Premier League. But yeah, I'm good. I was gonna say hi.
No worries. No worries at all. Yeah, listen, people, I want you guys to smash the like button for us. 4-hour-long stream. Thanks to all my super chatters and everybody else. We're back tomorrow. Match reactions for the Premier League games as well. KJ, Staffy, Alex and Sam just turned up. Brandon, Lee, Egal. Who else has been on tonight? Hannah,
Jordan,
Jords, Nobbins, loads of people. It's been a great show. It really, really has. Listen, everyone, take care. Goodbye. Family man out at 11 o'clock. Now, I'm not going out. I just got some stuff to do. Like, I'm not going to tell you about my personal life. If you want to know, it's to do with my auntie's funeral, you mugs. Until next time, take care. Goodbye. God bless. And I'll see you all in a bit. Peace.